Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, 𝘊𝘩𝘐𝘵, back with another fanfiction. This is the movie of What If Deku's Father Was All for One. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He was tied to a chair, struggling to free himself. Looking up, he saw a man leaning against the wall, someone he recognized from the USJ incident. "Where am I?" he asked, his voice trembling with fear. The blue-haired man remained silent, his expression emotionless, but there was an unmistakable hint of fear behind that facade. Another strange man, with no discernible features, entered the room with open arms. "What a wonderful family reunion. I can't believe we're together once again, Izuku." His tone was unsettling, sending chills down the boy's spine. "Who are you?" Izuku demanded, looking down in anger. How dare he claim they were family? "I can't believe my beloved wife didn't mention me. She was the love of my life, you know? It's too bad she was killed, the driver missed, and she had to suffer." He sighed, sounding almost disappointed. "You weren't even at her funeral. What an ungrateful son you are." He smirked, stepping closer to Izuku, who was desperately trying to remember every detail of his surroundings. "Come back to me. I could give you a quirk. We could be a true family once again." He locked eyes with his son. "Join or die and watch everyone you love perish." His voice dropped, revealing the seriousness of his threat. "Never," Izuku muttered under his breath. "Katsuki Bakugo will be the first to." Suddenly, everything faded to black, as if he were in a tunnel with a light at the end. Izuku. Everything felt surreal to him. "Izuku, wake up. It's not real. We'll meet again sooner or later, son. Be prepared." That was the last thing he heard before jolting awake. His eyes flew open, drenched in cold sweat, shaking, heart racing as he scanned the room, terrified that whoever he had seen might have followed him. "Zuku, are you okay?" He turned to see his boyfriend, Katsuki, holding his shoulders in a panic. Izuku had been talking and crying in his sleep, prompting Katsuki to jump onto the bed where Izuku was sleeping while he had been on the futon on the floor. "He says he wants to hurt you first. He was with him. He wants to take me with him. He's my biological father." His words were jumbled, his shaky breathing making it hard to understand. "Izuku, breathe. This is making no sense. Breathe and tell me again, okay?" Katsuki said, pulling him close and rubbing his back in an attempt to comfort him. Izuku sobbed, and Katsuki whispered soothing words as he waited for his lover to calm down. "It wasn't a dream, Kaken." He lifted his shirt to show Katsuki his skin, which was swollen with marks from the ropes. Izuku could still feel the pain, which confirmed to him that it had been real. Katsuki's face drained of color as he looked at Izuku, terrified. "Kaken, I'm scared," Izuku admitted, tears streaming down his face. Katsuki finally snapped out of his shock and hugged Izuku tightly. He couldn't promise everything would be all right since he didn't know himself. "We'll figure everything out, I promise," he whispered. Izuku was sobbing when he suddenly froze, as if struck by an idea. "Kaken, we have to break up." His words took Katsuki by surprise. "No, Izuku, why do you say that?" he asked, confused and hurt. "Because he said he would kill everyone I love, so if we break up..." Katsuki interrupted him with a kiss, pulling back to look deeply into Izuku's eyes. "Would you still love me if we broke up?" he asked, cupping Izuku's freckled cheeks. "Of course I would." Izuku sobbed, looking at Katsuki in fear. "Then it won't change anything. Deku, we'll figure things out, and if I'm too far from you, who would protect me? I need you by my side." He gently caressed Izuku's face. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I don't want to leave you. He said he'd go after you first. I can't risk losing you, Kaken." Izuku whimpered, hugging Katsuki tightly. "I can't lose you too," he mumbled. Katsuki's heart ached at the sight of Izuku's distress. "You won't. We'll make sure we stay together, okay? Because I don't want to lose you either," he whispered. Katsuki felt no tears falling, but the tightness in his chest was overwhelming. They fell into silence, Katsuki trying to piece together the little information he had, but nothing made sense. Was Izuku hit by a quirk? Something was definitely wrong, and what Aizawa had said earlier that day certainly had something to do with it. His biological father. Maybe the teacher knows about him, Katsuki finally said, looking at Izuku, hoping they might have a lead. Our parents have known each other since before we were born. They probably know about him. Izuku's eyes lit up with hope. If they could reach him before he reached them, perhaps fewer people would get hurt. You're right, and with my mom's diary, maybe we could get more information, Izuku whispered. He told me he could give me a quirk. I don't want it, but how does that even work? He wondered aloud, confusion evident on his face. Katsuki was even more perplexed. What was Izuku talking about? He checked his phone. It was 5 a.m. He could see the first rays of sunlight filtering through the curtains. You can grab some of my clothes. I'll wake up the teacher and get dressed afterward. We're dealing with this now, Katsuki ordered firmly, not giving Izuku time to fully process his words before leaving the room. Izuku looked around and went to the wardrobe, taking a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. He hesitated between keeping his dirty underwear or taking a clean pair of Katsuki's. Unsure of what to do, he changed into a black shirt that was slightly too big for him and spotted a pack of new boxers in the drawer. He internally apologized to Katsuki for taking a new pair. He took his phone and texted both Mike and Aizawa, asking whoever saw it first to call back. Katsuki soon returned, smirking at how adorable Izuku looked in his clothes. The teacher's getting ready. Can you call Mr. Aizawa and ask him to join us at your old house? He requested, and Izuku nodded anxiously. I know it's your first time going back, but it'll go well, I promise. He whispered, kissing Izuku's forehead and giving him a reassuring smile. He mumbled, looking back with a small smile before leaving the room to allow the others to change. He stood next to the door, waiting for Katsuki, but Mitsuki beat him to it. Katsuki had only told her that Izuku needed help and that it was about the attack the day before. He spoke so quickly that she hadn't fully processed all the information. Izuku, are you all right? What happened? She asked, worry etched on her face as she checked the boy for any signs of physical harm. We'll explain more later, but have you ever met my biological dad? He asked, his expression shifting to one of terror. What does that man have to do with it? She muttered under her breath. I saw him in a dream, he replied, and she frowned. A dream? If it's just a dream, then why? She didn't need to finish her thought before he lifted his shirt, revealing the now purple lines where the rope had held him earlier. It was real, he whispered. I don't know how it's possible. We're going to my old house. I need to go through my mom's diary to find anything that could answer our questions. We need you to tell us everything you know about him. I'm going to ask Aizawa to join us there. Just then his phone rang, displaying the black-haired teacher's name. He picked up and put the call on speaker. Izuku, is everything okay? Aizawa asked, his voice raspy, indicating he had just woken up. I'm sorry, could you join us at my old house? My biological father is related to Shigaraki. What he said is most likely true, Izuku explained, and Aizawa's eyes widened. He had so many questions but needed to get there to ask them. Send me the address, I'll be there with Mike. Can all Mike come? He inquired. Yeah, we're going there now. I'll send the address, Izuku replied before hanging up. Katsuki watched as Izuku wandered to a random spot in the grass and picked up a rock, revealing a key to the house. Smart, Katsuki chuckled at the amused Greenette. Wait, that's not a rock. He looked at him with a hint of disgust, making Izuku laugh. Izuku held up an oddly realistic piece of dog waste. No one would touch it, he chuckled, staring at it with a sad smile. It was odd from an outsider's perspective, but Izuku remembered clearly how much he and his mother laughed doing this. Snapping out of his reverie, Izuku opened the door. The moment he stepped inside, he felt nauseous. The place smelled abandoned, no longer carrying the comforting scent of home. He covered his mouth, trying not to cry, but the tears fell anyway. He couldn't recognize it. It had the same colors and decorations, but it felt so empty. Katsuki and Mitsuki didn't step in, even though they wanted to. It wasn't what Izuku needed at that moment. Izuku frowned, noticing something that wasn't significant but definitely noticeable to someone who had lived there their whole life. Someone's been here, he whispered, rushing to a frame. As he opened it, he felt a surge of anger. "This isn't the real one," he murmured, feeling hurt. In the back, there had initially been a note that he and Katsuki had left, a promise to each other. He had left a paperclip on top, so if someone took it from the wall, it would fall, and indeed, the paperclip was on the ground. "Maybe it was one of the investigators of your case?" Katsuki suggested, thinking that perhaps Izuku was becoming paranoid. "They already gave me back everything they took, and even if they did, they wouldn't have taken the time to replace the image," he explained, showing the picture. Katsuki realized it was the same one he kept on his nightstand, the one where he was saving Izuku from a villain. "The promise isn't there anymore?" he asked, and Izuku shook his head. He had learned the promise by heart. "I promise that if you ever need me, I'll be there to save you." Katsuki had the same promise, signed with Izuku's name. Izuku started to cry. It was small, but it meant a lot to him. "It's okay, I'll write you a new one. It won't be the same, but I'll mean it just as much," Bakugo said, hugging the smaller boy tightly against his chest. "It could be him. If so, that's probably how he knows we're close," Izuku thought aloud. Mitsuki was barely listening. She was lost in her thoughts. A knock brought them back to reality, and Izuku went to answer, knowing it would be the three pros they were waiting for. When he opened the door, he noticed they had bandages but looked in better shape than the day before. "What happened?" Aizawa asked in a firm but worried tone. Izuku motioned for them to follow him to the living room. "He had a dream," Katsuki started, which made All Might visibly annoyed. "You're telling me you're basing this off a dream? This is way more serious than—" He stopped when Izuku revealed his abdomen and arms, clearly marked with bruises from restraints. "I was tied in the dream and woke up with these, at the exact same places I was tied," he explained, observing the shocked expressions of the teachers. "So forgive me for thinking it was more than a dream," he grumbled, pulling his shirt back down. "What happened in this dream?" Aizawa asked, concern evident in his voice. Izuku explained everything, word for word, recalling every detail and facial expression. It felt as if it had just happened, unlike a typical dream where some parts become blurry upon waking. All Might looked at Midoriya as if he had just seen a ghost. Just by the description, he knew who Izuku was talking about. "So far, everything makes sense. Shigaraki is a puppet? Yes, he's a villain and intends to cause harm, but what he's doing right now isn't his doing," Izuku stated firmly, leaving everyone confused. "Where did Izuku's troublesome biological dad actually go?" Katsuki asked, looking at the pale woman. "I should start from the beginning," she said under her breath, looking at Izuku with guilt. "Izuku, you weren't born quirkless," she revealed, making the others look wide-eyed at her, waiting for her to continue. "The doctor you went to when you were a child lied. What he showed and said was a lie," she explained. "Inko didn't believe it, which is why you did more tests. Except that time, you weren't with her for the results since she didn't want to get your hopes up." She spoke, ashamed. "The other doctor confirmed that you did have the anatomy, saying you were waiting to receive your quirk. But it was taken in some sort of way," she explained with a pained expression as the freckled boy looked at her, but no one could tell his emotion, not even himself. "He left, and the last contact you had with him was on your 4th birthday, like you already knew. But he wasn't on a business trip." The room was silent as Mitsuki sank in guilt. "Why didn't you tell him?" Katsuki asked, annoyed, but Izuku took his hand, pulling him softly to sit back down. "I don't know why. Inko made me swear to keep it a secret. I decided to listen since it wasn't my place to say a word," she explained honestly. Everyone was shocked. The timeline made sense since he left when Izuku was 4, which is also when kids start getting their quirks. In the dream, or whatever it was, the man said he could give me a quirk. "I won't lie, I really don't understand," Izuku admitted. All Might was sure he knew who this person was, but he wished it was all just a coincidence. "Mrs. Bakugo, what was his quirk exactly?" "His father's," the #1 hero asked with concern. "Fire breathing, but I believe he had more than one, even though Inko kept denying it," she answered. Izuku got up without explanation and went to the room he longed to avoid, but he needed answers, especially since people could be in danger. He took a deep breath, opening the door, and everything was just as it had been left. He took a chair, placed it next to the library, and retrieved the 6 notebooks kept at the top. Afterward, he went to the nightstand, opened it, and removed a plank inside, where he found a diary right underneath. He had discovered that hideout while looking for batteries one day. For those over the library, Inko would always levitate confiscated objects above it, so it was pretty obvious it would be there. "I'm sorry, Mom, but we need answers," he mumbled, always hating to go through her personal belongings. Katsuki was waiting for him at the door of the room. "It's for your safety, I'm sure she wouldn't be mad," he whispered, kissing Izuku's forehead. "I know. It just feels like I'm intruding on her privacy," he explained as they walked out, taking the time to close the door behind them. Katsuki looked at Izuku with sadness. It was a lot to take in for himself, so he couldn't even imagine what Izuku was feeling. They returned to the living room, and Izuku placed the books down. He examined the front pages, noting the dates from which they were written. The freckled boy looked at one book at a time and decided to start with the one dated from 2107 to it would be around those dates. There was also a piece of paper sticking out of the book. He opened to that page and frowned as the paper fell. To Izuku. He looked at the page in utter confusion. No one was rushing him, but their concern and curiosity were growing. "Dear Izuku, if you read this, something must have happened to me. I'll start this by saying that I love you so much. You might not understand why I did what I did, but it was to protect you. Let's start from the beginning. When I was young, I fell in love with a man, Hisashi Midoriya, your biological father. Our love grew, and one day I learned I was having you. We were over the moon, and when you were born, it was the best moment of my life. Time passed and he started to change. He became controlling and began showing you things that were concerning, like how to manipulate people and how to fight. The one that made me snap was when he was showing you how to kill. He had stopped talking to you. You were almost 4 at the time, and that's also when I learned that he had some sort of curse. It was a quirk that allowed him to steal quirks from others. But one day he left. Nothing was left behind, not even a note. When I saw you weren't getting your quirk, I brought you to the doctor. When he diagnosed you as quirkless, I was broken, but I couldn't believe it. I went behind your back and made a different doctor redo the tests, and he confirmed that the other had lied. Your body was ready to welcome your quirk, but there was nothing. You're smart, Izuku, you must know by now what happened. Izuku, if something were to happen to me, remember, don't go to him. Start the life, make your life, and choose your family. That's all I have to say. I love you, my baby, never forget that. Read my journals, everything is there. Good luck, Izuku, don't ever give up. No matter what, follow your dreams." Izuku felt tears fall onto the paper he was holding. Katsuki rubbed his back slowly, trying to bring him reassurance. All Might couldn't believe that someone as pure as Midoriya could be related, even less the son of one of the worst villains to exist. Class had started 3 days after the incident. Izuku and Katsuki weren't allowed to go out without being accompanied by a pro hero. It was a safety precaution until they found something more stable. But someone did not take it well. "What do you mean, I can't go out without a hero? I can defend myself just fine. I don't need any extra help," he exclaimed, getting up, ready to storm out of the room. "Katsuki, sit back down," Izuku ordered. Katsuki stopped in his tracks, swearing under his breath as he sat back down. Everyone in the room felt a twinge of jealousy at the power Izuku had over Bakugo. "Like we were saying, we are going to put in place a dorm system. Until then, since you two are the most targeted students, we need to assure your safety," Nizu explained, determined not to risk anyone's life again. "I believe that you two shouldn't go out unless necessary right now, which also includes seeing each other," Nizu added. "What?" they both asked, confused. "Only until the dorms are installed." Nizu tried to reassure them, and Izuku didn't know how to express that he wasn't okay with it, but Katsuki did. "Absolutely not. I'll see Deku whenever I want. I'll accept the bodyguard situation, but there's no way I'm only going to see him in class." Katsuki spat, annoyed. The room fell silent, a reminder that Nizu was unaware of their relationship. But the decision was already made. Izuku was looking at the board, realizing that he and Katsuki had to stop seeing each other outside of school. They had to join in class instead of meeting at the entrance like they usually did. They also couldn't see each other since the incident. 𝘕𝘳𝘕 reassured them that the dorms would be ready soon, but it felt like an eternity for the two of them. The brunette's face lit up when he saw the blonde enter. "Kaken!" Izuku exclaimed, rushing to hug his boyfriend. "Happy to see you too, nerd," Katsuki smirked, kissing Izuku's forehead, relieved that no one was around. "My dad told me they'd announce it today for the dorms, and apparently, the construction is going quicker than planned, so it'll be ready soon. Probably within the week." Izuku explained, nuzzling into Katsuki's shoulder. Katsuki smiled, running his hand through Izuku's hair. "Good," he mumbled before they reluctantly let go, knowing their classmates would arrive soon. They sat at their desks, chatting as they usually did while discreetly holding hands. Ida was the first to come in, greeting his classmates. Izuku responded joyfully, while Katsuki groaned. "I wanted to thank you, Midoriya. I heard about what you did, and it was truly heroic," Ida said, performing his usual robotic arm movement, which Izuku had grown accustomed to. "Thank you, Ida-kun. I'm just really happy no one else was injured," Izuku replied softly, smiling at the taller teen. "Yeah, it's true. The way you were so calm was super manly." Kirishima chimed in, looking at Izuku with admiration. Soon, student after student arrived, praising the flustered teen. Katsuki felt proud of him but couldn't help but dislike how touchy and close everyone was to his boyfriend. "Everybody take your seats, we have an announcement to make," the tired teacher groaned as he entered the chaotic classroom. The students were slightly shocked to see him all bandaged up but quickly snapped out of it, rushing to their seats as they noticed their principal entering the classroom. They all seemed to realize that the announcement must be related to the incident from 3 days prior. They sat silently as the small mouse climbed onto the desk, using it as a podium to be seen by all. "Well, children, first off, I truly apologize for endangering all of you because of my mistakes," he said, bowing to the silent classroom. They had no idea what he was talking about. "You couldn't have known, sir." "No need to apologize," Ida said formally. 𝘕𝘳𝘕 was surprised they didn't already know. Then again, Izuku and Katsuki weren't the type to gossip. "Thank you, Ida, but sadly we had been warned about the attack. I underestimated the villains, and by doing so, I put everyone here in danger," 𝘕𝘳𝘕 explained, his shame shocking the whole class. "I see." Ida sat back down, slightly disoriented. He always thought of adults as responsible people. How could they make such a reckless decision? A question arose in many minds in the classroom. "How did you know?" Kaminari asked, confused. He would be surprised if someone sent a letter saying, "Hey, just so you know, we're coming to blow up your class." The teachers were silent. Aizawa hadn't tried to step in. He had been against the plan at the USJ from the beginning and wasn't going to waste his time explaining something like that. 𝘕𝘳𝘕 had to face this on his own. When the alarm was activated a while back, one of the students was able to have a conversation with him. They gathered some information, including the plan to attack the school, specifically the pro-heroes and their intentions, 𝘕𝘳𝘕 explained. "Why didn't they corner him or something instead?" Zero asked, confused. "His quirk is to disintegrate anything he touches. It could have cost him his life. The man wasn't there to attack, so the student made the wise decision," the principal explained calmly. "Now can we go back to the announcement? I don't think that information is necessary for their studies," Aizawa said tiredly. "Well, due to the past events, we will be installing a dorm system to ensure your safety. We will be talking to your parents to fill out the forms in the coming days," 𝘕𝘳𝘕 explained. "Waiting for any questions." "Why though? Isn't it the pros who were targeted? Why are we moving?" Ashido questioned, confused. "A few concerned students are also targeted. We have put safety precautions in place for now, but we cannot risk having anyone else endangered. The security here has been doubled, and the dorms will ensure the safety of all students," he answered, and everyone fell silent, each wondering if they were among those students, except for those who were already concerned. "Don't freak out, those who are concerned already know. So no need to think you're special enough to be targeted," Aizawa said with a long, irritated sigh, earning a glare from Izuku, who was discouraged by his boldness. The class was silent, both relieved and offended by the way it was put. "That is all. Have a great day, children," 𝘊𝘳𝘰𝘵 said, bowing before climbing down from the desk and walking out of the classroom, leaving Aizawa with a class of concerned teens. Aizawa started his lesson, trying to shift to another subject, but he knew they weren't focusing on class. They were probably thinking about the situation at hand, so he decided to review past lessons. However, the heavy tension among the classmates was unbearable. Izuku was tapping his fingers on his desk in a repetitive manner, and no one could bring themselves to ask him to stop, even though it annoyed them. "A nap wouldn't be a bad idea, Aizawa," Izuku said, not understanding why he decided to be a good teacher today. Aizawa got the message. "Class dismissed. Do whatever you want," he said with a long sigh, hiding in his sleeping bag, bringing relief to all. "Are we not going to get any more explanation?" Kaminari finally asked, breaking the loud silence. "Midoriya, what is actually happening?" Todoroki asked blankly. It was rare for him to speak up, let alone direct a question at someone. "Why Midoriya? Why would he know?" Zero asked, confused. "He always seems to get caught up in everything that happens." He also didn't seem surprised by the announcement, confirming that he knew, Todoroki explained monotonously. Izuku looked at his desk, stopping his finger tapping. "He doesn't have to explain anything to you. This is something that only concerns him." Katsuki spat at them, seeing Izuku's discomfort. For once, Izuku didn't want to be a people-pleaser, he didn't want to explain. "Don't we deserve any type of explanation?" "No need for details, but just so we know you are okay," Kirishima said, curious about his friend Izuku's well-being. "I am targeted by someone and he wants to bring harm to those close to me, which is why I would ask for all of you to avoid talking to me outside of class. It's not because I don't want to, but because I don't want anyone else to be dragged into this," Izuku explained, trying to sound firm, though his breaking voice betrayed him. "Shut up, dude. We'll be more than okay. This time, they're using their brains and thinking this through. So stop thinking of others and think about yourself, you idiot," Katsuki said, flicking his boyfriend's forehead, making Izuku flinch slightly. "He's right, Midobro. It would be unmanly of us to let you handle this alone." Kirishima grinned at the greenette, who couldn't help but smile back. "We are all going to be heroes together. We are classmates and future colleagues. We will not let any of our peers down," Ida said, doing his iconic arm movement. "Anyways, that's going to make for some great stories in the future." Kaminari said cheerfully, making everyone laugh as the tension slowly eased. Aizawa, listening to the interaction, couldn't help but crack a smile while hiding in his sleeping bag. Each of them had the soul of a hero, each in their own special way. Izuku was in the classroom with Aizawa, Yamada, and of course, Katsuki Bakugo, who refused to leave his boyfriend's side, his own special way of showing that he missed spending time with him. "Everything has been done. Are you two ready to move tomorrow?" Yamada asked with a huge smile, and the two nodded. But that wasn't the reason they were there. "In the diaries, there's something else I found," Izuku explained, taking out the book from his bag without beating around the bush. "Dear Diary, someone has been following me and Izuku around. He hasn't made any moves to attack whatsoever, he only observes. I've been becoming paranoid. I can't let Izuku know. His life at school is also getting worse. I work full-time, and I wanted to ask for help, but that also meant telling the whole story. Something in me told me that it was a very bad idea, that it would only make things worse. He's a middle-aged man, slightly built and pretty tall, with glasses and gray hair. He has a creepy smile, and whenever we make eye contact he never tries to run. He is always in plain sight. But I remember his face. He was an old friend of my ex-husband. I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do now." Izuku looked at the three. Later on, she mentioned she wasn't able to spot him, but she still felt like she was being watched, he explained, making the three look at him with concern. "Which means he could still be watching you?" Katsuki asked, and Izuku shrugged his shoulders, wondering the same thing. "More like he has people to spy for him, so he could have someone on everyone in the class for all we know." "I just don't understand," Izuku mumbled, handing them the diary. "You'll be put in the dorms tomorrow, so don't worry about it for now. Maybe he stopped already. When was this written, anyway? Present Mike asked, looking at the dates. His eyes went wide after seeing that it was a week before Inko's death. The 𝘰𝘕𝘕 looked at him, realizing that his parent finally understood why it was worrying Izuku so much. Aizawa looked at the page, annoyed. Izuku was a child. Couldn't he catch a break? He let out a long sigh, putting a bookmark at that page. Izuku had decorated his dorm room and filled it with hero merchandise, making it more lively. Present Mike cried when he saw an alarm clock radio of himself. Aizawa internally laughed, realizing that Izuku had a lot more hero merchandise than he thought in his old house. He was a real fanboy. Katsuki's room was simple, the walls were empty, but he had a desk where he placed different picture frames and a nightstand where he carefully placed a picture of him and Izuku as children. Right now, they were both in Katsuki's room to study since, according to the blonde, he couldn't focus with heroes staring right through his soul. People would have thought that they wouldn't continue classes, but since they were still high schoolers in the prestigious hero course at UA, they wouldn't stop their classes even with all the drama happening. The freckled teen was humming the same chorus on loop since it was the only part he had memorized, and it was starting to irritate Katsuki. Deku, would you please shut up? I can't focus with your humming. What song is it? He questioned, irritated. Sorry, Kaken, I don't know. It was on the radio this morning, Izuku explained, fidgeting with his pencil. Bakugo took a deep breath, trying not to curse again. Deku was his boyfriend, and he had to be patient. For those who hadn't guessed, Katsuki wasn't having a good day. This morning, Kaminari kept talking to him, which wasn't new, except that he kept asking if Katsuki had a crush on Izuku. Mina just had to overhear the conversation. Now they kept pestering him about it, and he was trying really hard not to lose his temper. Kaken, you've been acting more irritated than usual today. Is something wrong? Izuku asked, looking at the oddly silent blonde. I'm just thinking if I should deal with Pinky and Dun's face once or twice. Maybe 10 times would be better, he grumbled, not realizing he was actually answering until he saw Izuku's concerned expression. What did they do? The 𝘰𝘕𝘕 asked, worried more for his friend's sake than Katsuki's. They kept asking stupid questions about whether I had a crush on you, and even when I said no, they kept asking. He clenched his teeth in pure annoyance. Izuku sighed, taking Katsuki's hand and giving it a small squeeze. It's okay. For all they know, we're best friends, and we'll keep telling them that until the time comes. Also, the chances of them finding out are low. The only two that might actually figure it out are Todoroki and Tsuyu, but they're both not the type to gossip, so we should be fine, Izuku tried to reassure him. And for Mina and Kaminari, we can try giving them something else to talk about. They're pretty easily distracted. Izuku chuckled, trying to meet Katsuki's eyes, which were focused on the ground. They're like dogs playing catch, Katsuki snorted, causing Izuku to internally facepalm. Of course, Kaken would think of it that way. And yeah, those extras are way too dumb anyway, he sighed, and Izuku celebrated internally at having cheered him up. They returned to their math homework when someone knocked on the door, followed by laughter and chatter that brought Katsuki back to a bad mood. Izuku wanted to yell in frustration but got up instead, much to Katsuki's displeasure, and went to open the door. Midobro, we're doing a tour of all the dorms. Wanna join us? Kirishima asked with his usual flashy grin. Izuku turned back to look at Katsuki, who was glaring at Kirishima. I don't see why not, Kaken. Are you coming? Izuku asked, knowing that if Katsuki could, he'd kill him for accepting. No, you can all go away, Katsuki spat. Izuku sighed, looking at Kirishima. 2 seconds, I'll join you guys. I'm just going to pick up my stuff, he smiled before closing the door. He looked at Katsuki, who was pouting and looking away. Kaken, come on please? We'll continue our homework after, and if you don't want to, you don't have to show your room, he said, sitting to face Bakugo. I don't care, I'm not going, Katsuki grumbled, glaring at him. Cuddles in exchange? Izuku offered with a small, hesitant smile. Katsuki looked away, embarrassed, the tips of his ears turning red. Fine, you nerd, he said, getting up annoyed. Izuku smiled and quickly kissed his cheek before putting his stuff away. Katsuki loved these little displays of affection, even though he'd never admit it out loud for the sake of his dignity in front of his boyfriend. Katsuki pulled him into a bear hug before releasing him and leaving his dorm room. They didn't have to look for long since they could clearly hear the loud chatter of their classmates. Katsuki glared at Izuku for dragging him into this. "Midobro. Bakubro. You came." Kirishima grinned, waving frantically as they approached. "Hi Kirishima-kun. Sorry we're late, at least I got Kaken to come too." Izuku smiled, with Katsuki walking annoyed behind him. Everyone exchanged hellos, which Izuku replied to, while Katsuki glared at them, already regretting tagging along. Their tour was over, and Katsuki pulled Izuku all the way to his room, which the freckled teen found cute. Kirishima took that opportunity to run after them. "Bakubro Midobro. Wait up!" Kirishima yelled, catching up to them. Katsuki stopped, giving him a look that said, "This better be important." "You might want to have this conversation privately." Kirishima laughed nervously, earning a low groan from Katsuki, who opened his door brusquely, motioning for him to come in. They entered, and Bakugo slammed the door shut behind them. He dropped onto his bed, soon followed by Izuku, who did the same, while Kirishima sat in the desk chair, discreetly looking around the blonde's dorm room since he had refused to show it earlier. "What do you want, shitty hair?" Katsuki asked, bringing the redhead back to reality. "You know the others are starting to think that you have a crush on Midobro. Some even said the theory of you two being a thing," Kirishima explained cautiously, gulping as he saw Katsuki's eyebrow twitch. "I told them it was bromance, which actually took out the idea of you two dating. But the fact that Bakubro has a crush is still out there. Maybe be more careful if you want to keep it a secret longer," he added, mentally preparing for an explosion but was surprised by a silent chuckle from the blonde. "Shitty hair has brain cells," Katsuki smirked, having his own special way of thanking Kirishima. "Thank you, Kirishima-kun. We really appreciate it. We'll be more careful." Izuku smiled at the redhead, grateful for his help. "That's what a wingman is there for." Kirishima grinned proudly, hitting his fists together. Izuku chuckled, and Katsuki was actually grateful for this extra who had more appreciation points than others, even if he would never admit that Kirishima was his closest friend after Izuku. "I'll head out then, I also have to do my homework," Kirishima admitted, embarrassed. Truth be told, he hadn't even started it and only remembered after seeing their pile of homework. "Good luck then. See you at dinner." Izuku waved to his friend, who hurriedly left the room. "That idiot forgot we had homework," Katsuki snickered, grabbing Izuku and making him lie over him. "Shouldn't we offer him help?" Izuku asked, concerned, and Katsuki groaned, holding him tighter. "Cuddles, and I'll consider it afterward," he growled, and Izuku blushed, wrapping his arms around Katsuki. "Okay," he smiled, nuzzling into Katsuki's chest and listening to the quick heartbeat of the blonde. They stayed like that, with Katsuki holding Izuku with one hand, playing with his hair, and rubbing his back with the other. Soon enough, he heard the soft snores of his sleeping boyfriend and couldn't help but smile, kissing the brunette's forehead. Before he knew it, he was also fast asleep. Izuku was looking at the boy standing in front of him, feeling slightly irritated but still not saying a word. "You have everyone's attention. All of you Class 1A students are a sorry excuse for heroes in training," the blonde spat at him. Izuku took a deep breath. "Are you finished with your tantrum now?" Izuku asked with a long sigh, which infuriated the other, who felt completely mocked. "Minoma, I know you are most likely a good guy. Actually, I know you are. You're always ready to help others, but right now, your hate against Class 1A is a little excessive," the brunette explained calmly, which only ticked the other off. "You have a great quirk and a rather good control over it. Your direct combat is what we'll work on since I noticed you are agile but don't necessarily fight back, only dodge. We'll work on that, and afterward, I'll bring in more classmates so you can work on your quirk since you can't copy mine," Izuku explained, looking through his notes. Minoma looked at him like he was an idiot. "What do you mean I couldn't steal your quirk?" "Don't think of yourself as almighty and better than everyone," he spat at the Viridian boy, who looked at him, confused. He was the exact copy of middle school Kaken. The brunette finally understood his statement. Not at all, you got it all wrong. Izuku chuckled, looking at the other. I'm quirkless, he explained with a small smile, which took the other by surprise. That's why I'd have to bring others for your quirk training, since I personally couldn't have you copy my quirk since it's non-existent. Izuku got up as he spoke. Izuku had gotten used to the looks from others whenever he told them he was quirkless. What the, don't you have a hearing quirk or something? Monoma questioned, looking at Izuku in shock. Why would I have a hearing quirk? Izuku asked, tilting his head in confusion. I don't know, maybe because you were able to hear a bomb that literally saved all the pros? Monoma suggested sarcastically. Oh, yeah, I was just hyper-vigilant of my surroundings. Anyone could hear it if they focused, Izuku explained, trying to downplay it. Yeah right, a room full of pros and you're the only one who heard it, Monoma scoffed. I call bull crap, he said firmly, making Izuku internally facepalm. It's more complicated than you think, Monoma, but I'd like to focus on your training for now. To answer your question, I don't know how to prove I'm quirkless other than all my documents and lack of a quirk, he said jokingly. Monoma then attempted a sneak attack, but Izuku quickly reacted, moving out of the way and kicking him in the back. Izuku positioned himself, ready for the next attack. When Monoma moved to the left, trying to surprise him from the side, Izuku stayed still at first. But when Monoma got close enough, Izuku used the blonde's force against him, throwing Monoma over his shoulder. Izuku stood back, waiting for him to get back up. Monoma was furious as he aggressively got back up, ready to attack Izuku, who easily dodged. Pause, Izuku ordered, but the teen ignored him and continued to attack, which annoyed Izuku. He became more brusque and pushed Monoma harshly to the ground. When I say pause, you pause, Izuku commanded, a dark aura surrounding him, enough to intimidate anyone. I'm going to let you go, and you're going to listen. If not, I'll keep you like this until you understand everything you did wrong. Do I make myself clear? He asked almost in a whisper, which sounded threatening. Yeah, Monoma answered under his breath, and Izuku let him get back up. Izuku looked at him, now calmer. You're good at improvising a technique, but the fact that you let your emotions take control makes it more complicated for you to stay fluid in your movements, he began explaining. Using your emotions is good for motivation, but not during combat. He maintained eye contact as he spoke. Monoma listened, but he still frowned while looking at Izuku. Continuing training would be useless for today, thought the freckled teen. It's enough for today. And stop thinking that I see myself as stronger than you. We have the same goal, don't make yourself enemies already, Izuku said with a long sigh, taking his things and leaving the gymnasium. Monoma stood frozen, watching the boy leave the room. So what they said about him was true then. He had the mind of someone who could conquer the world, and yet here he was, not thinking of himself as better but as someone equal. Monoma was impressed and now looked forward to working with Izuku Midoriya again. Katsuki was lying in his bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for Izuku to return from training. Apparently he was helping a particularly difficult student today. He expected Izuku to be back in about half an hour, so he was surprised to hear someone knocking at the door. Annoyed, he got up, thinking it might be another classmate. I swear if it's done. He stopped mid-sentence, seeing a fuming Izuku standing there. Didn't go well? Katsuki switched to a softer expression upon seeing his boyfriend. No. He was just like you in middle school, just to give you an idea. Izuku growled, making Katsuki gulp. Was he really that bad? Never mind, he probably was even worse. Need a hug? Katsuki offered, and Izuku responded by wrapping his arms around him. I'm sorry, I wish I wasn't like that. Katsuki mumbled, wondering how many times Izuku had come home in this state because of him. Izuku hummed in response, not saying a word. Katsuki held him against his chest, rubbing his back with one hand and playing with his hair with the other. Izuku felt calmer as he relaxed in his boyfriend's arms. Thanks, Kaken, he whispered, looking up at the blonde, who kissed his forehead. Anytime. Katsuki smiled, bringing his hand to hold Izuku's cheek. Wanna do something? He asked, noticing Izuku blushing against his will. Maybe. Study? Izuku offered, and Katsuki couldn't help but laugh a little. We could do anything, like cuddle or watch a movie, but you choose studying? Katsuki smirked, and Izuku looked away, embarrassed. True. But if we don't do that, we won't get our schoolwork done, Izuku pointed out, and Katsuki groaned, knowing he was right. Izuku took off his bag and pulled out his things, placing them on the floor. He gasped in surprise as Katsuki pulled him between his legs. Compromise. You do your work, and I get to cuddle, Katsuki explained, wrapping his arms around him and nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Izuku couldn't help but giggle, using his legs as a table for his notebook. Okay, so... Izuku started, mumbling everything he could remember about his observations on Monoma during his training session. He might have annoyed Izuku, but the little 𝘰𝘕𝘕𝘕 wasn't the type to give up. Unlike Katsuki, who had developed a knack for tuning out his nerdy mumbling, Izuku used his study time to work on his analysis. It was a little before dinner when there was a knock on the door. Katsuki cursed under his breath, slowly moving away from Izuku to open the door. He opened it, annoyed, ready to confront whoever it was, but his expression changed upon seeing Aizawa and Yamada. It feels weird to come into Bakugo's room. Present Mike exclaimed in awe, making Katsuki growl as he sat back down with Izuku, who still hadn't noticed their presence. He's been at it since he came back from that annoying copycat's training, Katsuki explained, touching Izuku's shoulder to get his attention. It worked. Izuku looked around, confused, and smiled upon spotting his parents. Hey, the freckled boy greeted brightly, closing his notebook. Both Aizawa and Yamada were fascinated, as they had never been inside Bakugo's dorm room before. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Was there a reason you two are here, or is it just to be annoying? Katsuki asked, glaring at them. Alright, Shota. To you the honor. Yamada laughed nervously. Aizawa glared at his husband before taking a deep breath. We tried everything to make them cancel, but they refused to cancel the sports festival, Aizawa finally admitted with a long sigh, and Izuku tensed. Katsuki rubbed Izuku's arm slowly. What part of, stop putting everyone in danger, does that stupid rat not understand? Isn't his quirk supposed to make him smart? I know it affects human emotions, but, Izuku, who was about to explode, took a deep breath. Silence filled the room. Izuku's reaction made everyone freeze, scared to make a wrong move that might infuriate him further. Katsuki slowly started pulling Izuku into a hug from behind. If he wants to trap them, then he can use me as bait instead of the whole school. I hope I die, and maybe he'll understand we aren't playing chess. This is real life, Izuku spat, and they all looked at him with concern. He was taking it the hardest since he was one of the main targets, and the villain was most likely his biological father. Don't say that, Aizu. Katsuki mumbled, kissing Izuku's temple affectionately. Aizawa and Yamada were taken aback by Izuku's sudden outburst. I'm sorry, but Nisa's goal is for them to take the bait, isn't it? Izuku asked under his breath, and Yamada was surprised that Izuku had figured it out, while Aizawa was not. Yes, the black-haired teacher admitted. Then I'll play bait. But not somewhere with so many people at risk, Izuku said firmly, making everyone in the room go silent. Don't even dare tell me that Nizu didn't include that in the plans. Because I know he most likely did. He probably suggested putting Kaken in danger too. Didn't he? Izuku asked for the first time, but neither of the two answered. Didn't he? Izuku shouted, getting up, and everyone felt afraid. I'm going to get some air, Izuku growled, taking his bag. You can't go out alone, Yamada said, but Izuku slammed something on the desk. The tracker. It has mine and Kaken's location on it, Izuku grumbled, walking out without another word. They were all confused as Yamada quickly looked at the device and saw a moving cross and one that was still. Katsuki looked everywhere on himself, completely panicked, trying to find a tracker but couldn't find one. What the hell? He muttered, confused. He then received a notification from Izuku. My nerd. The tracker is in your shoe. Sorry for invading your privacy. I swear I wasn't going to look unless you disappeared. Me? It's fine, nerd, but can you come back? We can do something else to change your mind. He cursed under his breath, realizing he had just been left on red. Get out of my room. I'll go find that idiot, he grumbled, getting up. No, you won't. The two of you going out at the same time isn't a good idea. I'll go, Izawa said firmly, leaving no room for Katsuki to reply. Izuku was walking through the streets after leaving campus when he felt someone following him. He was ready for whatever was to come, having already spotted the person, a middle-aged man who matched all the physical attributes described in his mother's diary. He recognized him, having seen him a few times after school before he had run away. He continued walking the busy streets, knowing he wouldn't attempt anything big as long as he stayed in plain sight where a group of pro-heroes were patrolling. He sat on a bench waiting. This man wasn't necessarily hiding as his mother had described, he was smiling at him. Izuku looked around when he spotted his black-haired guardian. He shook his head no, exaggeratedly stretched his arms, and pointed in the direction of the middle-aged man. It took a few seconds for Izawa to understand, but when he did, he looked at Izuku with concern. The man approached Izuku and sat beside him. Izuku shook his head at Izawa, signaling him not to make any move. The man was staring at Izuku, and the teen would be lying if he said he wasn't creeped out. Can I help you with something? Izuku asked, looking at the man in confusion, trying to make him think he didn't know who he was. The man soon became more normal, and shook his head. I was looking for someone, and you look exactly like him. He had a smug smirk on his face. Oh, I understand. So you're looking for a kid? You know how weird that sounds. Izuku chuckled, slowly moving away from him. So the rumors are true, you're smart, the man said in a mocking tone. Izuku discreetly started a voice recording on his phone. Why not come with me and make everyone's job easier? He asked in a low, menacing tone. You know why I'm here, why pretend you don't? He questioned the freckled boy. Izuku finally looked at him, analyzing all the physical attributes he could get up close. I won't follow for many reasons. What's your name? He asked, also letting off a dark aura. The one and only. Jiren. He grinned, a smug expression still plastered on his face, but he looked creepy, giving off psychotic vibes. Izuku hummed, preparing to get up, but his shoulder was held back. He looked at Izawa in distress and saw that he had activated his quirk. Leaving without saying goodbye? Inko really did raise you to be an ungrateful brat. I'm happy I killed her. Izuku turned his head slowly as his vision went red. You're the one, huh? He asked under his breath, earning a cold-hearted laugh from Jiren. What did you expect? She was in the way. She never would have given you away, he exclaimed, making Izuku's blood boil. Izuku was trying not to react, he couldn't do anything now. He was getting too emotional. A monster, that's what you are, Izuku growled, moving brusquely out of his grip. Wanna know the best part? Jiren smirked evilly, getting closer. You won't remember a single thing. He reached for Izuku's head, but Izuku shoved him away. Monster! Izuku yelled, pushing him and hitting him in the jaw with all the force he could muster. You monster! You killed her! Izuku yelled, tears streaming down his face as he punched again. Jiren was confused. He should have forgotten, so why did he remember? Izuku hit again, but this time Jiren moved back before taking another hit. Reinforcements arrived, getting to Jiren as Izawa held back Izuku, who was still stirred up with anger. He killed her! He killed her! He kept yelling as he tried to break free from the capture weapon's grip. Izuku, calm down, Izawa ordered, but it was useless as Izuku continued to struggle. What confused everyone was when the culprit turned into some sort of mud. The man known as Jiren was gone. Izuku went numb as he fell to the ground, crying. Izawa didn't know what to do. Izuku was crying in despair, his sobs loud. He killed her. He killed her. He doesn't even regret it. He killed her. Izuku kept crying as his sobs grew quieter, and everyone looked at him with pity. The street was put on lockdown. No one could leave or enter. Citizens watched from afar as he continued crying in Izawa's arms. Sir, we'll need to interrogate the boy, an officer said, but before Izawa could yell at him for being so insensitive, Izuku handed him his phone. Just listen to the recording, he managed to say under his breath as he stopped the audio recording. From the moment he sat down until now is there, he whispered, earning shocked looks from everyone. He could never stop impressing everyone with his quick thinking. It was almost frightening. The officer nodded, taking the phone and leaving with it. Izuku felt numb, sitting there with a blank expression as he stared into the void. Aizawa was silent. Izuku was smart, too smart for his age. Even the teacher himself wouldn't have thought of doing something like that. The black-haired man got up to speak to the officer. "Can we leave?" he asked as the officer consulted with others. "We'll send the recording to our investigator, and you'll be allowed to leave right after," he explained. The teacher nodded, looking at Midoriya worriedly. Katsuki was sitting in the common room, a rare sight since if he wasn't with Izuku, he would never come out. He wanted to see the moment Izuku would come back to confront him for leaving like he did. It had been 3 hours, and still no sign. Dinner had passed, and everyone had agreed to leave a plate for the two since Izuku was absent and Katsuki was unapproachable. "Bakubro," he looked up, and to the red-haired boy's surprise, Katsuki didn't yell or have any aggressive reactions. "What do you want, shitty hate?" Katsuki asked under his breath. "You don't look good. Need to talk about it?" he asked, sitting next to him calmly. "No," Katsuki grumbled, getting up to leave, but Kirishima followed anyway. "Is it Midobro? Did something happen?" "He looked rather upset earlier," the redhead questioned, thinking the two had gotten into a fight. Katsuki stayed silent, hands shoved in his pockets as he walked to his dorm room. Kirishima followed all along, not saying a word. Katsuki opened the door, letting his friend in. "Did you two fight or something?" Ijiro asked, sitting on the desk chair. "No, that idiot went off to get some air. That teacher we have is still looking for him. It shouldn't take this long," he grumbled, annoyed. Kirishima nodded, becoming anxious as he remembered that Izuku was targeted for something. "Need to talk about it more?" "I promise I won't say a word to anyone, not even you," he offered, making Katsuki scoff. "Wouldn't hurt," he sighed before explaining everything, from Izuku's first runaway to the bullying, to the attack, everything. Kirishima remained silent, shocked by the situation unfolding before him. He felt a pang of sympathy for Midoriya and a flicker of anger towards Bakugo for his bullying. However, his primary concern was for Midoriya's safety. Something must have happened, especially since they had a tracker on him. Their conversation was interrupted by a loud knock on the door. When it opened, a teacher with black hair stood there, trying to maintain his composure, but Yamada could not hide the worry radiating from him. "Where's Deku?" Katsuki asked firmly, earning a worried glance from both teachers. "Bakugo, Izuku disappeared," Aizawa said quietly, causing Katsuki to freeze. What did he mean by disappeared? Did he run away again? The teachers entered the room, urging Katsuki to sit down. Aizawa prepared to intervene in case Katsuki reacted strongly to the news. Just as they were about to ask Kirishima to leave, Katsuki interrupted them. "He knows everything, so what do you mean disappeared? Did he run away again or something?" he asked, tapping his foot nervously as he perched on the edge of his bed. "Bakugo, I went after Izuku. He was being followed and he discovered something. The man who followed him is the same one who killed his mother. When they captured him, they found out he was just a replica of the real person," Aizawa explained carefully, allowing the information to sink in. "I was apparently there to help Izuku and was bringing him back to the dorms." Katsuki looked at him, confused. "What do you mean, apparently?" he asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. The teachers exchanged worried glances. "Bakugo, Shota and I were together the whole time and—" Yamada's voice faltered, his last words barely audible. Katsuki remained frozen, unaware that he had stopped breathing, waiting for Yamada to continue. "Bakugo, I wasn't even close to the scene when it happened," Aizawa finally said. Meanwhile, a blonde girl bounced around, clapping her hands in excitement. "I was so good out there. I never knew I was such a good actress," she squealed, looking at her friends with enthusiasm. And the way the copy of Jiren pretended to use his quirk on him was perfect. Her excitement annoyed two members of the squad, a scared man with black hair and a reptile-looking man. The other members simply watched as they stared at the captive boy. Izuku looked around, realizing he was in an abandoned bar, tied to a chair with thick ropes that felt impossible to break. The blonde girl, with her hair styled in messy buns and dressed in a school uniform, was the one who had impersonated Aizawa earlier. Another man, dressed in a full costume that concealed his identity, was celebrating with the blonde girl. Izuku guessed he was probably middle-aged based on his voice. A young adult with black spiky hair, covered in purplish scars and wearing a black leather jacket, remained quiet compared to the others. A reptile-looking man sat on one of the benches facing a misty figure behind the bar, whom Izuku immediately recognized as 𝘊𝘕𝘕𝘕 from the USJ incident. Finally, there was a man with a uniquely designed mask, the one who had captured Izuku earlier. Izuku recognized the room. It was the same as in his dream, which meant the man who claimed to be his biological father and Shigaraki were likely present. He stayed silent, having not spoken since his arrival. He should have noticed something was off with Aizawa earlier, but he had been too caught up in his anger to pay attention. He had missed an important detail. Aizawa would never ask for permission. If he wanted to leave, he would have done so without hesitation. "Izuku Midoriya, is it?" the blonde girl asked with a wide smile. Her enthusiasm seemed unaffected by his silence. "Well, Izuku, I'm Himiko Toga. I'm happy to meet you. I've heard so many good things about you." Izuku regarded her with an emotionless expression, as if she were merely a shadow. He felt cold, his vision blurring, and he could taste metal in his mouth. His breathing became labored. "Seriously? I didn't take too much blood, did I?" Himiko complained, glancing at Izuku's shirt, which was slowly soaking in blood. It was then that he realized the sharp pain in his abdomen, as if he had been stabbed. "Toga, you have a job to do, remember? Go get Katsuki Bakugo. Maybe it'll motivate this idiot to join us," a blue-haired boy ordered as he entered the room, emphasizing Katsuki's last name. Izuku didn't question it much until he heard a voice in his head. "Bakugo. If he's half as smart as I think, he'll know it isn't you if she calls him by his last name." He thought he was losing his mind until he met Shigaraki's gaze. "Leave Bakugo out of this," the brunette yelled, startling them, but they smirked, realizing they had found good bait. Who calls their childhood friend by their last name? Toga mocked. "Please leave Bakugo out of this," Izuku said, the name feeling foreign on his tongue. "Then join us and no one will get hurt," Shigaraki said, and Izuku's vision blurred again. "Whatever you do, don't join us," the voice echoed in his mind. Confused, he couldn't show it. This was his only lead to help, and he couldn't risk revealing his thoughts. "I won't join any of you," Izuku replied firmly. Toga clapped her hands in excitement. "Okay then, let's go have some fun. I have to get prepared." She skipped away, giggling, soon followed by the others. 𝘊𝘕𝘕𝘕 and Shigaraki were the only ones left in the room with the freckled teen. Shigaraki's voice was raspy and low as he said, "Master will want to speak with you." Izuku noticed him scratching his neck aggressively. "Why does he want me so badly?" Izuku finally asked. "Shut up, I don't want to hear you." Shigaraki spat, leaving Izuku confused. Just moments ago, Shigaraki had seemed nice. Now, his demeanor had changed drastically. Inside Izuku's mind, a voice urged him, "Whatever you do, no one can know that you can hear me. So listen closely." He looked down, feeling weaker by the second, and his wound showed no signs of healing. "I'm not a good guy, you are. I'm still going to do everything in my power to destroy the heroes, so don't think I'm a nice guy. But you are my half-brother. I won't allow you to have the same fate as me, so for now, play along. Heroes will come to rescue you sooner or later. The hideout blocks any communication with the outside world, which is why your tracker isn't working." The voice explained to the increasingly nervous boy. Izuku wasn't sure if he could trust his half-brother, but at that moment, it was his best option. Before the voice could continue, a tall man entered the room. He wore a mask that covered his entire face, revealing only his hands, and he was dressed in a tuxedo. "Izuku, my son, we meet at last," he said in an oddly cheerful tone that felt more sadistic than welcoming. He approached Izuku and examined him closely. "You look exactly like your mother," he growled, grabbing Izuku's hair and forcing him to look up. "I should have dealt with her a long time ago. Maybe you wouldn't be following the path of those foolish heroes if I had." Izuku felt a surge of anger and spat at the man, realizing too late that it was a mistake. The man responded by pressing his finger into Izuku's still open wound, causing him to scream in pain. The man could feel the boy's organs as he pulled his finger out, stretching the wound further. Izuku coughed, blood spilling from his mouth, while the man laughed coldly in his face. "Patch him up, we don't want him dead just yet," the man ordered Shigaraki, who nodded in response. Izuku fought against the darkness closing in on him, but he could no longer resist as everything went black. It had been almost 2 days since there were any signs of Izuku. Katsuki had been confined to his dorm until he promised not to go after him. He didn't come out, not even for class, and his classmates were also affected by Izuku's disappearance. Kirishima tried to cheer up his best friend, but his efforts were unsuccessful. Katsuki remained silent, staring at every message he had sent that went unopened by his missing boyfriend. They could see where the tracker had last been active, but it wasn't precise enough to give them more than a general area. It was in the Red District, the only place where few heroes patrolled. Aizawa was there at the moment, along with other heroes who preferred to remain inconspicuous, as they didn't want to attract unwanted attention. They had followed camera footage and saw that Izuku had been following Aizawa until he met up with a masked man who made Izuku vanish with a single touch. He hadn't even had the chance to fight back. The boy was so lost in thought that he was unaware of his surroundings. Now, they were following any traces left until they found an unconscious body. They immediately recognized the green hair and the signature red sneakers. Aizawa rushed to take the boy and called for paramedics. He immediately contacted Yamada to inform him that they had found their son, but Aizawa couldn't shake off the bad feeling he had, as if it had all been too easy. What he failed to notice was the proud smirk that appeared on the face of the green-haired boy. Everything was going according to plan, she told herself as she was transferred on a stretcher. Izuku was still tied to a chair. His abdomen had been injured, and his arms were covered in bruises from the hits he had received. He also had broken ribs and bones. His face bore the marks of violence. All for One was trying to persuade him to join, but nothing was working. Izuku wasn't budging, holding on to the hope that someone would come to rescue him. It hurt badly, and Shigaraki stood by, hoping the torture would end. He remembered when it had happened to him, but for him, it was to make him stronger, unlike Izuku, whose goal was to make him join. He wanted to make his master stop, but he wasn't strong enough to surpass him just yet. The screams echoed through the place, but Izuku didn't plead for mercy, not even once, because he owed nothing to him. Toga still hadn't returned. It hadn't been more than 2 days, and Izuku couldn't help but feel disappointed that they hadn't figured out her ruse yet. He was suffering and they were with another version of him. Maybe Katsuki was doing their usual couple things with her, and he knew it was selfish, but it annoyed him. Though he was also scared for Katsuki's safety, he had been trying to find ways to escape, but none seemed likely to succeed. Hisashi was trying to get into Midoriya's mind. "They don't care about you, they never did and never will. You're quirkless, they're all there out of pity and you know it. So join." Izuku cut him off. "Shut up, no one asked. They don't care if I'm quirkless. When they hate me, they say it. When they have a problem, they say it." He spat at him. "So don't you dare put words in their mouths." He growled, gritting his teeth, but it was soon followed by a loud slap. Izuku's face showed only rage, no fear whatsoever. He was filled with pure hatred. Izuku saw him get closer with a metal rod that he brutally struck against his face, causing him to wince in pain. His body was trying to adjust to the pain, but it was nearly impossible. The League watched as spectators, and they all thought this was too much. This boy was his son, his own blood, and yet here he was, beating him, barely keeping him alive. If it weren't for the League members, the green-haired teen would have been dead hours ago. Shigaraki explained to Izuku through telepathy that Toga would have to return sooner or later for a refill since she couldn't stay permanently in that form. The more blood she had, the longer it lasted. He simply had to wait. It had been 2 days already, and Izuku couldn't bear it anymore. He was hungry, tired, thirsty, and in agony. He wanted this to end, but he had to stay strong, if not for himself, then for Katsuki, his parents, and his classmates. His hair covered his eyes as he looked up at the man he should call his father, who stood there laughing at his suffering. Izuku wasn't afraid anymore. He felt numb. "You're a pathetic excuse for a villain," Izuku chuckled, looking at him with emptiness. He appeared cold. "You know that? There's crazy, and then there's being a villain. You're stone cold crazy. A maniac with no life. Calling yourself a villain would be too much credit for what you are." He smirked mockingly. Hisashi Midoriya grabbed him by his hair and lifted him along with the chair. "Is that all you've got?" Izuku laughed, and everyone except the two of them stood frozen. The freckled boy looked like a completely different person, as if he had finally lost it. "What are you doing? You're going to get yourself killed." Shigaraki yelled in Izuku's mind directly, but he continued to smirk. "I'm just distracting him. They're here for me. I owe you one, so leave now, and say thanks to Dabi for not burning me last time." He looked at Shigaraki, who stared at him wide-eyed, feeling both fear and confusion. Why was he letting villains escape? But Izuku cut him off with a small sincere smile that could easily go unnoticed. "This is a one-time thing, so until next time, Shiggy." Izuku looked back at All for One with a smirk. The rest of the room emptied, and the older man was so focused on hurting Izuku that he didn't notice anything else. He took a gun and pointed it at Izuku. He shot, and it went through Izuku's abdomen, earning a scream that echoed through the room. Right on cue, the front door burst open, more like exploded into pieces. Katsuki stood next to the unconscious teen in the infirmary, struggling to hold his hand. It lacked the warmth he was used to from his boyfriend. Everyone was skeptical. They felt there was a missing piece to the story since he had returned without a scratch. Why was he unconscious? Katsuki jumped when he saw the boy move slightly and called for Recovery Girl as he noticed his eyes flutter open. "Deku! You idiot!" Katsuki exclaimed, annoyance evident in his voice. Toga looked at him, puzzled. Weren't they childhood friends? She smiled slightly, beginning to understand why he called him by his last name. "Hey, Bakugo," Toga said, but Katsuki froze, staring at Izuku. This wasn't Deku. He groaned, realizing he was looking at an imposter. "Wait there, I'll go get Recovery Girl," he said coldly, rushing to the nurse's desk. "That isn't Deku," he whispered to her, and she looked at him, confused. "I don't know who that is, but it sure as hell isn't Deku," he insisted, careful not to be overheard. The nurse continued to look puzzled. "You told me he had no head injury, right?" he asked. "No, nothing has come up," she replied, still confused. "Then let me ask the questions. Bring Mr. Aizawa, because that isn't Deku," Katsuki said firmly. "We'll do that, Bakugo. You're the one who knows him best, so I'll trust you," she said, making the call as he returned to the side of the person lying in the bed. He stared at the boy, noticing the same eyes but a different expression. Anyone could be fooled if they didn't know Izuku. Same freckles, same hair, every physical attribute was identical. "Bakugo, how long was I out?" the imposter asked, and Katsuki frowned. That person didn't know the bond he shared with Izuku, so he felt no respect for him. "I don't know, I'm not your babysitter," he replied through gritted teeth. Izuku had told him to work on thinking things through, and he hoped he would be proud of him for not losing his temper with this fraud. "Right," the imposter mumbled, looking at his hands gripping the blanket. Silence filled the room as Katsuki leaned against the wall, staring at the imposter with disgust. But worry gnawed at him. If this person wasn't Izuku, then his boyfriend could still be in danger. The door opened, and a man entered. The imposter smiled at him. "Dad!" Toga exclaimed, and Aizawa immediately sensed that this was not his son. Izuku would never trust him so easily, especially after the last incident involving a copy of Aizawa who had kidnapped him. "Happy to see you're all right," Aizawa said, offering a half-smile before nodding to Recovery Girl, agreeing with Katsuki's assessment. "We'll just ask a few questions, Midoriya, to ensure you have no memory loss from any damage," the nurse explained. The imposter nodded. "Katsuki will ask since he's the one who knows you best," she added, and the room fell silent. "Nerd, what name did you give me as kids?" Katsuki asked, arms crossed, showing no emotion. "Kaken," the imposter answered cheerfully, and Katsuki frowned. "When did you stop calling me that?" he pressed. I don't remember, it just faded over the years, I guess. Toga felt the pressure mounting. One wrong answer could ruin everything. Why did I start calling you Deku? Katsuki asked, raising an eyebrow. Toga thought hard for any clue that would make sense. I don't know, she admitted, genuinely stumped. Katsuki scoffed. He remembered how Izuku had explained the meaning of the name every day in middle school, so there was no way he wouldn't know. Why did you storm off yesterday? Aizawa inquired. Silence enveloped them. Toga realized she was unprepared. What was Shiggy thinking? She thought, annoyed. I don't remember, she mumbled. They were checking for a head injury, maybe she could pretend her memory was hazy. The three exchanged glances, and Katsuki couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed the imposter by the collar. I don't know who you are, but you are not Deku. So stop your game, he whispered fiercely, glaring into her eyes. She pouted, and suddenly a muddy substance fell away, revealing a blonde high school girl. Seriously? These idiots should have at least tried to make a better plan, she whined, but then a smile spread across her face. So what gave it away? She giggled, and Katsuki was more than annoyed. Deku never calls me Bakugo. That idiot hasn't called me that since we met, he growled. The girl hummed, pulling out her phone, her expression turning blank. Wait, this is too far, she murmured, glancing at the half-conscious Izuku. His hair was sticky with dried blood, and his body was covered in bruises. The stab wound she had inflicted was worsening, and his body was only held upright by the straps securing him. He isn't going to survive if they continue like this, she whispered. Truth be told, she was in love with him. It was love at first sight. If she could, she would keep him for herself forever, her own little toy, and his blood tasted so good. She wanted him alive, going along with the plan so he would stay with them, not so he would die. She had completely forgotten she was with a pro hero who had trapped her in his capture weapon. Katsuki picked up the fallen phone and saw an image that made him want to throw up. But when he realized it was his boyfriend tied to a chair, he felt a surge of anger and despair. Recovery girl, noticing Katsuki's face go pale, looked at the phone and gasped. If Izuku was in that condition, she feared he didn't have much time left. Where is he? Katsuki demanded harshly. The girl, who had always had a fascination with gore, found this too much even for her. Where is he? He shouted again, and this time she reacted. Let me go and I'll show you, she said, and Katsuki was about to refuse until Recovery Girl showed him the image. What had they done to him? He was about to die, Katsuki thought, looking at the girl. Be quick, and we aren't letting you out of our sight, he said firmly, pulling out his phone. They were raiding the place now. Whatever pro heroes were available had to get ready, because this was not going to be an easy battle to win. Especially if Hisashi Midoriya was the one who had to face the challenges ahead. He had always been a supportive father, encouraging his son Izuku to pursue his dreams of becoming a hero, despite the odds stacked against him. Hisashi knew the world was dangerous, filled with powerful villains and unpredictable situations, but he believed in Izuku's potential. One day, as they sat together in their living room, Hisashi looked at Izuku with pride. You have a strong heart, Izuku. Remember, it's not just about having a quirk, it's about how you use it to help others. Izuku nodded, determination shining in his eyes. I want to be a hero, Dad. I want to save people and make a difference. Hisashi smiled, feeling a swell of hope. Then you must train hard and never give up. The path to becoming a hero is tough, but I know you can do it. As they continued their conversation, Izuku shared his dreams and fears. Hisashi listened intently, offering guidance and reassurance. The bond between them grew stronger with each word, solidifying their shared commitment to facing whatever challenges lay ahead. In the days that followed, Hisashi supported Izuku in his training, helping him develop his skills and confidence. They spent countless hours discussing strategies, practicing techniques, and building a foundation for Izuku's future as a hero. Through it all, Hisashi remained a constant source of encouragement, reminding Izuku that true strength comes from within and that he was never alone in his journey. Together, they faced the uncertainties of the world, united by their unwavering belief in each other. All Might had spoken about a man who was known for his incredible strength and unwavering determination. This man had faced numerous challenges throughout his life, always rising to the occasion and inspiring those around him. His reputation preceded him, and many admired him for his heroic deeds and the way he stood up for justice. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the city, the man prepared for another day of training. He knew that to protect those he cared about, he had to be at his best. With each passing moment, he felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders, but he was determined to carry it with pride. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of a familiar figure approaching. It was a young hero in training, eager to learn from the best. The man smiled, knowing that he had a duty to mentor the next generation. He welcomed the young hero with open arms, ready to share his wisdom and experience. "Are you ready to train today?" he asked, his voice filled with encouragement. The young hero nodded enthusiastically, eyes shining with excitement. "Yes, I want to learn everything I can from you." With that, they began their training session, pushing each other to their limits and forging a bond that would last a lifetime. The man felt a sense of fulfillment as he watched the young hero grow stronger, knowing that he was helping to shape the future of heroism. As the day came to an end, they sat together, catching their breath and reflecting on their progress. The man shared stories of his past, recounting the trials he had faced and the lessons he had learned along the way. The young hero listened intently, absorbing every word. "Thank you for believing in me," the young hero said, gratitude evident in their voice. The man smiled, feeling a warmth in his heart. "It's my honor. Remember, being a hero is not just about strength. It's about heart and determination. Never forget that." With those words, they both knew that their journey was just beginning, and together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead. The pros were planning their ambush attack in front of the headquarters while the students secretly stayed on the side, waiting for a moment to jump in. They knew they were likely to get into deep trouble for doing this, and expulsion might be on the table, but that was the least of their worries for now. Katsuki had the image of his injured boyfriend in mind, which gave him more than enough motivation to act. "Let go of me, shitty hair." Katsuki yelled at his friend, who was holding him back from raiding the place on his own. "Bakubro," a few more minutes and Kirishima stopped suddenly, getting into a fighting stance as he noticed a villain with light blue hair emerging from the side of the building. "You don't have minutes anymore," the villain said with a hint of annoyance before disappearing into a portal, and they noticed Toga jump inside just as it closed. It was only a few seconds later that a gunshot and a scream echoed from inside. That was all it took for the nitroglycerin that had accumulated in Katsuki's hands to ignite, exploding the side of the building and revealing a large man and a severely injured Izuku. The greenette smiled with all his strength, but it came out more like a wince of pain. Aizawa and All Might instantly recognized the explosion and cursed the student who was most likely not alone. The man known as All for One quickly began fighting, easily overpowering the heroes. Once All Might joined the fray, Aizawa nodded to the kids, signaling them to take care of Izuku. He swore to himself that he would deal with them later for this. Katsuki looked at Izuku, and if it weren't for his green hair, he wouldn't have recognized him. Even his eyes seemed empty, his bright emerald eyes looked numb. The sector was fully evacuated as the #1 hero, All Might, fought against All for One. The students had successfully retrieved Izuku and were with the paramedics, who were trying to stabilize him before transporting him. "You're doing a great job, kid. Stay awake," the paramedic praised, noting that Izuku should have been dead by now, yet he was still alive, awake, and resisting the pain. Katsuki watched anxiously with the others, though none could compare to his intensity. "Okay, he's stable, let's go. Can someone accompany?" the paramedic asked in a hurry, and Katsuki immediately stepped up to follow inside. "Name and relationship with the boy?" he inquired while filling out some paperwork as the others focused on Izuku. "Katsuki Bakugo, boyfriend," he replied, his eyes fixed on Izuku, who was barely awake. The paramedics concentrated fully on the Viridian team. "Izuku Midoriya, you better stay awake," Katsuki ordered, and Izuku smiled slightly in response. "Don't worry, Kaken. You promised a date, remember? My expectations are high this time," he said, giggling softly, which made Katsuki snort. The paramedics took advantage of the momentary distraction to treat Izuku's wounds. "You're a fool. I'm never letting you go out on your own again, do you hear me?" Katsuki glared at his boyfriend, slowly taking his hand after receiving the okay from the medic. "And that blonde villain, she was a terrible actress, you know? She even called me Bakugo. It was so weird, so you better never call me that." Katsuki glared, making Izuku chuckle before he coughed, which worried Katsuki, even though he tried not to show it. "Idiot. You're a complete idiot who won't speak or laugh until further notice because, as much as I miss it, I'd prefer you to stay alive." He squeezed Izuku's hand as the medics worked around him. Katsuki was slightly in the way, but the freckled boy was staying awake thanks to him, so they took extra care around them. "I'm proud of you, nerd. Not because you're an idiot who puts himself in danger at every opportunity, but because you didn't budge. That villain should know better than to mess with you," Katsuki smirked, kissing Izuku's forehead. "No one can mess with you except me, because we're going to get stronger together, right?" He smiled sadly as he watched Izuku smile in agreement. "What is his quirk?" the medic asked, and Izuku looked at Katsuki worriedly. "He's quirkless, and I swear to all might, if you stop treating him because of that, Katsuki stopped speaking when he noticed the small smile from the medic. "I won't. I'm also quirkless. It would be quite contradictory not to treat someone for that. I was just asking since sometimes it can affect the treatment," the medic said with a comforting smile, calming both teens. "I also wanted to be a hero but resolved to become a medic. I find it really admirable that you're working so hard for your dream," he said more to himself as he changed the blood bag. "Now let's just hope that villain gets the punishment he deserves," he mumbled, and Katsuki couldn't help but see a little part of Izuku in the man. "Haru, you're mumbling again," one of his colleagues pointed out, making the other nod slightly embarrassed. "Sorry," he whispered, giving a quick smile to the boys. "It's surprising you're alive, a miracle you're still awake, and unbelievable that you're stable," one of the paramedics said, confused. "Izuku should have died a long time ago. Something was off." Something," Izuku managed to say before wincing in pain. "Something? Just nod yes or no," the medic asked, worried. "Was it by a quirk?" he inquired, and Izuku slightly shook his head no. "Injection?" This time, he nodded yes. Shigaraki was the one watching over Izuku for the next 5 hours. "You're going to bleed to death. Where are these idiots? Aren't they supposed to be heroes?" he thought anxiously as he scratched his neck. "I don't know. Maybe they didn't figure it out." Izuku felt a twinge of sadness at that thought. Shigaraki had an idea and took a picture of the barely conscious boy, who hadn't even noticed it. This was the same picture he sent to Toga. This was going too far. She would stop the act and come back if she saw this. At least he hoped so. The tall man known as Kurojiiri entered the room with a small metallic box. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. "You know what will happen if—" The misted man was cut off as Shigaraki took the box containing the injection. "And if I don't do it, he dies," Shigaraki replied, taking the syringe and filling it with a thick teal-colored liquid. Izuku was confused and slightly panicked, but he didn't have the energy to act. "What's that?" he asked under his breath. Shigaraki didn't answer, only injecting the liquid. "It'll produce extra adrenaline to your brain and heart so they don't stop functioning. It should last about 4 days. If those idiots still aren't there, I'll give you another shot. It won't stop the pain, but at least you're alive," he explained to the boy, who nodded as best as he could. They arrived at the hospital, and Izuku was rushed inside to be prepared for surgery. They needed to conduct blood tests to assess what he had been given, as he could die if he received certain types of medications. "The others are going to be here after your surgery," Katsuki whispered, carefully holding Izuku's hand. "I'll also be there the whole time. And you better come out alive, got that?" Katsuki said harshly, a tear quietly falling. Izuku carefully raised his hand to wipe Katsuki's tear with his thumb. "I'll be fine, Kaken. Anyway, I have too much information to die." He smiled softly as Katsuki kissed him. "And once you're out, we'll have to brush your teeth because you taste like blood," the blonde smirked, making Izuku chuckle silently. Sir, we're going to have to leave for the OR. Someone entered, and Katsuki nodded, looking at Izuku with a worried frown. I'll be waiting for you the whole time. Don't die on me, okay? He said, kissing Izuku one last time. I won't, I promise, Izuku whispered as the doctors took him away. Katsuki went to the waiting room, where he spotted the group of their small rescue squad, present Mike and Aizawa. But could Izuku really hold that promise? It had been 4 days since Izuku was placed in an artificial coma. Katsuki was either at school or at the hospital. Izuku was slowly healing, but the pain would be impossible to handle if he were awake. However, there were still matters to address, including the consequences for the reckless actions of the students. You children are in huge trouble, you know that, right? Aizawa sighed in annoyance while looking at the 6 students. You could have been injured, and on top of that, you gave me more paperwork to do, he complained. 3 agents from the 𝘤𝘳𝘈𝘵 Public Safety Commission were also present to discuss the situation. It has come to our attention that Izuku Midoriya shouldn't be in the hero course. He has proven that doing hero work as a quirkless student is dangerous and reckless. It is also a waste of time that could be better spent on more capable students, one of the officers stated, and everyone who wasn't part of his team was angered. He should have kept his mouth shut. Hero work? The nerd was kidnapped, not doing any hero work. He's 14, for goodness sake. Katsuki exclaimed, slamming his wrists on the table. Yes, but has he really brought any positive impact to this school? You can't keep him as a student simply because he is related to a teacher. We believe he might cause more harm than good if he continues down this path. He would also only become a burden to other pro-heroes, the man explained nonchalantly. But before Katsuki could retaliate, Kirishima spoke up. That is an interesting point of view you have there, sir. Would you please mind elaborating? Kirishima asked with a forced smile, not hiding the disgust he felt for the man. Yes, well, he began, thinking he was making sense to them. To his dismay, Kirishima had more to say. Oh, but first, let's just ask everyone he helped so far. You know, just to see how useless he is to this school, he said mockingly as he texted someone. It didn't take long before Class 1A, 1B, and other students from the hero course entered the room with proud smirks, standing around their classmates who were already present. The teachers were amused by the scene, while the 𝘤𝘳𝘈𝘵 Public Safety Commission agents were furious. Yeah, let's start with the time he was able to locate a bomb and made everyone evacuate, saving a dozen pros and an entire class, Kirishima began with a mocking smirk. Or when he was able to get information out of a villain because he was quick enough to react to the situation, Katsuki added with pride, seeing that Izuku had so many people ready to fight for him. And he is helping every single one of us improve. He fights against us, and if he's not strong enough to be here, then I guess we should all leave since no one has beaten him yet, Kaminari declared with a proud thumbs up. And he believes in us, no matter what, another student from the second year added. Everyone contributed their thoughts, and the teachers felt a sense of pride as they witnessed their students come together. Now, since you have a quirk and belong to the superior class, mind telling me what would have happened if you were the one tied to the chair? Mirio asked with venom, a smile still plastered on his face. The agent remained silent, looking at Nizu in annoyance. What was happening? He was supposed to be on their side. You'd be dead, you would have probably given up at the first scratch, Bakugo responded with a mocking smirk. We're here to discuss our punishments and not whether Deku has his place in UA or not, Katsuki said, returning to a menacing glare. If so, you just started an argument you'll lose miserably. Principal Nizu, do you really accept this type of behavior? The man asked Nizu, finding the situation outrageous. It truly depends. In this case, you are insulting our most treasured student, so it is only natural for them to become frustrated by these types of remarks about their dear comrade. Therefore, I do not believe they are out of place. You, on the other hand, have proven yourself quite disrespectful and unhelpful. We will send a report to the commission explaining the next interventions we will be undertaking. You are now dismissed. It was truly an honor to meet you, and I will not be seeing you again as I will request a replacement, Nizu stated, remaining formal with a polite smile that infuriated the agent, who left in anger. Good day to you too, He waved goodbye as the students moved aside for him to pass. The students began cheering in victory, except for Katsuki, Shinso, and Tamaki, who noticed the serious expressions on the teachers' faces, remembering the reason for their visit. "Thank you, kids. I will now ask you to leave so we may discuss the matter with these six," Nizu said with his usual softness, and everyone nodded as they left. That was when those who had forgotten suddenly recalled the situation. "Could we skip the nonsense and get straight to the point?" Katsuki asked, clearly annoyed. "Thank you, Katsuki, for keeping us focused. As for the intervention method we will be taking, you are dismissed. I now have the urge to annoy the commission. You kids won't be getting any punishment this time," Nizu said, clapping his hands proudly, causing everyone present to blink in disbelief as they looked at him. Aizawa refused to let Katsuki tag along, leaving the blonde furious as he was sent back to the dorms. He couldn't just stand by and do nothing. His boyfriend was trapped, and for all he knew, he could already be dead. No, Izuku was strong. He would make it out with his usual smile. Yes, he had to believe that. Katsuki was startled by a knock on his door. He hesitated to open it until the knocking became more persistent. Swinging the door open, he revealed a group of 5. Kirishima grinned, while Katsuki frowned at the sight of them. "Leaving to save 𝘤𝘕𝘈𝘆𝘕 without us?" Kirishima asked. "How did you?" Katsuki began, confused about how they knew. Judging by their expressions, they had no idea how bad Izuku looked. "I may have been spying on you guys in RG's office. What was the thing on the phone about, anyway?" Mirio explained, his smile not quite reaching his eyes as concern filled his voice. "Deku isn't looking good. He was barely even alive." Katsuki admitted, feeling crushed as everyone exchanged worried glances. "Let's go, Bakugo. We don't have time to waste, do we?" Shinso urged, and Katsuki quickly agreed. In this mission were Katsuki, Kirishima, Shinso, Mirio, Nijire, and Tamaki. They were determined, and no one was going to change their minds. The mission to save Izuku began. Izuku immediately recognized the explosion. His first thought was that his boyfriend would be scolded for coming, as there was no way Aizawa or any teacher would have allowed him to be there. Within moments, the area was filled with pro-heroes. Most charged at the villain, but those who knew Izuku were shocked by his condition. It was worse in reality than in the pictures. He had bruises, cuts, and wounds all over his body, blood dripping everywhere. It was a miracle he hadn't died. His body was running solely on adrenaline. Izuku gave a small, relieved smile upon seeing them. All Might was engaged in battle with 𝘊𝘆𝘆𝘈𝘆, giving the students time to remove Izuku's restraints and bring him to safety. "Stay awake, okay? You better stay awake," Katsuki whispered, his hands shaking as he tried to untie Izuku without causing more harm. "I love you, Kaken," Izuku smiled, looking at him with pure happiness and relief. "I love you too, so shut up and keep your strength up to stay alive," Katsuki ordered. Once the restraints were off, Izuku went limp, his body too exhausted to hold itself up. Kirishima caught him and gently laid him on the ground. Blood was everywhere, and Katsuki felt frozen as he stared at Izuku. "Guys, his heart rate is too slow," Kirishima exclaimed after checking his pulse, which snapped Katsuki back to reality. He cursed under his breath as he lifted Izuku in a bridal carry, the boy whimpering in pain. "Stay awake, whatever you do, stay awake, nerd," Katsuki urged as he navigated through the chaos of the fight, the surrounding district being evacuated. "I love you, Kaken. Don't forget that, okay?" Izuku smiled weakly, prompting Katsuki to move faster. "Shut up, dude. You're saying that like you're going to die. You're going to be okay and we'll go on a date. The best date ever. But for that, you have to stay awake," Katsuki insisted as he laid Izuku on a stretcher, where paramedics immediately began to treat him. "I'm sorry, Kaken," Izuku mumbled as they placed him on oxygen and began a blood transfusion. He looked up at the sky, finding it easier to breathe. The stars were pretty tonight, he thought, even as someone disinfected his wounds, causing sharp pain. Mirio was asked to head to the infirmary where All Might was staying. The hero was still in critical condition with almost no power left, and his civilian form was now known to all. When Mirio entered, he found the skinny man sitting and looking out the window. "Hello, All Might. Principal Nizu said you needed to see me. What's up?" Mirio asked with a smile as he joined the man's side. "Take a seat, kid," All Might replied, offering a weak smile. Mirio nodded and sat beside the #1 hero. "Mirio, as you may have guessed, my time is coming to an end. I will no longer be able to be the symbol of peace, and someone will have to take my place," he explained sadly. Mirio gave a sympathetic smile, knowing this was not something All Might looked forward to. "I will need a successor. I have a power that is transferred from generation to generation, and 𝘤𝘳𝘵, I truly believe you have the potential to become the next symbol of peace. So, I wanted to see you today to ask a question," All Might said anxiously. "𝘤𝘵 Mirio, will you please be my successor?" he asked pleadingly. Mirio smiled brightly. "With all due respect, Mr. Toshinori, I must decline. I believe we both know who the real next symbol of peace should be," he pointed out, making All Might nod with a long sigh. Katsuki went to the hospital accompanied by Yamada, as Aizawa was still busy with paperwork. The blonde teacher had gone to get food, wanting to give them some alone time. This left Katsuki in a hospital room next to his unconscious boyfriend, with only the sound of the heart monitor filling the silence. He changed the water in the flowers he had brought the day before, then sat in the chair next to the bed, holding Izuku's hand. "You have the whole hero course defending you today after that agent said nonsense about you. Everyone put him in his place, and we won't be hearing from him anytime soon after that speech the old rat gave him," Katsuki said, looking at Izuku with affection. Katsuki remained silent, watching his lover's chest rise and fall with each breath. "Come on, tell your body to heal so you can wake up." "I hate talking to the void," he muttered, hiding his face in the bed. "I just want to hear your voice, your nerdy, adorably annoying voice." He smirked, kissing the back of Izuku's hand. "I miss you. Please wake up soon," he whispered, feeling a weight on his chest as if he were suffocating. "It's okay to cry, Bakugo. It's perfectly normal, and like Izuku always says, it proves you're brave enough to show your feelings," Yamada explained gently, knowing that Katsuki could be emotionally unstable at times. Katsuki let out a long, shaky breath as he watched his nerd, his Deku, laying there asleep. He hadn't noticed the tears filling his eyes as he looked at his lover. "Yeah, that nerd is lucky he's awesome enough to make me feel this way," he scoffed, bringing Izuku's hand to his cheek. Yamada watched with a small smile as he sat on the other side of the bed with his food. Katsuki had his dinner packed in his bag, but he just wasn't feeling like eating right now. Classes continued, and Katsuki attended all of them, rushing to the hospital at the end of each day in hopes of seeing that Izuku had woken up. It had been a week and a half since the last event, and yet it felt like years. Katsuki was with Aizawa and Mike as they headed to the hospital. They were also affected by all this. After all, they were like parents to him. Izuku had been placed in an artificial coma to help him heal faster and to reduce his pain. They approached the front desk, where they found a smiling nurse. Aizawa and Mike appeared calmer than usual. "Bakugo, go on. We'll join you shortly, we just need to get an update on his condition," Aizawa explained to the blonde, who started walking to the room. He opened the door but didn't see the freckled boy because of the closed curtain. Slowly, he opened it and froze when he saw a smiling Izuku. "Hey, Kaken," Izuku whispered, looking at his stunned boyfriend. Katsuki could barely process the information before he ran to hug the greenette. "It's okay, I'm okay," Izuku tried to soothe the blonde, who looked completely shocked. "How are you? Are you feeling better? Did I hurt you?" Izuku cut him off with a quick kiss. "I'm okay, Kaken. Now that I'm awake, Recovery Girl will come by every day and soon, I'll be good as new," he smiled at his boyfriend. "Apparently, the drag Shiggy gave me did more than keep me alive. If mixed with another medication, it could accelerate the healing process. That's why they put me in the coma. They didn't tell you in case it wouldn't work." Izuku explained softly to Katsuki, who had a million questions. "You gave a nickname to that handyman?" Katsuki asked, making Izuku chuckle nervously. "He's the one who made sure I stayed alive all along." He was able to communicate with me telepathically and made sure I wouldn't fall for 𝘊𝘆𝘆𝘆𝑜𝑛𝑦𝑥 traps, Izuku explained. He and 𝘊𝘐𝘵 made it less painful, he added quietly. What the hell, aren't they the villains? Katsuki asked, confused. They only did it because Shigaraki is my half-brother, and he didn't want me to become like them, Izuku mumbled, looking at Katsuki's hand. You know how messed up that sounds, right? Katsuki grumbled, and Izuku let out a silent sob. You don't believe me, do you? He mumbled, and Katsuki couldn't help but scoff. I never said that, idiot. I just think it sounds messed up because the fact that you're still alive proves they must have done something to save you, he replied, cupping Izuku's cheek. I'm sorry. I just feel dumb. I should have been more careful. I was scared, Kaken. I was scared I would stay there. I couldn't do anything to escape. I was just sitting there, unable to move. Maybe they were right. I can't be a hero without a quirk. If I can't make it through that, I'm just a burden. Izuku cried, and Katsuki took him in his arms, unsure of what to do. You know that probably no one would have made it out of there alive. On the plus side, thanks to all that, we were able to arrest that guy, Katsuki said, and Izuku looked at him wide-eyed. He got arrested? Izuku asked in shock. Of course he did. All Might took him down. He's in Tartarus. If he moves one muscle he's done for, Katsuki smirked, letting slip that the #1 hero had been badly injured and was retiring. Izuku let out a sigh of relief and smiled at Katsuki. And did the League escape? He asked, unsure. All of them, but you already knew, didn't you? Katsuki asked with an annoyed frown. Izuku looked away, ashamed. He felt like he wasn't a real hero. He had let villains escape. Why? Katsuki asked, irritated, and Izuku's eyes slowly filled with tears. I couldn't have stopped them, and they... Izuku struggled to explain, feeling conflicted. 𝘊𝘐𝘵 didn't burn me. Shigaraki kept me alive. Twice gave me food and water. I didn't want to owe them anything. Katsuki cut him off. By letting villains escape? What did you? Bakugo, enough. Aizawa entered the room. Midoriya had already answered every question and provided all the information needed. It wasn't the right thing to do, but he hadn't been in his right mind either. They couldn't place all the blame on him. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry, I don't know, Izuku said, having a panic attack as the monitor showed his heartbeat escalating quickly. Calm down, little listener, Mike said, reaching to touch his shoulder, but Izuku pushed him away with force. Don't touch me. No one. He was hyperventilating, his eyes filled with terror. We need you to, Mike continued, but Izuku's heartbeat quickened. No. I won't. No, no, no. The greenette moved around, looking wide-eyed at the room. He was no longer in the hospital. Standing in front of him was the man he should call a father. Aizawa left the room to get a doctor. It would have been too good to be true for him to stay cheerful. But Izuku had spent hours in constant distress. No one gets out of that unscathed. Katsuki backed away, shocked, as did Yamada. Izuku was moving around, saying things that didn't make sense. Katsuki felt a surge of worry when he noticed one of Izuku's stitches beginning to open. Without thinking twice, he took Izuku tightly, holding his wrists and wrapping his legs around his waist. Let go. Izuku was cut off when nurses arrived with doctors and injected him with something. No, no, no. Izuku kept squirming, and Katsuki held him tighter. Izuku, breathe. You're safe. We're not mad at you, we're all worried about you, okay? You went through a lot. We just want to help you. You're completely safe now. Katsuki soothed him, looking directly into his eyes. So breathe and relax. I don't want your wounds to reopen. I want to spend time with you. I missed you a lot in the last weeks. So please, Izuku, just try breathing for me, okay? He felt relief when Izuku's breathing began to calm down and he stopped squirming. Close your eyes and rest. I'll be there when you wake up. He kissed Izuku's scalp, carefully letting go of his wrists and moving to lay him down correctly on the bed. Just as he was about to get off the bed, Izuku tugged on his sleeve. Stay, he mumbled, looking at Katsuki pleadingly. The blonde glanced at the adults waiting for approval, and the doctor nodded. Okay, he whispered, laying next to Izuku and allowing the green net to rest on his chest. Everyone remained vigilant in case of another outburst until they could hear Izuku's soft snores. What happened? Katsuki asked in a whisper, rubbing his lover's back. A panic attack. I was surprised he hadn't had one before. He went through a lot of physical and psychological trauma. He might have more of these. What we injected basically makes his brain temporarily shut down so he can rest, sort of like a reset. He explained to the group, who nodded, still startled by what had just taken place. He should be out for 1 or 2 hours. Press the call button if something happens. He bowed politely before leaving with the nurses. Aizawa and Mike sat down, still disturbed by what had just happened. Katsuki, on the other hand, felt guilty. He had provoked the panic attack. This is crazy. Hisashi thought out loud. Is it a good idea for him to continue? He could hurt himself again or… Katsuki cut him off. Do you think it's a good idea to pull him away from his dream and leave him defenseless now? The only reason he's here isn't because he's a hero in training but because he was targeted. Katsuki said, annoyed. Removing him would make matters worse. We all want to protect him, but he's stubborn. If he wants to become a hero, he'll find a way. Better to keep him on the safe route. Katsuki reasoned, pulling his boyfriend closer to his chest. He's a real problem child. Aizawa grumbled, leaning back in the chair he was in. The two guardians had gone to grab food since they hadn't eaten dinner yet when Izuku started to open his eyes. Katsuki whispered, moving a strand of hair behind his lover's ear, Hey! What happened? Izuku asked, half asleep, and Katsuki gave him an affectionate smile. You had a panic attack. They gave you something to help you relax, he explained, looking into Izuku's eyes. Your eyes are gorgeous. I missed looking at them. Katsuki smirked, kissing the tip of Izuku's nose, making him blush. I'm sort of proud of your dumbass. He gently pinched Izuku's cheek. Izuku giggled, looking up at his boyfriend lovingly. I'm proud of you too, he smiled, which made Katsuki frown. What did I do? He asked, confused, causing Izuku to laugh. You set your pride aside for me. It makes me feel special. He giggled, looking at the loud blonde, which made Katsuki blush. Come on, don't get too full of yourself, Katsuki grumbled, embarrassed, making Izuku laugh again. I won't. Izuku grinned proudly, and a flash was seen across the room. They looked toward the door, where Aizawa had just hit the back of his husband's head. Hey! What the hell? Katsuki scolded, looking at them. Memory pictures? Yamada asked, more as a question than a statement. In case we need blackmail for Bakugo, Aizawa answered with a smirk, earning a strong nudge from Hisashi on his side. Before Katsuki could yell more, Izuku started laughing. I'm sure I could get a bunch of blackmail for Kaken, he giggled, looking up at his boyfriend. Hey, aren't you supposed to be on my side? Katsuki asked, pretending to be offended. But I am. See? Right next to you. Izuku laughed at his own joke as he moved closer to Katsuki, if that was even possible. Idiot, a complete total idiot, Katsuki smirked, kissing his forehead, and another camera flash went off. Seriously? Couldn't you at least turn off the flash? Aizawa asked, discouraged as Katsuki's eyebrows started twitching. What the actual heck? Delete all that. Katsuki ordered, trying to hold in his blush, which didn't work, earning him another picture. Stop that. Katsuki ordered, making them laugh. Even Aizawa cracked a smile at Katsuki's annoyance. Shoo, kill them later. Now I want cuddles, Izuku ordered, hugging Katsuki, making him go bright red. Was that nerd really that shameless? Don't worry, Katsuki. His brain is still a little fuzzy from all the medication. He might not have all the logic in the world right now, Aizawa explained with a mocking smirk. Which means more pictures. Yamada added, showing off his phone. Dad, stop. I want Kaken to be calm. My head hurts, Izuku grumbled, starting to doze back to sleep. Katsuki looked at them smugly, watching the blonde father pout while Aizawa sighed in discouragement. Izuku was still extremely tired. Recovery Girl came every day to help with the healing process, but she couldn't heal everything in one shot due to the extent of his injuries. Katsuki visited every day, which started to raise suspicions among their classmates. Are you and Deku-kun dating? Ochako asked Katsuki the moment she spotted him. Why the heck would I be dating that idiot? He's my friend, nothing more, he snapped back, annoyed at people prying into his personal matters. Because we all are his friends, but you take it to another level, she explained, making Katsuki's eyebrow twitch in frustration. Kirishima, who was on the other side of the room, felt alerted by this conversation and decided to intervene before things got ugly, leaving Kaminari alone and confused. So, Baku bro, still okay for me to come with you to see Midobro later? Kirishima questioned with a huge grin. Whatever, I don't care, Katsuki glared at him, annoyed but hiding a hint of gratitude. Oh, Kirishima-kun, don't you think Katsuki and Izuku look like more than friends? Ochako asked the redhead, trying to prove her point. Of course they do. They're childhood best friends. They're bound to be close. Kirishima laughed. I mean in a romantic way, she specified, and Kirishima pretended to think about it. Not really, I mean, they're good bros, but I wouldn't imagine them as more, he admitted, and to Katsuki's surprise, he actually looked convincing. I think I get it. So both of you are open to dating? She asked, making Katsuki cough. What the heck do you mean? He asked, annoyed. I ain't dating anyone. Which leaves Deku-kun. Anyway, that's all I needed to know. Bye. She waved as she skipped away, leaving Katsuki frustrated. That girl better not be making any moves on Deku, Katsuki growled, glaring at the brunette from afar. Kirishima made a mental note to help his friends with their secret and keep people out of the way. Seriously though, can I come with you to visit Midobro? He asked, missing his friend and knowing that the big 3+ Shinso had visited him multiple times. I don't care, but only for 1 hour because that nerd doesn't know his limits. Thanks, bro. I'll go with you after school. See ya. Kirishima grinned, running back to Kaminari, whom he had abandoned minutes before. Katsuki discreetly took out his phone and smirked. My Deku, good morning, Kakin. Have a nice day at school. I love you. Cute, he thought as he read the message. Izuku had been sending those messages every day along with a few others, like making sure he ate and all. The best boyfriend. Morning, nerd. Love you too. Rest well, shitty hair is coming with me to visit you later. My Deku, okay. Talk to you later. He closed his phone, putting it away as he saw the tired teacher walk in, looking more exhausted than usual, as if he had been caught in a decision that took away his precious sleeping hours. Izuku was lying in the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling bored but unable to close his eyes again. The constant beeping of the monitor was starting to annoy him, along with the announcements on the intercom and the nurses who came to check his vitals multiple times a day. It was all driving him crazy. He tried to focus on the few courses he had, but since he wasn't part of the regular program with classes like English, he only had the hero classes. He had to catch up on everything and was running out of things to do. He never thought he would want to have classes with Yamada, yet there he was, hoping for something interesting to occupy his mind. He had watched the fight between All Might and 𝘊𝘆𝘆 and learned about All Might's fall. He felt like it was his fault. If he hadn't been so weak, All Might wouldn't have had to retire. No, that's not true. I'm not the reason he had to retire. Well, I am. But not completely. But, no, Izuku, stop. You're going to hurt your brain if you keep this up, and Kakin won't be happy. He began mumbling to himself, shaking his head in an attempt to change his train of thought. He hadn't noticed that a certain blonde was watching him with a sad frown. You're right about that. I'll kick your butt if you continue thinking that, Katsuki said, making Izuku blush in embarrassment as he looked up to see Katsuki and Kirishima standing there. Hello. I'm happy to see you guys. Izuku stuttered, feeling a bit crazy for talking to himself. You are a crazy person. You always talk to yourself, Katsuki teased, kissing Izuku's forehead, which made him blush even more as he realized he had been mumbling. Alright. Hi, Kirishima. How are you? Izuku asked, desperate for a change of subject. I'm great. Happy to see you looking a lot better. The last time I saw you, it felt like seeing a bird squashed on the side of the road, so I was kind of worried. Kirishima said nervously, making Izuku smile sadly. It's true you were also there to save me. Thank you so much, Kirishima. I'm really sorry if it was disturbing to see. He bowed slightly, feeling uncomfortable. He had seen pictures taken for evidence and was startled by the image. Oi, shitty hair, don't talk about that, Katsuki ordered, recalling that he had been told about Izuku's nightmares. Speaking of it was definitely not a good idea. Sorry, I didn't think before talking, Kirishima said, smiling apologetically at Izuku, who immediately reassured him that it was all right. Kirishima left, leaving Katsuki alone with Izuku. The blonde wanted to speak about earlier but not in front of their friend. It isn't your fault. What happened to the old geezer was bound to happen sooner or later. And if it's anyone's fault, it's that guy's fault. That all for one guy, Katsuki? Whispered, sitting next to Izuku and holding his hand. Izuku smiled at the way he referred to him. Are Aizawa and Hisashi mad at me? They haven't visited that much, and when they do, they act weird and distant, Izuku questioned, confused about the situation. Katsuki shook his head. I really don't think so. They've been acting weird in school too. Maybe ask them? They'll be more capable of answering you than I am, he suggested. Katsuki agreed that his boyfriend's guardians had been acting strangely recently, as if they were constantly preoccupied with something else. Yeah, you're probably right. I'm just overreacting again, Izuku whispered to himself, and Katsuki sighed, moving to lay next to him. No, you're not. You're just worried. For better or for worse, it's a normal emotion, Katsuki chuckled, holding him in his arms. And no one can stay mad at you. He kissed Izuku's temple gently. They must think I'm also a villain. I'm the son of one of the worst villains to exist. But I'm not. I'm not one, and I said no when they wanted me to join, and it's still no. I'm not a villain. I want to be a hero. I don't want them to leave me. Izuku started crying. You're already a hero, Deku. We all know you don't have an ounce of bad intentions inside of you. You're still going to become the number 2 hero. I'd say number 1, but that's going to be me, Katsuki smirked, bringing Izuku closer in his arms. Izuku laughed, nuzzling into his lover's chest. Of course you will, Kaken. Izuku focused on Katsuki's breathing, trying to stay calm. Want to eat? I made katsudon for you, Katsuki asked, watching Izuku sit up with stars in his eyes. Yes, please, he almost yelled, making the blonde laugh as he went to grab the food he had kept in his bag. It was still warm. When do you have time to cook? Izuku asked, taking his plate. I prepare it before going to sleep and finish cooking before coming here, he explained, leaving out the part about having to go to bed later since he had homework to do on top of that. Thank you, Izuku whispered, putting his hands together before starting to eat. I don't want you to go out of your way for me, Kaken. I really appreciate it, don't get me wrong, but I don't want you to force yourself to do so. You should know by now I don't force myself to do anything. I do it because I want to. Plus, what do you want me to do? There's no way I'm hanging out with the other extras, he smirked. Honestly, he didn't mind going the extra mile for Izuku if it meant he could see that smile of his. Okay, Kaken, I love you. Izuku whispered the last part, taking a bite of his food, making Katsuki blush. Freaking nerd, being cute and everything, he grumbled, trying to hide his embarrassment. Izuku giggled as they both ate in peaceful silence. Katsuki had put Izuku in a wheelchair to walk him around. So, you're supposed to be discharged next week? Katsuki asked, trying to make conversation. Yeah, I'll be able to continue my program, minus the bigger training sessions, Izuku explained, laying his head back to look up at the taller male. You won't be doing any type of physical training until you don't have a scratch left, Deku. Don't test me, Katsuki warned, kissing the smaller boy's forehead. But how am I supposed to help the others improve? Izuku questioned, worried. By doing better. You won't be of any help if you're injured, Katsuki retorted. But that's literally my whole program. Izuku replied. Then I'll do the fighting part, and you do the nerdy part. I don't care what we do, but you're not going on the field yet, Katsuki replied. Izuku sighed in defeat as he looked around. Do you want me to spend the night? Since it was the weekend, Katsuki offered to sleep on the couch if Izuku wanted. Izuku joked about missing the chance to cuddle, expressing his concern about whether it was okay with Auntie. Katsuki reassured him that it was fine with both his aunt and his father. Izuku nodded, stifling a yawn. Katsuki scolded him to let him know when he was feeling tired, reminding him that he was in recovery and they didn't want him passing out. Izuku chuckled and softly asked if they could go to sleep, to which Katsuki grumbled that it was almost his bedtime anyway. Izuku reflected on how Katsuki always made time for him, even if it meant stepping out of his comfort zone. He appreciated how much Katsuki cared for him, even if he would deny it. It made Izuku happy to see this side of Katsuki, and he couldn't bring himself to ask him to stop. Katsuki noticed Izuku smiling and asked what was so funny. Izuku giggled and said he was happy that Katsuki was with him, which made Katsuki blush. Katsuki grumbled back, trying to hide his smile. The next morning, Katsuki was the first to wake up, finding Izuku asleep on his arm. It was uncomfortable, but he didn't mind as he watched Izuku sleep. When Izuku's eyes slowly opened, Katsuki smiled and whispered good morning, giving him a gentle peck on the forehead. Izuku returned the greeting, hugging Katsuki tightly and expressing how well he had slept because Katsuki was there. Katsuki teased Izuku about being adorable and mentioned that he had slept well with his human-sized teddy bear. He then explained that their parents wanted to talk to Izuku, as they had gone to grab breakfast and All Might would join them later. Izuku groaned but sat up carefully, and Katsuki playfully complained about his arm falling asleep. Izuku defended himself, saying it wasn't his fault Katsuki was comfortable. Katsuki teased him further, pinching his cheek, which made Izuku whine adorably. Katsuki leaned in to kiss him again, smirking as he called him adorable. Just then, they heard a cough from the entrance and turned to see their parents and All Might standing there, surprised. Toshinori blinked multiple times, trying to process what he had just witnessed. Both boys blushed even more, realizing their teacher had just discovered their relationship. Izuku nervously greeted All Might, trying to change the subject. All Might commented that he wasn't surprised, noting that Izuku was the only one who could be close to Katsuki without getting blown away. Katsuki shot him a glare, embarrassed about being caught kissing Izuku. Katsuki warned All Might not to say anything, and All Might reassured him that he had already assumed that part. Izuku looked at his parents, who were unusually quiet, and a feeling of dread washed over him. He asked if he had done something wrong, which confused the teachers. Yamada approached Izuku to hug him, sensing his distress. Izuku struggled to express himself, feeling a lump in his throat. Katsuki scolded his parents for being distant, explaining that it made Izuku worry about the worst scenarios. The parents' expressions softened with guilt. The three teachers exchanged glances, silently agreeing that it was time to address the issue. Aizawa explained that they had been hiding something, but it wasn't about anything Izuku had done. Izuku nodded, unsure, as he stepped back from Yamada's hug and admitted he had been feeling sensitive lately. Katsuki flicked Izuku's forehead, scolding him for being hard on himself after everything he had been through. Izuku looked at the adults and asked what they wanted to talk about, feeling nervous. Yamada sat at the end of the bed and began to explain that it wouldn't be easy and they wouldn't force him into anything. He emphasized that Izuku deserved to have the final word, and they would support him no matter what. Izuku laughed nervously, feeling scared. Toshinori took a deep breath and asked Izuku how he would feel if he were given a chance to gain a quirk strong enough to defeat All for One. All Might sat nervously in the chair, glancing at Aizawa, who maintained a blank expression, revealing nothing. So you want him to become a weapon? A vessel for power? Aizawa asked, his voice laced with venom, causing Toshinori to sink into guilt. I'm not accepting that, Aizawa scoffed. I understand, but please take the time to think about it. Young Midoriya has the soul of someone who could take on that role. And, Aizawa interrupted, speaking louder this time. Izuku won't be a weapon. You know just as well as I do that he won't heed his limits if it means he can help, Aizawa retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. What happened to the guy who didn't think Izuku could become a hero? Why is he suddenly a good candidate? He's finally feeling more confident and has a goal, to prove he can become a hero, even without a quirk. Do you really want to make him change that? Aizawa spat, frustration boiling over. So tell me why I should even listen? Because this is only the beginning. This man is a mastermind. He'll escape sooner or later and come after Midoriya again. He'll stop at nothing. With this power, Midoriya will be able to protect himself. After the recent events, it proved Midoriya's determination to resist the dark side. I never said he couldn't become a hero. I said he would get severely injured. That did happen, but not because he was quirkless. Young Midoriya has determination in him. I know he does, and I believe he could be the one to end this cycle. Please, Aizawa, I simply wish for you and Yamada to consider it. I won't ask young Midoriya until I have your approval, Toshinori pleaded, setting aside his dignity. What will happen? Aizawa asked, leaving Toshinori confused. What are the negative points? What are you not telling me? He questioned. Toshinori sighed loudly. A lot. I'll be honest, this quirk weakens his body. He will need to adapt to it, which may lead to injuries, some of which could be major. And if he were to face 𝘊𝘆𝘆 again and refuse to give up the quirk, it would put him in a kill or be killed situation. He explained truthfully. Write it down, all of it, good and bad. Do that, and we'll discuss it more. But like I said, it's his choice and his alone, Aizawa said firmly. I will. Thank you, 𝘊𝘁𝘁𝘕, replied, bowing, which made Aizawa scoff. Let one piece of information slip from that paper, and I will come after you, Aizawa warned. I know you will, and that's why not a single thing will be left out. Toshinori answered confidently. Reluctant, Izuku replied truthfully. When 𝘊𝘆𝘆 offered to give me a quirk, I thought about it, and it felt so wrong to suddenly have one. Plus, I also don't know if I would be emotionally able to end anyone, he admitted. But I also had time to think about something. He looked oddly calm when he was arrested. He most likely already has an escape plan, Izuku concluded. To be honest, I think that if innocent lives were on the line, then I might do it. He mumbled uncertainly. But there must be an origin story to this. If it's possible to create something like his quirk, it means there must be some curse to counteract it. I'm sorry, Mr. Toshinori, but I found it strange that you found yourself destroyed by your own quirk, which normally would be acceptable when you're still in training and all, except that you have control over your quirk. So I searched more into your past, Izuku admitted, feeling ashamed that his curiosity had gotten the best of him. All Might, on the other hand, went pale. When I was in the warehouse, I read some very old articles. I searched for them, and they were completely deleted. Not a single trace of the information anywhere. So I looked at the notes I took and noticed something. You must have more than one quirk, considering your different ways of activating it and the different effects. You also lost control of your quirk once. It was during the sports festival in your first year. You emitted some sort of mist. It was easy for the school to cover up, claiming it was a malfunction from the arena, but it was you. I'm pretty convinced of that, Izuku explained, looking at All Might with a blank expression. Which means you have more than one quirk, something that shouldn't be possible. In your public record, it states your quirk is super strength, which is a lie because there are clearly more. This initially led me to think that 𝘊𝘆𝘆 gave you multiple quirks. Izuku took a small break, holding his chin between his thumb and index finger as he thought. But, like I said, there must be a quirk that could counter him, which brings me to the most recent fight. You were the only one who could keep up with him. You made sure everyone was gone because you knew that the fight was something you had to do, Izuku mumbled with a frown. So why are you speaking of me having a quirk to defeat him? You're the one who has it, he questioned, confused and unable to draw further conclusions. The rest of the room fell silent, shocked by all the information that had just come out and how accurate it was. Except for Bakugo, who thought Izuku's brain had suffered permanent damage. You're correct, young Midoriya, to the point I find it quite terrifying, Yagi admitted with a nervous laugh, which made Izuku smile slightly. Also, you were born quirkless. Isn't that a little controversial compared to what you told me at our first meeting? Izuku questioned, recalling his recent discovery that had left him shocked. How? All Might struggled to comprehend how he had just been exposed by a kid. I'm sorry again, it was part of my research, Izuku bowed apologetically. I went through the system up to your middle school, and in all legal documents, you were declared as being quirkless, Izuku explained. Izuku Midoriya, please tell me you didn't hack the system, Katsuki growled, glaring at the smaller boy, who gulped. I didn't hack the system, he replied uncertainly. When he saw the look on the blonde's face, he sighed in defeat. It was done safely. I made sure to erase any evidence of my presence and modified the programming defenses in case someone else did what I did. Since it's so old, it was not secured at all. If the League of Villains were to find out, well, you know what could happen. Izuku mumbled. The teachers were perplexed but impressed by his programming skills. Deku, did you hack Yue's system to figure out which school he went to? Katsuki asked, feeling discouraged. I already told Nizu. He said it was fine since I went unnoticed, but I have to show him how I did it so he can fix the leak, Izuku reassured them. He also wants me to try other zones to look for different weaknesses in the system, he thought aloud. Back on track. Everything you say is true, which will avoid some of the explanation, All Might mumbled. Just say it, Yagi, Aizawa ordered. Young Midoriya, this quirk can be passed down to a successor. With the recent events, I need to find a new wielder, and I'd like it to be you. Izuku blinked a couple of times, processing the information. What do you mean? I'm not sure I understand, he asked slowly. A paper was handed to him, and Izuku read it with Katsuki peeking over his shoulder. Katsuki frowned, finally looking up to face Yagi Toshinori, who appeared miserable. So, you're asking me to go against my biological father? Defeat him before he can harm me, and risk everything because of the quirk? All that plus I have to train intensively because he could escape at any moment and cause destruction? Izuku questioned. That's a brutal way of explaining it, but yes. That's about it, Yagi said with a long sigh. And once I defeat 𝘊𝘩𝘈𝘈, the quirk will leave my body? Izuku asked. It isn't certain, but that's what all my research leads to, he answered truthfully, earning a hum from Izuku. And I will be developing multiple quirks in the future that could appear at any given moment? Yes. I will hear voices of the past wielders and possibly have visions of them? Yes, and you will have no control over them or when they appear. All that, and I have to eat your hair to transfer the quirk? Izuku asked, perplexed by the last point. He has to what? Yamada exclaimed, choking on air. He will not be eating your hair, Katsuki retorted, also startled. Is that really the only information you pulled out of this? Aizawa questioned the duo, feeling discouraged. They both looked at Izuku with blank expressions. And I'll have to defeat him. Izuku mumbled. I can't save him. They all fell silent, lost in the infinite possible outcomes. Can I think about it? Izuku asked, which was already better than a no. Of course, young Midoriya. It's a big responsibility that could bring many consequences, so I prefer you think this through, he explained, and Izuku hummed in response. Thank you, All Might. It's really nice, though. What am I supposed to say to our classmates? If it's supposed to stay a secret, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to explain why I came back with a quirk, Izuku questioned, and the teacher froze, realizing he hadn't thought of that. You didn't think that far, did you? Aizawa asked, feeling discouraged. Well, to be honest. Not one bit, he admitted, ashamed. Izuku couldn't help but let out a short laugh. This is definitely your type of mistake. I could always say that with the recent events, my quirk awakened. I do have the predispositions for a quirk, so it would be a long shot, but still believable, Izuku suggested. Aizawa has my number if you ever have questions. I'll leave you guys to it. I hope you rest well, young Midoriya, and please think this through. I believe that if you don't, Aizawa will be very upset with me, he said with a nervous laugh, which made them laugh while the teacher nodded in agreement. Well then, I'm also counting on your discretion in all this, young Bakugo, All Might said with a small smile. Yeah, Katsuki agreed. Toshinori nodded before leaving the room. So he was born quirkless? Yamada asked. Yeah. I have to say I was disappointed to learn that, considering he was against me being in the hero course for that very reason, he admitted with a long sigh. Katsuki had been oddly silent all along, which hadn't gone unnoticed by the rest of the room. Kaken, what do you think of all this? Izuku asked his boyfriend, who was looking down with a scowl. I hate it. Yeah, it's great you'll have a quirk, But at what cost? Will you even be able to confront him? I'm not saying you're weak, but come on, Izuku. You can't even hurt a fly, and now you're asked to defeat someone. It's ridiculous, Katsuki explained, annoyed. The room fell silent for a few seconds that felt like hours before Yamada spoke. I sadly have to agree with Bakugo. Young listener, would you really be ready to live with the guilt of taking a life? Izuku remained silent while resting his head on Katsuki's shoulder, slowly processing the information. I don't know. And that's what scares me most, Izuku admitted, looking ahead. I may train and everything, but it would all be for nothing if I can't do it emotionally. I don't want to die, he whispered. Class 1A was gathered for a game night that Mina had organized with Hagekure to lighten the mood. Their friend being in a hospital bed and the uncertainty surrounding the situation was stressful for them all. Mina, filled with excitement, suggested, "Okay guys, let's do a truth or dare." This proposal was met with a chorus of complaints. "Sit down in a circle now," she ordered firmly, prompting the class to respond. "Yes, ma'am," Kaminari said, quickly taking his seat, followed by the rest of their classmates. "Okay, I'll start," Mina exclaimed, clapping her hands together. "Todoroki, truth or dare?" she asked the classmate who had surprisingly agreed to join in. "I do not know the rules of this game," he replied honestly, which elicited gasps from the rest of the class. What did you do of your?" At that moment he felt rather well, thank you. He answered formally, but if the conversation turned to his everyday life, it was rather disastrous. He showed no interest in the discussion. "Well, my friend, if you need to talk, I am here for you." Aoyama responded dramatically. "It is not necessary. Your support is appreciated all the same." Todoroki responded in French, which confused the entire classroom. Zero, looking puzzled, asked if there was a translation tool available since he didn't understand. Kirishima exclaimed in surprise, expressing that he had no idea Todoroki spoke French. Todoroki explained that he had studied French, English, and Spanish in his free time. Zero, excited, exclaimed that it was great because if he had questions on exams, he could ask Todoroki, and no one would understand. Todoroki simply replied with a short, "No," leaving Zero in shock. Uraraka complained about the need for a translation tool, and Todoroki, maintaining a straight face, pointed out that they were supposed to be playing a game. Mina explained the rules of truth or dare, stating that players had to choose between answering a question truthfully or completing a dare, with no option to lie or back out without facing consequences. Todoroki chose truth for his turn. Mina then asked him who he thought was the most attractive person in Class 1A. Without hesitation, Todoroki answered that he would have to say Zero, causing Zero to turn bright red. Mina shouted in surprise, prompting laughter from their classmates as both Todoroki and Zero started blushing. Todoroki realized the implications of his answer but didn't mind it at all. Todoroki decided to shift the conversation and asked, "How do I continue the game?" Mina explained, "Just ask anyone truth or dare, and you can make the decision from there." "In that case, Hagekure, truth or dare?" Todoroki inquired. "Truth," she replied cheerfully. "Have you ever gone to the dentist?" he asked, prompting gasps and laughter from the class. "Does my breath stink?" she asked, embarrassed. "Not at all. I was just curious since technically no one can see you, so the dentist couldn't examine you properly," he explained, which relieved the class. "Well, they use a product to stain my teeth and work from there," she admitted, still feeling shy. Todoroki responded with a hum and then turned to Kirishima. "Kirishima, truth or dare?" "Dare?" he answered with a toothy grin. "I dare you to call Bakugo and declare your undying love for him on speaker," she ordered, making Kirishima tense up. "Right," he said, hiding his anxiety as he nervously took out his phone. "Can I tell him afterwards that it's for a prank?" Kirishima asked, worried about ruining his friendship with his two friends who were dating. "Sure," she agreed. He pressed the contact button, hearing the dialing sound. Katsuki's voice came through. "What do you want, shitty hair?" Kirishima stammered, "I have feelings for you and I," but before he could finish, the call ended abruptly. Surprised, he received another call, this time from Izuku. Hey, Midobro, listen, Kirishima started. No. Imagine Kaken had feelings for you? If you like him, don't say it over the phone. Izuku interrupted. The class blinked in surprise at this unexpected reaction. Kirishima tried to explain. Take me off speaker, Izuku said, sounding genuinely upset. Kirishima gulped and complied, feeling nervous. Suddenly, Izuku's tone brightened. I heard from my dads that there was a game night, so I'm assuming it was a dare or something? Yeah? Sorry, Kirishima replied. Giggles. Don't worry, Kirishima-kun. Kaken knows too, it's just we were cuddling, so he was mad to be interrupted. I see. I'm sorry. It was for the game, I didn't want to back out, Kirishima explained. Don't worry. Well, have fun because Kaken looks like he's about to blow up, Izuku said. Okay, thanks bro. Kirishima replied before the call ended. The class looked at him expectantly, waiting for an explanation. Mito was just playing. He knew there was a game night and wanted to joke a little, Kirishima explained with a long sigh, which made everyone laugh, relieved. Once the class calmed down, Kirishima returned to his cheerful self. 𝘰𝘳𝘕𝘵. Truth or dare? He asked, grinning widely. Truth, she answered with a smile. Please, Kiri. Choose something spicy. Mina pleaded, eager for more drama. Who do you have a crush on? He asked, seeking approval from Mina, who gave him a thumbs up. 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢𝘢 The rest of the sentence was unclear as she wasn't speaking loudly enough. Who? Kirishima asked. Deku-kun, she said loudly, closing her eyes tightly in embarrassment. I ship it. Mina squealed, making Kirishima tense up. The redhead thought to himself, worried as he watched the class encourage her to confess soon. Izuku was finally being discharged after almost a month. Katsuki was grabbing some things in his dorm room before heading out to get him. There was a loud knock at the door, and he swung it open with a scowl. What is it? He asked, irritated to see the redhead inviting himself into his room. Remember that game night a few days back? Kirishima asked nervously, ready to activate his quirk if the blonde exploded. Yeah, the one where you told me you were in love with me? Katsuki replied, hiding his amusement. I already apologized for that. Move on. Kirishima complained. Katsuki scoffed, shaking his head in discouragement. So, what about it? He asked, not wanting to waste the time of Izuku's parents, who were waiting for him outside. Well, someone in the class has a crush on Midoriya and is planning on making a move. I just wanted to warn you guys, but I didn't know how to bring it up. Kirishima blurted out. Who? Katsuki asked, already planning a confrontation. 𝘰𝘳𝘕𝘰, he answered anxiously. Of course, she would have a crush on that nerd, Katsuki grumbled, annoyed. I'll tell Deku. He's getting discharged, so we'll be back with him, and if she makes a move, she's in trouble. No pressure, but are you two planning on being open? Kirishima asked, nervous about the blonde's reaction. It would avoid these things, that's why I'm asking. Katsuki sighed, opening the door for them to leave. I don't want to deal with their schemes. Deku's got enough to worry about right now without adding them on top of that, he grumbled, annoyed by the immaturity of their classmates. But the guy was caught, isn't it over? Kirishima asked, confused as he left the room. Apparently, this is just the beginning, Katsuki replied. After what felt like forever, the discharge papers were signed, and they had left the cursed walls of the hospital, finally standing in front of the dorm rooms, mentally preparing for what was to come. Aizawa sighed as he petted Izuku's hair, expressing his relief. He said he was happy to have him back and that he needed to go sleep. Present Mike, almost yelling, brought Izuku into a suffocating embrace, telling him to call them if he needed anything, even if it was just to tuck him in bed. Izuku nervously thanked them, calling them dads. After their goodbyes, Katsuki was once again left with Izuku on the front porch. They slowly opened the door, and as they passed the common area, chaos erupted since no one knew he was coming back. 𝘰𝘳𝘕𝘰 cried out, hugging him tightly and expressing how much she missed him. Mina questioned Katsuki about why he hadn't informed them about Izuku's return, saying they would have made something to celebrate. Katsuki, not hiding his annoyance, replied that Izuku was tired and needed to sleep. Izuku, with his innocent nature, didn't notice how 𝘰𝘳𝘰𝘓𝘁 was clinging to him, but Katsuki certainly did. He regretted not telling her about his relationship with Izuku. 𝘰𝘳𝘰𝘓𝘁 asked if Izuku needed help with anything, her smile wide. Izuku assured her that Katsuki had already offered to help, thanking her for her concern. 𝘰𝘳𝘰𝘓𝘁 nodded, but as soon as Izuku looked away, she shot Katsuki a death glare, which he returned without shame. He was determined to make it clear that Izuku was off limits. Izuku, feeling embarrassed, asked if it was okay to talk to them tomorrow, as he was really tired. Kirishima encouraged him to go rest, and everyone wished him good night. As they walked to his dorm room, Katsuki asked if Izuku was tired or overwhelmed. Izuku admitted it was both, still looking down. Katsuki hummed as he opened the door to Izuku's dorm room. Once inside, Izuku hid in Katsuki's chest, confessing he was still processing everything. Katsuki whispered that it was okay and that he was there for him, reassuring him that he was doing great. Izuku smiled slightly, looking up at his boyfriend, and whispered that he felt lucky to have him. Katsuki smirked, saying it was more like the other way around but gladly accepted it as a compliment. He kissed Izuku gently, making him giggle. Katsuki suggested they unpack tomorrow since they could rest for now. Izuku agreed, whining about how uncomfortable the hospital bed was, and he pulled Katsuki onto the bed, causing the blonde to laugh. Katsuki laid down first, and Izuku quickly settled on his chest. Katsuki complained that Izuku was heavy, to which Izuku pouted and asked if he should get off. Katsuki playfully replied, "Never," and kissed him again. Izuku smiled against his lips, giggling that it was definitely better than the hospital bed. They lay there in silence for a while until Katsuki remembered the situation with 𝘰𝘳𝘰𝘓𝘁. Katsuki asked if he was the only one Izuku loved and wanted to be with, feeling insecure. Izuku, confused, responded affirmatively, assuring Katsuki that he loved him and could never ask for anything better. He whispered that even in a room full of people, he would be looking for Katsuki and only him, blushing slightly. Katsuki couldn't help but smile at that statement, calling Izuku adorable. Izuku pretended to be offended, which made Katsuki laugh as he playfully bit his shoulder. Katsuki defended himself, saying it wasn't his fault Izuku looked like he tasted good. Izuku retorted that he didn't taste good, claiming Katsuki tasted like burned caramel, which made Katsuki smirk mischievously and ask how he would know that. Izuku, embarrassed, complained that Katsuki shouldn't say it in a dirty way. Katsuki feigned innocence, and Izuku mumbled that he was mean. Katsuki chuckled and brought them together for a passionate kiss. Izuku smiled at him and then, after a moment, said he was thinking of accepting All Might's offer. He knew he was being used, but he also wanted to help people. Katsuki, feeling discouraged, expressed his concerns, saying he didn't want Izuku to die if he couldn't bring himself to end the threat. Izuku smiled sadly, looking at the ceiling, and thought out loud that he couldn't save everyone. He whispered that if he wanted to bring peace, some people had to lose. Tears welled in his eyes as he wished everything could be okay without anyone getting hurt. Katsuki sighed, taking Izuku's hand tightly. He tried to reassure him, saying it was impossible to save everyone, but he would kick the butt of anyone who stood in the way of bringing peace. Izuku giggled at that, saying he would accept the offer but wanted Katsuki to stay by his side. He needed Katsuki with him, and his eyes teared up again. Katsuki sighed and embraced him, reiterating that he would never let Izuku go again if he could help it. In a different place, Shigaraki kicked a pile of garbage out of his way as he surveyed the abandoned warehouse. He asked the mist man if Izuku was okay, to which Kurogiri confirmed that he had been discharged and was returning to the academy. Dabi, the man covered in scars, inquired if Shigaraki would be holding back on Izuku. Shigaraki scratched his neck, irritated. He cursed the Hero Society for using kids for their own advantages. The blonde girl, Toga, jumped up, expressing her belief that Izuku was on the wrong side and should be with them. Shigaraki, barely keeping his cool, told her to shut up, insisting that Izuku would never join their side. Dabi mocked her silly crush, and Toga suggested they could keep Katsuki as bait to lure Izuku in. She stopped abruptly as Shigaraki held her shoulder, his expression serious as he reiterated that Izuku would not join them. "If you don't leave it, I will end you, Toga," he warned her, and she nodded rapidly as he backed away. Shigaraki glared at them. "I'm your master now. I make the orders, and if any of you go against it, I will eliminate you without thinking twice. This is my only warning." He warned them before leaving to who knows where. We're his friends. He wouldn't do that. Right? Twice laughed nervously. He would in a heartbeat. "We aren't friends, we're just people gathered with the same goal in mind," Dabi said as he laid back to close his eyes and rest for the night. A week went by, and Izuku was hiding something. The nightmares he had been experiencing had become more frequent, overwhelming him to the point where he couldn't sleep. He didn't want to bother anyone with it, so he tried to deal with it alone, but it became difficult as he could barely close his eyes without seeing the knife being dragged across his skin. His eyes shot open, tears streaming down his face, covered in sweat as he took deep, shaky breaths. "Can't they just stop?" Izuku questioned, sobbing and not bothering to wipe his tears, knowing more would just come back down. "I just want it to stop," he pleaded to the void, hoping someone would hear his prayer. He could still feel the cold blade against his skin and the hysterical laughing of the man he should have called his father. "Please," he sobbed, bringing his legs against his chest. He felt like he was being stared at, suddenly regretting having all this merchandise in his room. They were all watching him, and he felt trapped in his suffering all over again, waiting to hear someone talk to reassure him, but there was no one. "Join us, Izuku, and I'll make the suffering end," a voice spoke, a sentence he had heard so many times during the 52 hours he was imprisoned. Izuku grabbed his plushie and hesitantly left his dorm room, making sure not to make any noise as he went up 2 floors. He walked down the hallways and finally reached the second-to-last door, knocking very gently. When he didn't hear any noise, he knocked again, a little louder. This time, he could hear movement, and the door opened, revealing a half-asleep and annoyed blonde. "Deku?" he asked, his gaze softening as he pulled the boy inside. "I am sorry for waking you up, but..." Izuku sobbed as he hugged the blonde, who was slowly processing things as he held him tighter. "Shoo, it's okay," he soothed, still confused about why Izuku appeared crying. Izuku continued to cry in Katsuki's arms, trying to calm down. "Want to talk about it, or do you need to rest?" Katsuki asked, worried. "I keep seeing them and hearing them in my sleep. I can't sleep anymore. I wanted to deal with it alone, but I can't sleep anymore. They keep coming back," he cried against Katsuki's chest, putting snot all over his tank top. Katsuki thought he would deal with that later, rubbing circles on Izuku's back. "You still have those nightmares?" Katsuki asked gently, to which Izuku responded with a hesitant nod. Katsuki sighed, pulling him to sit on the bed. "Why didn't you talk about it?" he asked with a long sigh. "I don't want to bother you more." "What did I say about that?" Katsuki asked, keeping him close. "You're never a bother, Izuku. You're a little ray of sunshine, and I'll sail the world to make sure you stay happy, including taking care of you when you can't sleep." Katsuki whispered, cupping his cheeks. "I'm your boyfriend for a reason. Make sure to give me a chance to show off my boyfriend powers, understood?" Katsuki asked with a playful smirk, which made Izuku giggle for the first time since he got there. "Can I sleep here for the night?" Izuku asked, embarrassed, which made the blonde smirk. "Like hell I'd let you go back tonight. We'll find a solution tomorrow. Now sleep, I'm a light sleeper, so if anything happens, wake me up," Katsuki ordered, pulling them both under the blanket. He took off his shirt, which was filled with snot, and threw it in the laundry basket, making Izuku flush pink. "You're okay with me sleeping like this?" the blonde asked with a smirk. "I don't mind," he stammered, feeling flustered seeing the reflection of the moonlight showing off Katsuki's muscles. "I'm just realizing that you grew a lot." Izuku mumbled, embarrassed, which made the blonde smirk smugly. "I'm not the only one, you know. You grew a lot too," Katsuki pointed out, amused by the flustered reaction of his boyfriend before lying down again and bringing him into his arms. "Good night, dirt. Try resting, no one can hurt you here," Katsuki whispered, which reassured the freckled boy, who hummed. Good night, I love you, Kaken. Izuku mumbled, burying himself in Katsuki's bare chest. I love you too, he whispered, barely loud enough for Izuku to hear. It was Saturday morning when Katsuki woke up with Izuku in his arms once again. It had been like this a lot recently. Izuku would start his night in his own dorm but would end up seeking reassurance in Katsuki's arms. The blonde didn't mind, but he still didn't like to see the boy suffer. Wake up, turd. You have your training this morning, remember? Katsuki whispered to the smaller male, who whined as he got closer to Katsuki's body in an attempt to hide from the light. Okay, I'll just tell 𝘰𝘕𝘈𝘆𝘆 you're busy sulking in bed instead of going to help him improve so he can kick butt this week. He smirked as Izuku's eyes shot open. I'm awake, I'm up, Izuku said, doing his best to control his half-asleep limbs, which made Katsuki laugh. Izuku had fully recovered and was working on getting stronger so that his body could accept the quirk properly. And 𝘤𝘳𝘢𝘈𝘆𝘆𝘆 wanted to have a training session too afterward, he recalled, making Katsuki's eyebrow twitch in annoyance. He couldn't be mad at Izuku since he hadn't been told about the brunette's intentions. I'm staying with you, Katsuki responded quickly. Okay. Izuku hummed in delight, kissing Katsuki's cheek. Oh, and is it in my head, or are Mina, 𝘤𝘳𝘈𝘆𝘆𝘆 and 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘁𝘢𝘁 acting weird? They keep turning around me and putting me and 𝘤𝘳𝘈𝘆𝘆𝘆 alone. It's not that I don't like her, but I didn't like it last time when I was coming to see you, and they locked me in the closet with her. Good thing 𝘊𝘁𝘁 was there to help, he explained, trying to hide his annoyance. They did what? Katsuki asked, not trying to hide his anger. Yeah, and I swear she tried kissing me, but I'm really not sure, Izuku admitted with a long sigh. Why didn't you tell me? Katsuki asked, trying to keep his cool, knowing that Izuku meant no harm, he was just too naive. Oh, I wanted to tell you but I kept forgetting, Izuku explained truthfully, which made Katsuki sigh and kiss his forehead gently. Tell me if it happens again. I'll deal with Pinky and Invisible Girl for trying to set you up, Katsuki grumbled, regretting it the moment he saw Izuku's frown. What do you mean, set me up? Izuku asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Just nothing big. They've been trying to set you up with her since she has a crush on you. I've been trying to keep them away, but it clearly isn't working, Katsuki explained, feeling annoyed and anxious about Izuku's reaction. Why didn't you tell me? Izuku asked, his gaze softening, much to Katsuki's relief. You have a lot going on, you don't need to add that to the list, Katsuki responded before clicking his tongue. Thanks for your concern, but please tell me these things. I can handle it, Izuku said with a long sigh before looking back into Katsuki's ruby eyes. That doesn't mean I don't appreciate your help, though, he mumbled, pecking Katsuki's lips before jumping when they heard a loud knock at the door. Bakubro. We're going out, wanna come? A voice they recognized as Kaminari asked. Go away, Pikachu, Katsuki retorted before swinging the door open, revealing the self-proclaimed Baku squad, which included Siro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Mina, Jairu, and Tsu. Oh, hi Mido. What are you doing here? Kaminari asked teasingly. Izuku smiled, stumbling out of bed. I've been having difficulty sleeping, so I come here when the nightmares become too much, he explained with a small smile, trusting his classmates. But I was hoping for something juicy. Kaminari whined, making the group laugh. Anyways, what were you guys doing today? Izuku asked curiously. We were planning on going to the mall to relax before the sports festival this week and wanted to invite BakuBabe. If you want, you can join. Mina suggested, knowing the answer would likely be no. She had planned things with 𝘤𝘳𝘈𝘆𝘆𝘆 so that she and Izuku could be alone for training later on since Katsuki always seemed to be with him. No, I'm staying with Deku today. You can leave, Katsuki spat, ready to slam the door shut on them. Wait, Kaken. Maybe going out would be good for you. Not that I don't want to spend the day with you, but I think you could try something new. I'm spending the day training anyway, Izuku suggested to the blonde just before he could close the door. And let you be alone with pink cheeks? No way, Katsuki answered under his breath. I can ask Shinso to stay with me if that reassures you, Izuku offered, making the blonde click his tongue in annoyance. I'll be down in a few, he grumbled to the group, earning cheers as he closed the door completely, pulling Izuku into an embrace. Don't be afraid to use the 𝘤𝘳𝘕 card if she makes a move, Katsuki smirked, kissing him lovingly. Because I don't mind letting the idiots know anymore. When you're ready, we can tell them. I want to make sure these idiots know you're off limits, Katsuki muttered, and Izuku couldn't help but smile. Then if she does, I have the 𝘤𝘕𝘕 card with me, he smiled sweetly, making Katsuki's heart skip a beat. I love you, Katsuki said, hugging him as tightly as possible, which made Izuku giggle. I love you too, Izuku replied, giving him a quick peck on the lips. They both got ready for the long day ahead of them. Izuku threw a left hook to hit Shinso, who easily dodged by moving right. That was the moment Midoriya used to hit him on his side. Back away next time instead. The time I use to reposition for my next move gives you time to attack, Izuku explained, pausing the training. Shinso nodded before positioning himself once again. This time, Shinso stayed still, waiting for Izuku to make the first move. Izuku smirked before attacking from the right and switching to hit left at the last second. To his surprise, Shinso was able to kick him off, which made Izuku smile brightly. You hit me! Izuku cheered, jumping in circles in excitement, making the purple-haired male smile in amusement. You shouldn't be so excited, Shinso chuckled, and Izuku shook his head, pointing to the door. No, Shinso, you don't get it. Izuku replied excitedly, looking at the homeroom teacher who walked toward them, leaving the purple-haired teen confused. The teacher clapped his hands slowly as he joined the two students. You passed it. Welcome to Class 1A, Aizawa announced, and Shinso froze, looking back and forth between them. What? He almost yelled, feeling lightheaded, as if it were only a dream. You see, we were waiting for you to land an actual hit to announce it to you, so. Tada! Izuku jazzed his hands with a huge smile. And this isn't a prank? He asked cautiously, his heart racing 1,000,000 miles an hour. Aizawa is cruel, but he wouldn't do that to his new favorite kid, Izuku laughed shortly. What do you? He looked confused at Izuku, then at Aizawa, and finally at the blonde teacher who had just arrived. Second surprise, what would you think of becoming my brother? Izuku asked, holding in his excitement. Shinso was frozen in place as he slowly processed the information. Please tell me we didn't break him already? Yamada questioned with a nervous laugh. Is this really happening? He asked, and for the first time since they knew him, he was on the verge of tears. Yup. Izuku chirped in delight. So, Hitoshi, wanna join the family and leave foster care once and for all? Yamada asked with a smile, showing him the same papers Izuku had signed a few months prior. Heck yeah, he yelled, a few tears falling down his face. I have a big bro. Izuku yelled in victory, hugging him, which made everyone laugh. Only a few days older, but still my big brother, Izuku hummed. I'm setting a rule now, no loud blondes allowed. It's for your own well-being, Aizawa warned with a playful smirk, which made them laugh, except for Yamada, who let out a betrayed gasp. I'm loud and blonde. And we're married, he defended. Exactly the point. I won't let him make the same mistake as me, Aizawa joked, which made the two new brothers laugh. Now go on, I think the other problem child is waiting for you to work on support items, Aizawa pointed out, and the two kids nodded. Izuku took his notebook before pulling Shinso to the support department where they were going to meet 𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝑔𝑀. Hitoshi was still silent as he processed. Oh, could you stay with me after this? Kaken didn't want Izuku to be alone with 𝘊𝘆𝘆𝘆𝑗𝑐, and he had training with her after this. Izuku questioned why Kaken felt that way. Shinso, concerned, asked, why doesn't he want you to be alone with her? Izuku sighed deeply, explaining, because she has a crush on me, and Kaken doesn't trust her not to make a move. He also doesn't trust me to clearly tell her I'm not interested. Hitoshi couldn't help but laugh at Izuku's predicament. Don't laugh at me. I just don't want to hurt her feelings. Izuku pouted, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, which only made Hitoshi laugh more. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, little bro, he teased, and they both chuckled as they approached the energetic girl. Just as they were about to enter, a huge explosion erupted, sending black smoke billowing from the room. Midoriya swung the door open in a panic, revealing the pink-haired girl surrounded by smoke, her hair messier than usual. Broccoli boy, purple insomnia. Perfect timing. I just finished my new baby, she exclaimed, pulling the two boys inside. Okay, purple insomniac, I made this just for you, she grinned, showcasing a mask. I'm scared, he blurted out. Me too, Izuku agreed, eyeing the peculiar mask skeptically. Don't be scared. Put it on. We need to make sure it doesn't blow up. Mei ordered enthusiastically. Wait, Mei, maybe explain what it's for first? Izuku suggested, raising his hands defensively. Of course. Basically, you can change your voice with this. The goal is that once your quirk is known, opponents will avoid responding, so with this, you can modify your voice to make them think it's someone else, she explained, putting the mask on herself. Like this, she said, just before it exploded in her face, startling her. Okay, it might need a few tiny modifications, she laughed, setting the mask down, making Hitoshi gulp. But Mei, his quirk doesn't work on microphones and all, Izuku pointed out. I know that. That's why I'm using super top-secret methods to make it possible, she grinned proudly. The two boys exchanged worried glances before looking back at the girl, who was lost in her own world. Mei, we were wondering if you could maybe try making a scarf similar to Aizawa's capture weapon? Izuku asked nervously, knowing she didn't work well under pressure. Over there, already ready, she replied, pointing to a mannequin displaying the support item. It was boring to make, though. But I knew you'd ask for it at some point, so our baby is ready for use, Mei explained with a long sigh. Mei, you're the best, you know that? Izuku said, tears welling in his eyes, feeling special that she had stepped out of her comfort zone for them. Of course I am. Only because you're my favorite humans, though, she grinned at them. Izuku hugged her tightly, which made her laugh as she playfully squished him. Wow, now I feel lonely, Shinso said sarcastically, making the two grin before they tackled him to the ground. I was joking, he complained, feeling embarrassed but secretly appreciating the display of affection. Katsuki had his hands shoved in his pockets as he wandered with the group around the mall. Hey, Baku-babe, could you maybe help us with something? Mina asked the blonde. No, and stop calling me that, he replied, annoyed. Please. It's for Midoriya. We want to set him up with Ochako, but you're always there, so they can't be alone. We wanted to ask you to let him have some alone time with her, Mina explained bluntly. No, Katsuki repeated, clearly irritated. Please. We want Midoriya to find someone, and I know Ochako could treat him right, she insisted, making Katsuki clench his jaw in frustration. But shouldn't he be the one to choose who he wants to be with? Kirishima asked, trying to defuse the situation. Yeah, but he's oblivious to Ochako's advances, so he can't even consider her as an option, she whined. Still no, Katsuki growled, glaring at her, hoping she'd move on. Bakugo, I know you want to protect him, but you can't deprive him of finding someone who could make him happy, Mina scolded, causing Katsuki to stop walking, trying his best not to explode. Mina, I don't think what you're saying is fair. Kirishima has a point, Azui explained, having guessed why Bakugo was refusing so quickly and not wanting to cause any more commotion. But this is selfish. He should let Midoriya be happy. He should let him move on in life. Mina exclaimed. Mina, I think it's enough, Kirishima said firmly, no longer playing nice. Shiro, Kaminari, and Jiro, who had left to get ice cream, returned and tried to understand the sudden tension. Deku is gay, he'll choose who he wants, and you can back off, Katsuki spat before walking away, leaving the group in shock. Mina suddenly felt guilty over her words and actions. Why didn't anyone tell me? She asked, confused. Because he didn't feel like yelling it at the top of his lungs. I know you mean no harm, but sometimes it's better to back off, Kirishima sighed before running after Bakugo, with Tsu following after giving them a half-smile. Ochako felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she noticed that Izuku was with the purple-haired teen, but she was determined to stick to the plan she had made with her friends. They were taking a break, and Izuku was diligently taking notes on everything he observed. Deku-kun, I wanted to talk to you about something important, Uraraka said suddenly, causing Izuku to look at her with concern. Shinso, who was less oblivious, became more vigilant. What's wrong? Did something happen? He asked, his voice laced with worry. No, well, it's more like, she panicked, skipping all the steps she had planned. In a moment of impulsiveness, she pressed her lips against Izuku's. He froze, and Shinso quickly pulled her away. What? Izuku stammered, taking a step back and wiping his mouth in shock. Uraraka. I have a boyfriend, he exclaimed, and the room fell silent as everyone processed his words. Oh, she mumbled, her face turning red with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I didn't know, but Izuku cut her off. Even if I were single, you can't just kiss people like that, he cried, visibly upset. Katsuki, who had been watching the scene unfold, stepped in and pulled Izuku into his arms protectively. I. Uraraka stuttered, on the verge of tears, feeling more embarrassed than ever. Just leave, Katsuki growled, glaring at her. You and your plans can go away. With that, Uraraka ran off, apologizing again. Sorry, it was too sudden. I didn't have time to process what she would do. Are you okay? Shinso asked, concern etched on his face. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't really expecting it, Izuku mumbled, quickly wiping away his tears. Katsuki remained silent, feeling more annoyed than ever, but he knew that if he spoke, he might unleash his anger on his boyfriend. Kaken. Izuku whispered, looking at Katsuki, who appeared hurt and betrayed. Call me if you need anything, Shinso said, nodding to the two before leaving with a long sigh. I'm sorry. Izuku mumbled, avoiding eye contact. I probably should have cancelled after learning about it, I just didn't, Katsuki interrupted him. You didn't think she'd make a move? How can you be so naive? Katsuki asked loudly, cupping Izuku's cheeks to force him to look at him. Not everyone is like you, not everyone thinks about the impact on others before themselves. He tried to maintain eye contact, but Izuku was deflecting. You're mine, Deku, Katsuki whispered. But please tell me, do I make you happy? I just need to know how you feel. Izuku finally looked back at him, surprise evident in his. I feel happier than I've ever been. Every time I see you, my day is 1,000 times better. I think you're the best boyfriend that could ever exist, he said with a sweet smile, sensing that something must have happened to make Katsuki doubt himself. I'm really sorry for what just happened, but you're the only one I love, and that won't change even if you kill me. Katsuki smiled and kissed Izuku briefly before pulling away with a frown. Oh, I just indirectly kissed her, he complained, wiping his mouth with his shirt. Then he wiped Izuku's lips with his sleeve, making the brunette laugh before kissing him again. Here, better, Katsuki smirked proudly, causing Izuku to burst into laughter. You're unbelievable, Izuku giggled, kissing him again. But I do prefer how your lips taste, he mumbled, flustered, which filled Katsuki with pride. At the door stood a group that Kirishima had tried to hold back with Shinso, but it was in vain as they froze in shock. What? Mina yelled, startling the two boys, who instinctively took a step back, wide-eyed. Mina dragged Izuku and Bakugo all the way to the dorm's common room, followed closely by the group that had been there all along. Hey Mina, shouldn't you ask them if they want to tell everyone instead of just exposing them? Kaminari asked with a nervous laugh. Don't worry, Kaminari, we were talking about being open anyway. I doubt Mina could hide it for long, Izuku explained with a small smile, which made Kyuka cover her mouth, trying not to laugh at how little faith they had in their classmate. Once they arrived, the duo was pushed onto the couch. Everyone, we have an urgent meeting. Please join us in the common room. Mina yelled, her voice likely loud enough to be heard all the way to the 5th floor. Katsuki sighed, pulling Izuku into a bear hug to calm the nervous brunette. What if we ask Aizawa to go on a date after this? What do you think about that? Katsuki asked, just loud enough for Izuku to hear. Secret spot? Izuku asked, giving him puppy eyes, which made the blonde scoff. Where else could we possibly go? Katsuki joked, pleased to see Izuku's mood lift. In the back, the group watched the two in shock. Tsundere, Kaminari whispered, pointing at Bakugo, and Shiro nodded in agreement. Soon, the class arrived and sat down, not minding the couple. Ashido-san, what has happened? Lita asked, worry evident in his voice. Now that everyone is here, you might be wondering why we're here, Mina began, trying to sound mysterious, which annoyed Katsuki. Shut up. Me and Deku are dating and she just found out. Big deal, move on, Katsuki explained, clearly irritated. The classmates fell silent, unsure how to react. Momo was the first to break the silence. Congratulations. When did you start dating? She asked with a small smile. Beginning of the school year, Izuku replied. Who asked who out? Shiro inquired curiously. Izuku looked at Katsuki, unable to remember since it felt like a mutual decision. I think it was Kaken, he mumbled. Why didn't you tell us? Hagakure asked, confused. We didn't want the pressure of people around us because we weren't sure what we were getting into. Except Kirishima, who actually helped us a lot. No one else in this class knew, Izuku explained, making Kirishima grin proudly. And because we knew you'd create drama about it. And look who was right, Katsuki grumbled with a hint of sarcasm. To be honest, I didn't think it was a secret relationship, Todoroki admitted. It was quite obvious that the two were more than friends. I simply thought you were embarrassed, so I didn't mention it. Izuku chuckled. Thanks, Todoroki, for your report, he said playfully, making most of the class laugh. But yeah, Sue and Todoroki were the two I believed would figure it out, Izuku admitted. Wait, you didn't think the rest of us would figure it out? Hagakure asked, offended. Yeah, no, way too stupid, Katsuki scoffed, earning offended gasps from the others, which made Izuku sigh at his boyfriend's boldness. Thank you, I will take it as a compliment that you think I am smart, Todoroki smiled slightly, causing the room to erupt in laughter as Katsuki started insulting him and yelling at him. It is pretty surprising how someone as calm as you would actually stay in a relationship with 𝘊𝘕𝘈𝘈, Jiro joked to Midoriya, who chuckled in response. Yeah, though I totally get why you kept it a secret now, Kaminari said, wrapping his arm around Izuku's shoulders, making Izuku smile. However, Katsuki, whose attention had shifted, didn't like it. But Dun's face. Now that you know he's off limits, it means you keep your hands off him, Katsuki ordered, grabbing Izuku away from the group. Kaken! Izuku whined, which resulted in another laughing fit from the class. Katsuki had gotten bored, so he decided to take Izuku to his room. Change, we have a date, remember? Katsuki said, throwing him his personal clothes that he knew Izuku loved very dearly. I'll just text Dad to tell him we're going out. Izuku smiled brightly as he ran into the bathroom to change. Katsuki did the same, putting on a black tank top and black cargo pants. He took some cash so they could grab something to eat on the way. Soon, Izuku came out and jumped on Katsuki, startling the blonde. You know what it means? Izuku asked excitedly. I can hold your hand whenever I want, he squeaked, making Katsuki chuckle. Yeah, Katsuki smirked, pulling Izuku in for a sweet kiss. Does it mean I can also kiss you whenever I want? He asked, making Izuku nod with a blush. Not in class though, Aizawa might not like that, the brunette said, giggling. Katsuki nodded in agreement, taking Izuku's hand as they left the dorm room. I'll go grab my money so we can go get dinner, Izuku exclaimed once in the elevator, going to press his floor, but Katsuki pushed his hand away. I'm paying, I was the one who invited you, Katsuki shrugged, and Izuku opened his mouth to speak but closed it upon seeing the death glare Katsuki was giving him. Fine, he mumbled. But next time it's on me, he exclaimed confidently. Whatever, I don't mind paying, shitty nerd, Katsuki grumbled, flustered by his determination. But I mind. It feels like I'm accepting it, and I can't even repay you since you don't give me the chance to, he complained, making Katsuki sigh before kissing his forehead. You can repay me with cuddles and kisses? How does that sound? Katsuki asked, and Izuku nodded rapidly. Fine, I accept, he smiled, making Katsuki's heart flutter in happiness. Standing in an alleyway somewhere in Hosu City, a pro-hero was fighting against one of the most wanted villains at the moment. He had encountered him in a dark alley after hearing some commotion during his nightly patrol. He put up a good fight, but according to the hero killer, he wasn't a real hero, therefore he decided to end him. He paralyzed him with the help of his quirk and left him for dead, forgetting about the initial victim who had run away. The pro-hero Ingenium was found barely alive after the initial victim returned with help. But there was no more sign of the hero killer in the surroundings. Another victim was added to the list, and still, no progress in the arrest of the culprit. Izuku was zipping his vest when a certain blonde hugged him from behind. "Don't think too highly of yourself, it's each man for themselves." "I will kick your butt if I'm against you," Katsuki warned, giving a peck on his neck. "Don't worry, Kaken. I'm not planning on going down that easily. If I'm against you, I'll show you what it's like to be defeated by a quirkless mastermind," Izuku retorted confidently, which made the blonde and a few others who heard the conversation laugh. "Hard to believe, little bro. We'll beat you whether you like it or not." Shinso teased, ruffling his green messy hair. "Reminder that I'm the one who helped you all train and was able to evaluate every single one of your weaknesses. I will not be putting that knowledge to waste," Izuku explained innocently, making them freeze in realization. He knew by heart everything about every student in the hero course, from their quirks to their strengths and weaknesses. In other words, they were doomed. Izuku hummed in delight as he kissed Katsuki's cheek. "No holding back," the smaller male grinned proudly. "Oh, and I better see you guys use some of the training I've done with you," Izuku warned. "Yes, sir." Kaminari saluted along with a few other students before laughing. Izuku, however, was staring at a certain dual-colored-haired boy about whom he still had no information other than what he observed in class. He had only gotten the chance to observe him fight from a distance since in class he had to focus on his personal training. So he was the one he was most scared of. Also, he had no clue whether or not he'd be using his left side because since the beginning of the year, he hadn't seen him produce the slightest flame. "Don't worry, I won't hold back," Todoroki stated, staying in his own corner of the room. Todoroki looked emotionless, like he was back at the emotionless classmate they had met at the beginning of the year. But Izuku still gave him his brightest smile. "Great. Then I guess we'll both be doing that." Izuku smiled as he looked at the doors opening. "Good luck, nerd," Katsuki smirked as they walked in hand along with their pairs. Yamada and Aizawa were the commentators of the games. Much to Aizawa's displeasure, he had been dragged by his husband. After the heartwarming speech of Bakugo, "I pledge that I'll be number one and bring down any of you extras that stand in my way," which, as you might guess, created chaos among all the students. The first round of the sports festival was about to begin. The commentators may not admit it out loud, but they were both rooting for their sons and them only. Of course, that was against a few rules, but they weren't the ones to care. But who couldn't root for them? These two teens had been put down by society from a very young age. This was their chance to prove them wrong. "Ladies and gentlemen, may the games begin." Present Mike yelled, his voice carrying across the cheering stadium without the need for a microphone. Those in the same cubicle, aware that this was not the loudest he would get, came prepared with noise-canceling headphones. The rush of students soon became aggressive as they pushed each other to get through. What confused everyone was the duo consisting of Izuku and Shinso, who stayed back. Aizawa questioned what they were doing, tapping his fingers nervously against the table. Mike stated, almost as a question, that it seemed like they were talking. The crowd focused intently on the duo. Shinso was doing all the talking, trying to get a response from Izuku, but it was in vain. After a minute and 30 seconds, they both started the race, sprinting and taking note of all the announcements they heard about the stages. Many students were frozen by Shoto's quirk, slightly obstructing the way. For the first phase, they had to pass some bots. They quickly noted that these were the same 0-point bots from the entrance exam. Most had been frozen in Todoroki's ice or defeated by other students. Izuku pulled a large metal piece that he found loose on one of the defeated bots and used it as a weapon to clear his path. Shinso, not being in his right environment, took that chance to slip through as well. They quickly caught up to the second stage, which was still filled with students. Izuku passed it with ease, considering his natural talent for parkour, making the crowd go wild with Shinso following closely behind. The two most competitive students of Class 1A were vying for the number 1 spot. Izuku kept his distance, watching his classmates struggle to get past the landmines, which was also the last stage of the first round. The crowd was glued to the screen as Bakugo and Todoroki fought for the top position, drawing attention away from the freckled teen who was digging up the mines. 𝘕𝘳 started jumping from one student to another, using them to propel himself through the crowd, earning himself fourth place, right behind 𝘤𝘕𝘈𝘈𝘈 from the support department. Aizawa asked, concerned, what Izuku was doing, turning off his microphone. Mike, in a playful manner, remarked that their little listener always had a plan and they just had to hope he wasn't losing it. They sat on the edge of their seats, Mike doing most of the talking, accompanied by Aizawa's occasional comments. A loud explosion echoed, louder than the single mines and even louder than Katsuki Bakugo. A huge cloud of smoke erupted, and soon someone emerged from it, revealing a certain green net being propelled into the air, lying on the metal piece he had taken earlier. Most of the students stared at the boy for a moment, trying to focus on the match, which became more complicated as the smoke covered the entire area. Izuku Midoriya takes the lead. Present Mike yelled, breaking everyone's concentration, but all were still shocked by the boy's comeback. As he started losing speed, he jumped off mid-air, using the top two as boosters, and ran to the finish line first. He panted as he looked at the cheering crowd, who were applauding him. Second place went to Todoroki, soon followed by Katsuki, 𝘕𝘳, and others. Izuku smiled as he saw his face appear on the billboard. I did it, he yelled, looking at his brother, who was the first to give him a fist bump. Sure did, 𝘕𝘳 smirked, ruffling his hair proudly. Unlike the ash blonde, 𝘕𝘳 wasn't the competitive type, so he wasn't mad at him. Katsuki, on the other hand, was not pleased. Izuku Midoriya, you traitor, he yelled, grabbing him by the collar of his P uniform. But I made it first. Izuku smiled sweetly, knowing how much Katsuki hated that he couldn't be mad at him. You're still a traitor, he grumbled, looking away to hide his blush. Aren't you proud of me? Izuku asked, giving him puppy eyes, which was a mistake that Katsuki made by looking at him. Idiot, of course, I'm proud of you. Let me be mad at you, I'm supposed to be first, he grumbled just loud enough for Izuku to hear. Izuku smiled and kissed his cheek, which resulted in a change of color and laughter from all those who had finished. Anyways, why didn't you start at the same time as us? Kaminari asked, running to them. For the dramatic effect, Izuku replied, trying to sound mysterious. Wait, seriously? Kirishima asked, dumbfounded. No, we just both knew that you guys were a bunch of savages who would step on one another. So we let you move forward before starting, 𝘕𝘳 explained frankly. You comparing me to those savages? Katsuki yelled, creating small sparks, ready to confront him. Yes, 𝘕𝘳 answered bluntly, and Izuku quickly held Katsuki back. 𝘕𝘳, there are other ways of saying the truth. Midoriya yelled, while those around them covered their mouths, trying not to laugh. That's my little bro, a certain blue-haired villain yelled as he watched the TV screen with the rest of the league. We know, bro, we know, a scarred man sighed loudly as they sat back down after getting emotional over it. I guess we'll have to make bets on whose little brother comes in first, huh? 𝘊𝘐𝘕 smirked smugly as he looked at him. Fine, $100 if I lose, Tamura said confidently. That, plus 1 month of taking the other's chores, 𝘊𝘐𝘕 smirked. Deal. They both nodded, confident that they would win. The second round made Izuku go pale. And the headband of whoever won first place in the last round will be worth a total of 10 million points, the referee, known as the Pro Hero Midnight, announced. All eyes turned to Izuku, who felt as if a huge rock had just fallen on his head. I'm doomed, he thought out loud, gripping his hair. You have 15 minutes to pair yourselves in groups of 4. To no surprise, no one was interested in teaming up with Izuku, considering whoever partnered with him would also be targeted. Izuku looked at Katsuki, who smirked from a distance as he had already gathered with his team. I hate you, Izuku mouthed, which made Katsuki snort, shaking his head in discouragement. Love you too, he mouthed back, causing Izuku to blush as he returned his focus to the task at hand. Most of the students were already in teams when Izuku scanned the room for his brother, finally spotting him and running to join him. Sorry, Zu, I tried finding someone, but everyone is taken or refused, 𝘕𝘳 sighed. 𝘕𝘳, please tell me you're on my team. Izuku pleaded, and 𝘕𝘳 looked at him, perplexed. I already assumed we were, 𝘕𝘳 responded honestly, and Izuku smiled. At least I have someone who actually loves me, Izuku said loudly enough for the blonde to hear, prompting a snicker from him as he shook his head in discouragement. Seek it up, Deku. Katsuki yelled back in amusement. Do you have room for one more? Someone asked curiously, and they turned to face a pink-haired girl. May. Wanna be with us? Izuku begged on his knees, making the girl laugh. Of course. Who wouldn't want to be with Broccoli Boy and Insomniac Cat? She grinned, ruffling his hair. Thank you. Thank you so much, May. Izuku cried, hugging her tightly. 𝘕𝘳 sighed as he pulled Izuku away from her. Even if this is a very emotional moment, we should make a plan. We've lost too much time building a team, 𝘕𝘳 ordered, and they nodded in agreement. Izuku looked at the surrounding groups, analyzing the students left, then stared intensely at one group as he thought of a strategy. So, we know we'll be the most targeted team because of me. So May, you handle defense. 𝘕𝘳, you attack, and I'll take care of grabbing the bands and doing my best to help both of you, Izuku explained, observing the groups staring at them. Unless you guys have other strategies in mind? He questioned, looking at the two, who shook their heads. You're the man for strategies. Plus, you're giving me the perfect chance to show off my inventions. May exclaimed. Okay. Oh, and one more thing. Izuku started with a smirk that made them nervous. Whatever you guys do, unless it's for defense, do not pay any attention to Kaken's team, Izuku whispered. Why? 𝘕𝘳 asked, confused. Because he's a big baby who needs attention. If he doesn't get it, he gets angry, and if he gets angry, he'll stop thinking properly and cause chaos around him, Izuku explained, as if discussing a child. Which also means less work for us, he concluded under the concerned looks from 𝘕𝘳. I'm in. May yelled, catching the attention of those around them. Mission Annoy Mr. Boom Boom is in action, she announced, grinning mischievously and raising her fist in the air. I don't think that's what he meant, 𝘕𝘳 laughed nervously. Oh. No, that's exactly what I meant, Izuku corrected, as if it were obvious, which made the purple-haired teen doubt his decision to trust him. Let the cavalry battle begin. Present Mike announced after the 15-minute countdown finished. The students quickly went after Izuku's team, as expected. The whole crowd was on the edge of their seats, even the teachers, as the team dodged every attempt at attacks, quickly snatching a few bands away. Izuku kept a smirk every time he made eye contact with a certain blonde, who was starting to get annoyed. Katsuki seemed to lose focus for a second, which caused him to lose his valuable headband. However, Izuku's growing smirk indicated that this wasn't a disadvantage for him. Team Todoroki takes the lead, the blonde commentator screamed as the bicolored male snatched the band off Izuku's head. Everyone yelled in cheers or anger as they watched it happen. Even Izuku's teammates looked at him in shock, wondering why he let it happen so easily. He said something that seemed to boost the group's courage as they quickly went back to snatching as many bands as possible, watching more and more teams get eliminated by the minute. What does he have planned this time? The black-haired teacher wondered to himself as he leaned forward. Stop ignoring me! Katsuki yelled as he and his team focused on them. Izuku looked back at them smugly. Come on, Bakugo, don't tell me you're feeling lonely? 𝘕𝘳 mocked, which annoyed Katsuki as he started to create sparks in his hands. Ha! I'm not. He stopped yelling, realizing his mistake. Be a good boyfriend and give Izuku all your bands, 𝘕𝘳 ordered, activating his quirk. Against his own will, Katsuki handed them all over to Izuku, coming out of his daze when they made contact. Katsuki growled before seeing them take steps back and run for other teams. Sorry, Kaken. You're the best. Izuku smiled quickly as they returned to their run, with Katsuki's team trying to calm down the blonde. Bakubro, let's do like them and focus on accumulating bands. Kirishima tried to convince him. You doubt I could take them back? Katsuki yelled at him. No, just considering that we have 7 minutes left, and if we fail to take them from Midoriya, then we're out of the game, Kirishima reasoned. Katsuki groaned but agreed to go after Monoma's team. In the lead was Todoroki's team, followed by Midoriya's team, then Bakugo's team, and finally Tetsu's team, which was tied with Monoma's team. 3 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. Mike yelled, unable to stay still due to the anticipation. Everyone was getting more into the emotional comments of the loud teacher. So, Eraserhead, what do you think of tagging along today? Is it worth it? Mike questioned his husband with excitement. I guess this is more interesting than I expected, he admitted, squinting his eyes as he observed his 2 favorite problem children talking about something with the support course girl. What are they talking about? Aizawa wondered under his breath before suddenly getting up with a spark in his eyes. Team Midoriya took back the 10 million point headband, Aizawa commented, marking his first observation of the day. The crowd went wild as they saw the freckled team take a firm grip on the headband, panting as the timer announced the end of the game. Sweat fell down his face as he got down from their shoulders. Did we make it? Izuku asked, looking at the scoreboard. Wait, are you guys okay? He asked, noticing their blank expressions. Seriously? Is the guy holding the 10 million point headband questioning if we made it to the next round? Shinso asked mockingly, making Izuku smile in excitement. Heck yeah! Izuku and Mei yelled in sync as they hugged each other tightly. The crowd erupted once again as the results appeared. The good players applauded, but one certain person was furious. I will get you back. Katsuki yelled as he walked aggressively in Izuku's direction. You said it was each man for themselves. I listened, the greenette responded in a panic as he hid behind Shinso. You're on your own, but he's your boyfriend, not mine, Shinso laughed, pushing him back in front of him. Izuku shot him a death glare. Before you kill me, I love you and I'm really sorry, but I also really want to win this, Izuku blurted out, covering his face and bracing for an explosion. Instead, he was surprised to be pulled into a hug. Idiot, I'm really proud of you, Katsuki said, pouting, which made Izuku blush. He soon hugged back. I'm proud of you too, Kaken, he chuckled, pulling away and remembering they were on live TV as he flashed Katsuki a toothy grin. As you should. I'm the best, Katsuki smirked, leaning in to kiss him, but Izuku quickly put his hand between them. We're on camera, Kaken, Izuku reminded him, a small blush creeping onto his cheeks. Even better, Katsuki smirked, pushing Izuku's hand away to kiss him, causing their classmates to laugh as Izuku became flustered. I knew you guys were dating. A girl from Class 1B, named Kendo, exclaimed. Of course they are. The best student and the worst idiot were meant to date. Monoma laughed, only to receive a light hit on the back of his head from Kendo. What he means is that you two are adorable together, she sighed, pulling him away before Bakugo could snap at him. A long, awkward silence followed before laughter erupted. Midoriya, we need to speak, Todoroki announced, catching Izuku's attention. Confused, Izuku followed him, which triggered Bakugo's protective instincts. Izuku already knew why Todoroki wanted to talk. He had seen it, the moment when flames erupted from Shoto Todoroki's left side. Izuku found himself in one of the hallways, facing Shoto, who was silent, seemingly waiting for the right moment to speak. I promised myself to never use my father's side, Shoto declared, glaring at Izuku. But it didn't harm you, so why? Izuku asked, his expression serious. Have you heard of quirk marriage? Shoto replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Yeah. Those are illegal, Izuku responded, furrowing his brows. I was the result of one, Shoto confessed. My father wanted to create a child with a quirk strong enough to surpass All Might himself since he couldn't do it. His voice was flat as he explained. So, you inherited your cold side from your mother and the fire from your father? Izuku mumbled, to which Todoroki nodded in confirmation. My mother was sold to my father. He drove her to madness. She burned me. That's how I got the scar. After that, she was placed in a mental hospital by my father. He clenched his jaw as he spoke. I hate my father. I hate him, and I will never use his side. No matter what. Anger laced his words. And you made me use it. I promised myself I would become number one without using his power. He spat at Izuku, who stood tall, taking a step closer. I don't feel bad, Todoroki. Not in the slightest. It's tragic, and I honestly hate 𝘊𝘩𝘈𝘈 right now for what he's done to you, Izuku retorted, locking eyes with him. But you know a quirk is a quirk. The second you control it, it's yours. People would kill for a quirk like yours, so make use of it. Izuku's tone was firm. I'm not taking away from the fact that your father is abusive. I don't know your story. You might want to be number one, but I'm also reaching for that. We all are, and we're giving our all. If you decide to hold back, then we'll catch up. Don't take things for granted, or you'll regret it. Izuku glanced toward the end of the hallway. And Kaken, come out of there, he ordered, knowing very well that the ash blonde was eavesdropping on their conversation. Even I have noticed your presence, Bakugo, Todoroki pointed out blankly. Ha! I ain't. Katsuki yelled as he walked out, ready to confront Todoroki, but he was stopped when the smaller male grabbed his ear. Katsuki! Stop, Izuku commanded, glaring at him. Now, why were you eavesdropping? He questioned, maintaining a frown. Bakugo mumbled a response, prompting Izuku to pull harder on his ear. Let go, Deku! Katsuki yelled as Izuku finally released his grip. But Todoroki, good luck. I hope you'll think about it, Izuku said, pulling Katsuki by the collar for a serious scolding. Todoroki scoffed and returned to the waiting area, where those who didn't want to participate in the mid-game activities could rest. The first round of the tournament was announced. Izuku Midoriya vs. 𝘰𝘕𝘕𝘰 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘳𝘕𝘰 vs. Mina Ishido. Hitoshi Shinso vs. Denki Kaminari. Ijiro Kirishima vs. Tetsutetsu. Katsuki Bakugo vs. Tenya Ida. Shoto Todoroki vs. Hantashiro. Nito Minoma vs. 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈𝘈. Momo Yaoyorozu vs. Itsuka Kendo. In the second round, the matchups were Izuku Midoriya vs. Ijiro Kirishima. Shoto Todoroki vs. Momo Yaoyorozu. 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈𝘈 vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Hitoshi Shinso vs. 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈𝘈. Izuku gulped as he watched the battles of the second round. He glanced at Katsuki, who was smirking mischievously, and at 𝘊𝘅𝘅, who was trembling. Since the incident, she had apologized, and while Izuku might have forgiven her, Katsuki was still mad at her, and now she had to face him. So, Deku, you planning on telling me what this secret weapon of yours is? Katsuki asked, resting his chin on Izuku's shoulder. Nope. Imagine if I go against you. Anyway, I'm not even sure if I'll be able to use it, Izuku explained, still watching his classmates, noticing Kirishima running toward them. Hey, Kirishima-kun. I'm so happy to be against you. You're going to try putting our training into action, right? Izuku questioned, smiling brightly. Of course. I can't wait to go against you in an actual fight and not just training. Kirishima grinned confidently. No holding back, right? Izuku asked, showing his fist. Over my dead body, Kirishima replied, grinning as they exchanged a fist bump. Katsuki smirked, nuzzling into the crook of Izuku's neck. I honestly didn't expect Bakubro to be the clingy type, Kirishima whispered to Izuku, careful not to let Katsuki hear. Me either, but I don't mind. It's kind of cute, Izuku giggled. Katsuki shot a glare at Kirishima before returning to discreetly inhaling Izuku's scent, which he thought smelled like lavender mixed with something sweet. Kirishima couldn't help but let out a muffled laugh. Anyways, it should start soon. Let's do our best, okay? Izuku stated confidently. Heck yeah. Kirishima grinned, holding his fist in the air. As the fight between Izuku and Ijiro began, both advanced at the same time. Ijiro jumped, aiming to land a hit on Izuku's face. Izuku waited for the right moment, grabbed Ijiro's arm, and threw him over his shoulder. Ijiro quickly got up, barely giving Izuku time to recover as he jumped for another attack, which Izuku narrowly dodged. The crowd cheered as the two exchanged blows. Neither had a flashy quirk, so the match wasn't as visually spectacular as those involving Bakugo or Todoroki, but it still kept the audience on the edge of their seats. The cheers were loud enough to be heard outside the arena. On the board, the students' information was displayed, and Izuku's quirk was labeled as unknown, making the match even more intriguing as the audience wondered if he had a quirk and whether he would use. In a heartbeat, everything changed. Kirishima was pushed outside the lines, even if it was by just a centimeter. It was enough to declare Izuku Midoriya as the victor, moving him to the semifinals. Whatever happened next, he was assured of at least third place. Both boys panted, smiles on their faces as Izuku helped Kirishima up. "You surprised me there with your elbow," Izuku chuckled, recalling when Kirishima had elbowed him in the stomach with his quirk activated, nearly costing him the victory. "Yeah, I was kind of hoping that would be enough, but what can I say?" Kirishima shrugged playfully, making Izuku laugh. "Yeah, I thought I was done for," he admitted, and they both started laughing, sharing a moment of camaraderie. "That's my little brother." The male yelled for what felt like the millionth time since the festival started. "We get it, he's awesome. Sit back down and watch how the pros do it." Another man smirked smugly as he leaned back on the couch. The rest of the league had left them, unable to bear their dramatic conversation. It was definitely out of character for those two to be so emotional. Back at the UA Sports Festival, the semifinals were underway. Izuku Midoriya faced off against Shoto Todoroki, while Katsuki Bakugo went up against Hitoshi Shinso. Izuku was the first to make a move, not waiting for the arena to be frozen by Todoroki, as that was often his first tactic. He knew that against the dual-haired male he would most likely have to use his secret weapon, but he wasn't going to use it carelessly. Izuku understood that he probably wouldn't come out victorious, but he wasn't going to give up either, not without the fight of his life. "Too slow," Todoroki whispered as he jumped, creating an ice pillar that propelled Izuku higher into the sky. Izuku managed to slide down and looked at Todoroki with determination. He took a deep breath, imagining a fragile egg. If he applied too much pressure, it would break. He held his hand out, closing his eyes in concentration as he grounded himself. When he opened his eyes, he looked straight at Todoroki. The crowd was silent, and even his classmates were confused about what was happening. "One for all," Izuku whispered. 0.1%. He smirked, flicking his left index finger, creating a strong wave of wind that pushed Todoroki back. He took a deep breath, imagining a fragile egg. If he applied too much pressure, it would break. He held his hand out, closing his eyes in concentration as he grounded himself. When he opened his eyes, he looked straight at Todoroki. The crowd was silent, and even his classmates were confused about what was happening. "One for all," Izuku whispered. 0.1%. He smirked, flicking his left index finger, creating a strong wave of wind that pushed Todoroki back. The pain was more intense than the time he broke his bones during training, but it was nothing compared to the torment he had endured from All for One. So he bore it. "It isn't over just yet, ladies and gentlemen," Present Mike yelled, shocked by the sudden quirk use. In the observation room, every student was staring at the screen with wide eyes. Did he lie to us about being quirkless?" Some students asked, looking in Katsuki's direction. "He'll have to explain later, but Izuku was born with a predisposition for a quirk. He just never developed it," Katsuki explained, trying to make sense of what was happening. "That BS he didn't even tell me," he thought with a frown as he looked at the panting green-haired boy. The night before, All Might had passed down his quirk to him. They would skip the part where he ate his hair because that was a moment Izuku wanted to forget. Now, here he was, using his quirk for the first time, and his finger had turned purple after being broken. "This is only the beginning," Present Mike exclaimed, getting up from his seat in amazement. Todoroki smirked smugly as he watched Izuku stand back, already charging for his next attack. "So, you had a quirk all along, huh?" Todoroki pointed out, hiding his astonishment. "No. I just developed it," Izuku panted loudly as he dodged another ice attack from Todoroki. "That's not possible," Todoroki replied, pushing Izuku with his ice, the green net barely staying within the lines. "That's also what I thought," Izuku yelled, using his quirk once again, breaking another finger. "But I guess this will be to my advantage." He smirked, seeing his opponent using his ice as a booster to stay within the lines. The teachers were all watching, wide-eyed, except for those who already knew, Aizawa, Yamada, and Nizu. "Nizu?" Midnight looked at the principal, wide-eyed. "Yes. Our little prodigy is a bag full of surprises," Nizu hummed in delight. Nizu, what did you do to the kid? Midnight asked worried. Me? Nothing, he responded truthfully. She sighed loudly, knowing she wouldn't get any more answers from him. He has no control over his quirk, Aizawa pointed out, turning off his microphone with worry as he watched his son land hit after hit, injuring himself more and more while he shouted at Todoroki. We have to stop the fight. Aizawa mumbled, ready to take action, but was stopped by his husband. He doesn't want that, and you know it. He'll see himself as too weak if we do that, so let's wait a little longer, Yamada explained, and Aizawa hated how right his husband was. Fine, but if it gets out of hand, we'll stop it, he warned. Yamada was about to respond when his eyes widened in shock. Todoroki had ignited his left side in flames, and Izuku barely managed to dodge, suffering second-degree burns in the process. The game is over with Shoto Todoroki moving to the final round, Yamada exclaimed, unable to hide his worry. Izuku had stepped out of the lines with his right foot while trying to evade the attack. All the crowd could see was him saying something with a smile plastered on his face before his body gave out, collapsing to the ground. Medics! We need medics! Midnight yelled, rushing to join the unconscious student. Aizawa was out of the cubicle in a heartbeat to go to his son's side. They were too far to see it, but those close enough could see his muscles spasming and his breathing uneven. Shoto looked at Izuku in shock. He had lost control of his quirk after Izuku provoked him for the second time that day. But that wasn't what troubled him most. If this is how I lose, then I'm proud to say I lost against you, were his last words before he passed out. Katsuki was torn between confronting Todoroki or going to Izuku. Baku bro, go see him. They have to melt the ice before your match anyway, you have time, the redhead pointed out, also shocked by the performance. Emotional and shocking were the closest words to describe the situation, but they were definitely not strong enough. Katsuki wasn't looking for confirmation. He had actually forgotten he was next to fight. But after overcoming the shock, he ran out of the room to head to the infirmary where Izuku would most likely be taken. Wasn't he quirkless? A blonde girl, known as Himiko Toga, asked in shock. He is. He was, Shigaraki whispered, watching his unconscious stepbrother on the ground. Well, it looks like I win. Pay up. Dabi smirked at their leader, who was too shocked to notice he was handing over way more bills than he should have. Brought to the infirmary in a hurry, Recovery Girl immediately took in Izuku, laying him on a bed. He is way too tired for me to heal him with my quirk, she explained, going to get more materials to try to stop the external bleeding since the internal would have to wait. The burn marks looked severe, ranging from 1st to 3rd degree. You and your reckless fighting for entertainment. These things happen because of it, she scolded the teachers while starting to treat the wounds. Izuku's eyes began to open slowly, quickly shutting them again after being met by bright light. Good, he's awake, she announced in relief as both parents looked at him. The door swung open, revealing a panting blonde. What the actual heck? He almost yelled, seeing the state of his boyfriend. Bakugo, calm down, he's awake now, Yamada said to the worried student. Calm. You? He looked up, taking a deep breath, knowing he would lash out at anyone at that moment. Hi, Kaken. Izuku smiled as best as he could, which ended up with him wincing in pain. You're fighting next against Hitoshi, right? He asked, and the blonde nodded. Right on cue, a purple-haired teen arrived with a worried expression. Quirk? You? What the? Are you all right? He questioned in a panic. Quirk? Yes, and I'm all right. Ouch. Izuku winced as Recovery Girl applied some cream to his wounds. How did it happen? Why didn't you tell me? He asked. It was my secret weapon. I had to keep it a secret until I used it. You actually witnessed my first usage of it? He grinned proudly. Don't flatter yourself, insomniac freak. Even I didn't know, Katsuki pointed out, glaring at Deku. But how is it possible? Shinso asked, confused. It's a long story, but when I was young, my quirk was stolen the moment it developed, which gave me the predisposition to get a quirk. I don't know how, but with the events involving 𝘊𝘩𝘈𝘈, I started showing signs, and it manifested completely yesterday. I didn't mention it because I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up, Izuku explained, surprising those who knew how good of a liar he could be. That seems pretty shocking, to be honest, Shinso responded in awe. Izuku nodded in agreement, a small smile on his face. But yeah, sorry for the surprise, but hey, tell me I didn't make it interesting, he smiled brightly, whining when the short woman pinched him. The element of surprise that could harm your whole body is not interesting, she scolded, making Izuku look down in embarrassment. For once, the old lady doesn't say something useless, Katsuki scoffed. Izuku puffed his cheeks as he pouted. You guys are mean, he mumbled. I thought I was badass, he added shamelessly. I'll have to check for any possible head injuries, Recovery Girl thought out loud as she started palpating his neck carefully. But I don't feel pain, Izuku looked at her in confusion. Sometimes, if the damage is in the frontal lobe, you could suffer changes in your personality. But judging by the fact that you have no tension in your neck, I believe your behavior is caused by spending too much time with Bakugo. She sighed loudly, making them laugh, except for Katsuki, who started cursing at her. 3 days prior, All Might had been released and was back on his feet, though he could no longer use his power as he once did. The time to find a successor was running out. He finally gathered the courage to stop by Aizawa's office for a discussion about the problem child. Just go in, Yagi. You look foolish just standing there, Aizawa said, approaching him with a cup in hand. He had gone to get coffee and speak to his husband, not expecting Yagi Toshinori's visit. Since the recent events, All Might's true identity had been revealed to the school staff. Right, Toshinori replied, moving to open the door, only to find it locked, which made him feel even more embarrassed. Aizawa couldn't help but enjoy teasing his colleague. Having trouble there? He mocked as he unlocked the door, looking tired. Toshinori entered and took a seat, feeling more nervous than usual, which did not go unnoticed by Aizawa. Talk, I have things to do, Aizawa said, taking a seat and assuming this would be another trivial concern that the teacher was stressing over. He considered Toshinori one of the worst teachers he had ever met. This is confidential information, so please refrain from discussing it with anyone except your husband, Toshinori began, prompting Aizawa to scoff, still confident that it would be something trivial. However, he nodded in agreement, wanting to get this over with. I have a quirk that has been passed down through generations. It was originally created to combat all for one, Toshinori explained, and Aizawa's attention piqued at the mention of that name. It is called One for All. As you might already know, I had to retire due to recent events. We will need a new symbol of peace, someone who can ensure that if All for One is free again, they will be able to defeat him. He watched as Aizawa's expression shifted to a frown. Where are you going with this? Why are you telling me this? Aizawa asked, concerned about where this conversation was headed. I believe young Midoriya is the best candidate to become the next wielder, Toshinori stated firmly. Bakugo stood on one end of the field while Hitoshi was on the other. After nearly an hour of melting the ice, they were finally ready to start the last fight of the semifinals. Katsuki smirked smugly, declaring, just because Deku likes you doesn't mean I won't kick your butt. Hitoshi responded confidently, I wouldn't ask for anything better, but Katsuki knew he should remain silent from that point on if he wanted to avoid being controlled. Let the match begin, Midnight announced, swinging her whip in the air, which earned cheers from the crowd. It was a battle of physical versus mental quirks. If it weren't for Shinso's combat skills, the match would have already been over. He still hadn't mastered his capture weapon, so he had to rely on hand-to-hand combat and taunting. His new mask could prove useful. Don't hesitate to use me as a source, anything used won't be taken personally by me. I know I'm Katsuki's weak point. I really want to see both of you win, but that's not possible. I'll take responsibility if something happens. But don't worry, he has something to use against you too. We have to play fair, he explained, his small smile turning into a bright grin. So do your best and don't hold back. Either way, we'll all be together in that stadium. Shinso smirked as he dodged another attack from Katsuki. But his quirk makes his hearing more difficult, so speak as loudly as you can, Izuku's advice echoed in his mind as he jumped over Katsuki. You know, this baby allows me to repeat things people told me, Shinso lied, making Katsuki frown as he launched another attack. I hate it, but sometimes. I'm still so scared of Kaken. Izuku's voice resonated, causing Katsuki to freeze. I always wonder if he really loves me. I feel like he's just there to make himself feel better. Shinso smirked, enjoying how convincing this voice sounded. To Shinso's displeasure, Katsuki became more aggressive but also less precise. But I don't know how long I can keep up the act. I didn't think he'd actually stay with me, Izuku's voice mumbled. Katsuki's tears mixed with his sweat, creating the biggest explosion he had ever unleashed, and before they knew it, Shinso was out. Katsuki was still furious as he grabbed Shinso's collar in frustration. "You 𝘕𝘰𝘵, I'm gonna kill you," he yelled, just as Present Mic announced his victory. Izuku, who had been watching the match, rushed to the entrance as quickly as he could. "Kaken," he called, catching the blonde's attention. Shinso took that moment to get up and looked at Katsuki. "It's not true, Bakugo. Izuku is head over heels for you, don't worry," he chuckled, confusing the blonde. "It allows me to modify my voice. Izuku would never say things like that about you." He reassured Katsuki, who twitched his eye in annoyance as he stomped his way toward Izuku, who was in one of the corridors. "You let him use you against me," Katsuki said, grabbing his collar, and Izuku nodded, making him scoff. "You're lucky I love you," Katsuki cursed, smashing his lips against Izuku's, causing him to blush. Shinso, who witnessed everything, laughed as he passed them. "I'm going to RG. Have fun, you too," he waved, making Izuku whine in embarrassment. "Oh, and beat his butt in the final," Shinso added, making Katsuki roll his eyes. "I wasn't planning on doing anything else." "Weren't you supposed to stay in bed, idiot?" Katsuki scolded, making Izuku laugh nervously. "I was making sure you wouldn't commit mass murder," Izuku half-joked. "I was also curious about who was winning," he admitted quietly, making the blonde snicker as he kissed him again. "You didn't think I would win?" Katsuki asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, if you had snapped and responded, you would have lost," Izuku pointed out. "You didn't think I could keep my cool?" Katsuki asked with a pouty tone, which made Izuku laugh. "It's nothing personal," he teased, kissing Katsuki's cheek. Both stayed in each other's arms until they were interrupted by a tired teacher. "He's calm now, no students in the hallways, especially if it's to make out," Aizawa warned, making Izuku laugh as he moved from Katsuki's grip. "Anyways, Bakugo has to get checked out before his next fight starts. And you, sir, are supposed to stay seated," he glared at Izuku, who whined. Standing on each side of the battlefield were the two last contestants, Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. The heterochromatic teen was the first to attack, creating an ice prison that should have pushed Katsuki out, but he simply destroyed it by creating repetitive explosions, breaking a way through the ice. Shoto waited for him to approach, pushing Katsuki off once again, but he was hit by a few explosions in the process. Izuku's voice resonated in Todoroki's head, urging him to use his power fully. He watched as Bakugo approached with another attack. Katsuki didn't understand why Shoto wasn't attacking back with his full power, immediately assuming that he was holding back because he thought he was stronger. Katsuki wanted to win, yes, but not if it wasn't a fair fight, not if both weren't giving their all. "Why are you holding back?" Katsuki yelled as he launched himself, feigning an attack from the front but hitting Shoto's side instead. Todoroki created a new wall of ice to keep himself within the lines as he launched himself at Katsuki once again. Izuku watched from the sidelines, frowning in the same cubicle as his two fathers, who refused to let him out, considering he wasn't fully healed and was wandering around unsupervised. "What did you tell Todoroki earlier?" Aizawa asked, turning to face his son. "The truth," Izuku mumbled. "If you're not using your power fully, then you accepted that you're giving that type of power to your father over you." Not what he wanted to hear, but enough to make him think of something. But if he doesn't use his left side soon, then Kaken might just blow a fuse for him holding back, Izuku observed, watching the enraged blonde. "He should learn more about human emotions," he pointed out, making the black-haired teacher scoff as he focused back on the match. It was sudden, but for a third time that day, Shoto's left side activated, only to fade as quickly as it came. Flashbacks of his childhood flooded his mind, leaving him unable to block out Katsuki's attack, which pushed Todoroki out of bounds. Katsuki Bakugo from Hero Course wins. Mike announced as Katsuki ran to Todoroki, who was unconscious. You held back. Katsuki yelled, grabbing Shoto's collar, just as Izuku had predicted. Midnight quickly used her quirk, making Bakugo fall unconscious before he could harm anyone. Izuku looked at Aizawa pleadingly, hoping to help his boyfriend, who was unconscious. Why are they tying him up? Izuku asked, panicked. Come on, it's going to be the medal ceremony, you'll see him up there, Mike reassured him. I have to stay here, but go with Shota. He smiled, and Izuku ran out of the room, soon followed by his father. The crowd was cheering, even though the game hadn't ended as expected. Katsuki was being held like an animal, and many classmates were against it. They were treating Bakugo like a villain, and even some teachers found it inappropriate to treat him that way. By the time Izuku made it down to the battlefield, Katsuki was tied to a pillar in the stadium. He was waking up, and while he seemed angry, he was actually hurt. Izuku could see it as he made his way there quickly, glaring at the personnel who had tied him up. I'm taking them off, Izuku warned the personnel, who wanted to refuse until Aizawa arrived, stating that he had his quirk ready if something happened. Kaken, I'll take it off, but please don't yell, Izuku said softly as he gently removed the muzzle. I'm not a monster. Why the hell? Izuku cut him off with a kiss. I know you're not a monster, you're an awesome hero, okay? They don't know you like we do. They didn't have to tie you up. I know you wanted to win without him holding back, but the truth is he didn't. Todoroki hasn't used his left side in who knows how long. He has almost no control over it. It's not because he thought he was better, Izuku explained, cupping Katsuki's cheeks. We'll talk about it more later. Now let's just accept the medals and we'll go cuddle after healing up. How does that sound? Izuku suggested in a whisper, careful that no one would hear. Whatever, Katsuki grumbled, flustered, and Izuku got the okay to take off his restraints. Better? Izuku asked softly. Yeah, thanks, nerd, Katsuki mumbled, holding his slightly swollen wrists. Oh, and you fought very well, Izuku smiled, jumping on the third-place podium next to Shinso and giving a small thumbs up to Todoroki, who didn't look to be in the best condition but was still holding his head high. Everyone wanted to celebrate the sports festival, but Katsuki wasn't feeling it, so he locked himself in his room. Izuku quickly noticed his disappearance and smoothly escaped the gathering to find him. Thankfully, he didn't encounter anyone on his way there, but he grew worried when he heard a lot of noise coming from the blonde's dorm room. He ran and swung the door open, revealing a crying and enraged Katsuki. Kaken! Izuku yelled, catching the blonde's attention as he turned to face him. Hi, Izuku, he whispered, and Izuku closed the door. Kaken. Baby, what's wrong? Izuku asked, cupping his cheeks. It wasn't often that Izuku used pet names for Katsuki, but it was always special. I'm a monster, I shouldn't even be here, Katsuki cried out. No, you're not. You have issues, yes, but you have nothing in common with a monster, Izuku reassured him with a sad smile as he wiped Katsuki's tears with his thumbs. No. Izuku. I'm in but. I can't. He sobbed, hiding his face in Izuku's shoulder. I don't understand why you're with me, he admitted under his breath, making Izuku hug him tightly. Because. I don't know why either. All I know is I love you, and I can't imagine a life without. Not if you are like this. A part-time but with an overflowing ego. Someone who, even if they don't show it, cares very much about everyone around you. You're the guy that I will always come back to, he smiled, looking up at Katsuki's crimson eyes. You have a temper that not everyone will understand, but that's normal. People they judge before learning who you really are. As long as you don't forget your final goal, that determination you're holding, that's what will determine if you're a monster or a hero. He whispered, going on his tiptoes to kiss him softly and lovingly. I love you exactly as you are, qualities and flaws. You're perfect to me and everyone who knows you, he mumbled against Izuku's lips before kissing him again. Katsuki kissed back, pulling Izuku closer to him, as if that was even physically possible. They smiled into the kiss, keeping their eyes closed. Do you want me to stay over tonight? Izuku asked in a whisper. I wasn't going to let you go anyway, Katsuki teased, making Izuku laugh softly. And Kaken, I'm sorry for allowing Hitoshi to use me as a point to provoke you. It was wrong of me, Izuku admitted, causing Katsuki to sigh. I guess that's my karma for treating you wrong all those years, Katsuki grumbled. No. It's wrong either way. And I promise not to allow it again. I just really wanted to see both of you win. Izuku explained, making Katsuki laugh. I'm serious, Kaken, Izuku mumbled sadly, and Katsuki cupped his cheeks. Deku, it's okay. I could never be mad at you, but please. At least until I think I deserve that forgiveness, I'd like to not be used like that and all, Katsuki mumbled. I promise, Izuku whispered back, kissing him. About 2 weeks passed since the sports festival, and a new villain had caught every hero's attention. People even started fearing his presence, seeing that he had killed 8 pro heroes, with only one escaping alive but paralyzed. Tensei Ida, Ingenium, and most importantly, the older brother of Tenya Ida, the class representative of Class 1A. However, one group in particular didn't like that this villain was getting so much attention. They had tried to make him join their affiliation, but to no avail, as he was turned down almost immediately. Tomura Shigaraki was losing his patience. There was no progress in their plans, and the voice in his head was becoming overwhelming. His master, 𝘊𝘆𝘆, had been communicating with him. He didn't know how, but he knew why. 𝘊𝘆𝘆 was planning his escape, and even though Shigaraki was trying to avoid being manipulated, it wasn't working. After all, the best manipulators still manage to succeed even if you're aware of their intentions. What made him furious was the sudden arrival of Izuku Midoriya's quirk. It was obvious to him that it was All Might's quirk, but he didn't want to believe it. If Izuku had it, it meant he was the new target. He had warned Izuku not to get in the way, but he still put himself on the front lines. The last week had been very emotional for Class 1A. The pressure of their whole school years and their future was on the line, something that could lead to expulsion, the midterm exams. I'm going to fail. All these efforts, and I'll never even be able to become a hero because I can't do math properly. Kaminari complained, hitting his head against the table. Izuku, Katsuki, and Yaoyorozu had agreed to help. Well, more like Izuku and Yaoyorozu wanted to help, and Katsuki was dragged along by his boyfriend. Don't worry, Kaminari. I'm sure you'll do it. Do your best, and as long as you have a passing grade, you'll be okay. The more you stress, the more your mind will go blank during the exam. Izuku smiled, rubbing his friend's back. Dunce face. Stop whining, or I'll be the one teaching you, Katsuki threatened, and Denki instantly fell silent, making a few at the table laugh. Don't worry, let's try again, Izuku smiled determinedly at the golden-haired boy. You have way too much faith in me, Mido, Kaminari cried, and Izuku smiled sadly. How about we call it a night? We'll work on it more tomorrow, Izuku suggested, and before he could get an answer, Katsuki stood up, grabbing his shorter boyfriend over his shoulder. Wait, Kaken, I was asking him, not you. Izuku whined, making a few classmates laugh. Don't care, Katsuki retorted, smirking. Izuku blushed as he looked at his classmates, who were laughing and putting their things away. Bye guys. See you tomorrow, he waved at them in defeat. They waved goodbye as they disappeared into the elevator. Kaken, you've been acting different recently. Is everything all right? Izuku asked, unsure, and the blonde shrugged. You're hot, and I want to do more with you, Katsuki answered truthfully, not able to see the beet-red face of his boyfriend, considering he was over his shoulder. Let's talk about that in your room, Izuku mumbled, embarrassed at the idea of anyone overhearing them. Katsuki didn't answer but continued his way silently. He opened his dorm room, putting Izuku on his bed and climbing over him. You've been making me feel weird things inside, Deku. I feel like I want more than a kiss. We haven't even made out yet. I don't want to force you, but I really want to at least try it, Katsuki explained, making sure to maintain eye contact. So can we try? To make out? Katsuki asked hopefully. Izuku nodded in understanding before chuckling. I guess it's an acceptable request, he whispered, cupping Katsuki's cheeks. God, I love you, Izuku, Katsuki stated, kissing him gently. I love you too, Kaken. Izuku whispered, wrapping his arms around his lover's neck. Want to do it now? Izuku asked uncertainly, making Katsuki smirk. Absolutely, he answered, kissing him again. And you? Katsuki asked, waiting for his consent. When he received it, he kissed him again, this time with more intensity. Katsuki wanted Izuku to open his mouth. He wanted to taste him more, but he didn't know how to ask. So he didn't. He slowly slid his hands across Izuku's hips, making him gasp, and took that chance to slide his tongue inside. It was clumsy at first, clacking their teeth together, but they soon found a rhythm and moved in sync. Katsuki kept his hands on Izuku's waist, rubbing his thumbs on his soft skin. They soon separated for air, panting as they looked at each other, a new type of message passing through their eyes. Is it okay? Katsuki asked, a hint of worry in his voice, and Izuku eagerly nodded yes. So, we can continue. Izuku smiled, nodding yes again. Can I give you a hickey? Katsuki asked, embarrassed. Not too visible, please. Izuku giggled, blushing, making Katsuki smile like a child who had just been given candy. He pecked Izuku's lips, moving to his jawline, down his neck, and his collarbone. He wanted to make it higher, where everyone could see that Izuku was his, but he wouldn't since the greenette told him not to. He was skiing lightly and nibbling at his skin until he felt Izuku tense up, letting out a quiet sound. He backed away to look at Izuku, who was blushing like crazy. You made a sound, Katsuki smirked proudly as Izuku blushed even more. Wow, and I thought seeing you blush was attractive, but this is on another level, Katsuki chuckled, leaning in closer to the spot he had just discovered. Kaken, don't say things like that, it's embarrassing. Izuku whined, covering his eyes with his forearm, unable to hide the pleasure it made him feel. Katsuki hummed in response, pulling back slightly to admire the reddish mark he had just left. But it's true, he cooed, kissing the small bruise. And I don't think you even understand how attractive you are. I mean, you're always adorable, but sometimes I look at you and think, wow, he's really attractive. Katsuki explained in awe, and Izuku couldn't help but smile. I love you, Kaken. So much, Izuku whispered lovingly. I know, who wouldn't? Katsuki joked, pecking Izuku's lips, earning an eye roll from the smaller boy. So count yourself lucky that Katsuki Bakugo loves you too. He grinned proudly, making Izuku giggle as he pulled Katsuki down next to him. I guess that is a pretty impressive achievement, Izuku said playfully, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's chest. I'm honored. He giggled, melting into his embrace. Katsuki chuckled, kissing his forehead and watching him slowly doze off. Dork, Katsuki scoffed silently, taking in the sweet scent of his boyfriend. My dork. The week had been painful, stressful, and now, simply discouraging. So we've been doing everything to pass this, and these don't count that much in the first year? Kaminari cried after the teacher's announcement. We needed you to give your maximum. It seems you work well under pressure, Aizawa grumbled, wanting to be anywhere but there. If you need to complain, go to the one who gave the idea. He sighed, pointing to his green-haired son, who looked at him wide-eyed. Seriously? You weren't supposed to tell them. Izuku defended under the glares of his classmates. Plus, everyone passed, giving us the highest average grade in the school. He pointed out, trying to ease the tension, but the glares were still piercing through his soul. We also get 1 week before the internships start, so maybe we can ask for a class activity to celebrate? Izuku suggested, making a few gasp, liking the idea. Oh my god, yes. We could go shopping. Mina squealed, making Izuku sigh in relief. Thank goodness for their short attention spans. In a heartbeat, everyone was discussing things they could do, which changed the class topic, except for a few, Kirishima, Kaminari, Shinso, and Katsuki, who stormed Izuku's desk. You could have at least told me. Shinso said dramatically, earning a death glare from Izuku. Stop pretending you didn't know. I was thrown under the bus, so I'm throwing you too. You were just as guilty as me, Izuku glared at him. Except your excuse was to watch them suffer. Izuku exposed, making Kaminari and Kirishima gasp. "Tsuke, you could have at least told me," Katsuki pouted, making Izuku giggle as he leaned over his desk to give a peck on his forehead. "Don't worry, Kaken, it's nothing personal," he cooed, making those at the table start laughing until an imaginary light bulb flashed over Denki's head. "Hey, I've been meaning to ask, have you guys done it yet?" he asked curiously, making a few internally scream. They may have wondered, but they didn't actually want to know. "Did what?" Izuku asked, tilting his head innocently, and Katsuki glared at Kaminari. "It's none of your business," Katsuki retorted under the confused gaze of his boyfriend. Izuku's innocent mind started making connections slowly as he suddenly flashed red in realization. "No, we didn't," he responded, panicked, making them laugh, and Katsuki pinched the bridge of his nose in discouragement. "Deku, by the way you're reacting, it looks like we actually did," Katsuki sighed. "But we didn't. I haven't even seen your—" He was cut off by a hand covering his mouth. The group just started laughing even more as they watched him try to defend himself. "Deku, just shut up, you're digging your grave," Katsuki scoffed, tapping his head in discouragement, still slightly amused. Katsuki ended up refusing to tag along for their mall trip, claiming he had better things to do. But he admitted to Izuku that he just needed to rest. He hadn't slept well during the last week because of the exams, so now that he didn't have to worry, he preferred sleeping. So here they were, Class 1A walking around the mall in groups of 2. Izuku paired himself up with Todoroki for the day. Ever since the sports festival, the dual-haired boy had opened up more to Izuku. "So, Todoroki, where are you planning to go for your internship?" Izuku asked, curiosity taking the best of him. "The Endeavor Agency," Todoroki answered nonchalantly, and if Izuku had water in his mouth, it would have been spat everywhere. "What? Are you sure it's a good idea?" Izuku questioned worriedly. "Truth be told, I don't know, but I wish to use all my resources to become the best, so who's better than the #1 fire quirk user in Japan?" he explained calmly, and Izuku hummed in agreement. "So, he used me, I'll be using him back. I will be interning, but not as his son. I'll be there as Shoto, a student from the UA Hero course, Class 1A. He explained calmly, and Izuku's smile grew wide with pride. "Great. I'm so happy," he exclaimed. "Though if he hurts you, tell me, and I'll go Detroit smash him to the moon." Izuku ordered, making Todoroki smile slightly. "I will, thank you, Midoriya." They were walking around, Izuku doing most of the talking and looking for anything that would catch their eye, but there was nothing until Izuku noticed something in a jewelry store. "Can we go there?" Izuku asked with stars in his eyes, and Todoroki nodded in agreement. Izuku ran ahead and looked at the different rings in the windows. Todoroki observed from afar as Izuku went from one table to another in awe. "Oh, sir, how much is this one?" Izuku asked, his eyes sparkling as he looked at a dark-colored tungsten ring with an orange line in the middle. 18,000 yen, the cashier answered with a smile, recognizing them from the sports festival. Izuku nodded, looking through his wallet, convinced he might have enough, but he quickly realized he was 4,000 yen short. His cheerful aura instantly became gloomy. "How much are you short, kid?" the cashier asked with a compassionate smile. 4,000 yen, he mumbled sadly. "Tell you this, my grandson is a huge fan. If you agree to take a picture and give an autograph, I'll give it to you for half the price," the cashier offered, and Izuku's eyes lit up once again. "Really?" he asked excitedly. "If your friend could join, that would be great too. He was actually screaming at the top of his lungs during your match. You too, I think his name was Shinso, and that Bakugo kid, you all almost cost me my eardrums," he explained playfully, and Izuku was over the moon as he looked at his friend, who nodded in agreement. "We have a deal," he chirped, making the man smile as he took out his phone. Izuku brought Todoroki in for the picture, both doing a peace sign, Izuku holding a bright smile and Shoto a small one. "Here," he said, giving a paper to them. "What's his name?" Izuku asked, taking the pen. "Ikaku." Soon they finished their interaction, and Izuku left with a small bag. "Could you wait here? I need to use the restroom," Shoto questioned the green-haired teen, who nodded happily. "If I'm not here, it's because I was kidnapped," he joked, earning a scoff from the other, who soon left his sight. A few meters away, a man wearing a hood slowly approached the teen, who had his guard completely down. He wrapped his hand around Izuku's shoulders, standing by his side. "The slightest movement and it will cost you your life," he threatened, his raspy voice one that Izuku couldn't forget. "You'll follow me like the good friend you are and not cause any commotion," he commanded, and Izuku nodded, in understanding as he followed the male, who sat with him on the edge of the water fountain. "Shigaraki, what do you want?" Izuku asked under his breath, trying to keep away any suspicions from those around them. "Where did this quirk come from?" he asked firmly, and Izuku froze. "Late development," he lied. Please. "Why lie to me? I'm your brother," he questioned, frustrated, making Izuku gulp nervously. "I know, but you told me already, we aren't on the same side. I'm sorry for lying, but please try to understand," he pleaded, his eyes becoming dull. Shigaraki gritted his teeth, annoyed. "I tried warning you. Before, he wanted you on our side, to hire you. But now he wants you dead because you took that curse. It's a kill or be killed situation, I know. But someone has to stop him and stop you too. I'd prefer if we weren't on opposite sides, but we are. I'm sorry, Shiggy, I want to help you so you can live for yourself, but I can try getting you out of there, only if that's what you want. Then we could try standing alongside each other," Izuku said, his eyes teary, and Shigaraki's eyes were now hidden fully under his hood, tilting his head forward. "I wish you could, but not everyone can be saved, Izuku," he stated, and Izuku nodded slowly, slightly disappointed. "I'll still try." His emerald eyes glowed with a hint of determination, making the man smile slightly under his hood. "Be careful in Hosu City. This is my last warning. Don't put me in a position where I'll have to hurt you," he said before leaving the teen alone. Izuku clenched his fists. The S-class villain was right there. He could try stopping him, but he knew it wasn't time yet, so he watched him walk away. Shigaraki was ruthless, so even if Izuku tried now, people would get hurt. He was still in a state of shock, unaware of the people around him, unaware of his classmate who was actively looking for him. The dual-haired teen finally saw his friend, who looked half dead on the side of the fountain. "Midoriya!" Shoto shouted, running to the teen, who was mumbling incoherent words. "Midoriya, what happened?" "He was here. Quirk. Hosu City. Careful." He could only grasp a few words out of everything that he said. Shoto shook Izuku harshly, snapping the boy out of his trance, and he could finally notice the tears covering his freckled cheeks. "Aizawa! Police! Evacuate!" Izuku finally snapped, getting up and grabbing his phone, confusing Todoroki. "Maybe he's still here. Maybe we can stop him without anyone getting hurt," was the only thread of hope he was holding on to at the moment. Midoriya took his phone, dialing Aizawa's number first. Todoroki may have only been able to catch half the conversation, but he had a recap of it. "Shigaraki was here. He warned me. Something will happen soon. He might still be here," he explained, trying to stay calm and collected, but his shaky voice betrayed him. It was less than a minute later that an announcement in the mall resonated. "A villain has been spotted on site. Please evacuate. Authorities are on their way. Please stay cautious." The same message was repeated on loop as Izuku stayed silent, not moving whatsoever. Panic started as the two stayed there like Aizawa ordered until the so-called authorities arrived. It was all vague to Izuku. He gave his statements, but something was bothering him. Something he kept asking himself in a loop. Does he or does he not want to be saved? The Greenette arrived, still slightly startled by the events of hours before. The questioning wasn't too bad, but his questions were still stuck in his head. Questions that only one person could answer, but that wasn't even possible. But he couldn't sulk. Life continues. So, bag in hand, he knocked at the door of the blonde. "It better be Deku or I'll kill you," he threatened across the door, making Izuku giggle. "Yeah, it's me," he smiled sweetly as the door opened, revealing a clearly still half-asleep blonde. "You slept the whole day?" Izuku asked, slipping inside the room. "Woke up when the others got here. They were way too loud," Katsuki grumbled, locking the door and sitting on his bed. "So they didn't tell you?" Izuku asked, actually relieved that he'd be the one to tell him since it would have been worse if it was other classmates. Tell me what? Katsuki asked with a frown, and Izuku sighed, sitting down next to him. Okay, so here's the plan. I drop the bomb and I give you your present after. How does that sound? Izuku asked with a sheepish smile. Just say it. It sounds like there was a villain attack or something, Katsuki scolded, earning a silent response from Izuku, who was evaluating his possibilities. Katsuki bit his cheek in annoyance. Deku, you have to be kidding me, Katsuki growled, pinching the bridge of his nose. Well, technically I wasn't harmed, just threatened. Izuku defended. Oh, because your dumb self was in the middle of it on top of that? He questioned, irritated, but he couldn't hide his concern for his boyfriend's safety. Nothing I didn't already know. Just a confirmation that I was in a kill or be killed situation, he whispered, trying to downplay it, but it was hard to hide that he was terrified. Katsuki's scold became softer as he opened his arms for his boyfriend, who didn't hesitate to jump in. Idiot. Can't keep out of trouble, can you? Katsuki teased, stroking his freckled cheek with his thumb. Izuku chuckled softly, looking at him with a gentle gaze. This present of yours better be worth it. Katsuki continued to tease, and Izuku's face lit up once again as he nodded eagerly, reaching for his bag. First off, did you know you have a fan? Izuku smiled, making Katsuki smirk. Of course I do, I'm the best, he stated smugly, earning an eye roll from his boyfriend. Well, I also have a fan. I gave an autograph and a picture to the grandson of the cashier. Izuku grinned proudly, making Katsuki chuckle as he placed a quick kiss on his lips. That's awesome, nerd, Katsuki praised, causing Izuku to wiggle in excitement as he pulled out a box from his bag. Izuku smiled as he handed him the ring box, and when Katsuki opened it, a calm smile spread across his face. So, you like it? Izuku asked excitedly, and Katsuki nodded, slipping the ring onto his index finger. I'm surprised you found something that wasn't All Might related, Katsuki teased, pulling him in for a loving kiss. Come on, you know I grew out of that, Izuku pouted, making the blonde snicker. Yeah, I forgot, you just switched to your dad's merch, he corrected playfully, and Izuku was about to retort, but Katsuki beat him to it. But I love it. Thanks, nerd, he whispered, making Izuku smile with reassurance. You still got energy for our training tonight? Katsuki asked, and Izuku nodded confidently. Always. They were going to spar outside that day, and to their surprise, the original trio was there. Hey! Izuku smiled, rushing to hug the three of them tightly, with Tamaki awkwardly returning the embrace. So, how is it going, little guy? How did your exams go? Mirio asked with his usual smile, patting Izuku's head. Great. It was really fun. Izuku grinned proudly, and Katsuki glared at him. By great, you mean that you helped your dad make us think this was the end of the world? Yeah, you did great, Katsuki said sarcastically, clicking his tongue in annoyance. They laughed as Izuku tried to defend himself. Oh, and Midoriya, I've been meaning to speak to you for a minute. Is that okay? Mirio asked seriously, and Izuku nodded. Uncertainly. I'll be right back, he smiled, kissing Katsuki's cheek, which made the girl watching laugh at the blushing blonde. He followed Mirio closely, soon far enough from the others. I'm happy to see he chose you, Mirio said calmly to the brunette, who tilted his head in confusion. After the incident when you were in a coma, he came to me about one for all. I refused since we both agreed you were a better candidate, he explained. Izuku took a few seconds to process the meaning of the abbreviation. Why did you refuse? You are way stronger than me, Izuku questioned, feeling no resentment about being the second option for the successor of this power. That's the thing, I'm not, Mirio laughed. You beat me with the help of a support item. You have the brain and the power to become stronger with this quirk, he explained, holding onto Izuku's shoulder. You have the smile to become the next symbol of peace. All this to say, I'll be by your side no matter what. Count me as your second closest friend, he laughed. Bakugo will kill me if I take number one, he whispered, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh. I hate to admit that you're right. But thank you, I really appreciate it, Mirio, Izuku said, bowing, which made the older male chuckle. They turned, and Izuku looked at Katsuki, who was caught in a chokehold from the purple-haired girl, laughing at him for blushing. Okay, 𝘕𝘰𝘵, can I have him back? We came to spar after all, Izuku asked playfully, pinching his friend's trapezius, which made her whine and quickly let go. Hey, you could have just asked, she pouted, making Izuku giggle. Where's the fun in that? He winked playfully, and she dramatically gasped, causing them to laugh. The trio stayed with them the whole time, watching Izuku beat Katsuki in their sparring match. Izuku still wasn't comfortable using his quirk outside of actual training since he didn't have the best control over it, so he relied mostly on his usual fighting style. I win again, Izuku smirked, pinning Katsuki to the ground. You cheated, Katsuki replied as he was let free. Just admit that I'm better than you, Izuku teased, giving a quick peck on his cheek before running to the side to drink water. The big three watching started laughing. Even Tamaki cracked a smile as they observed the couple banter, with Izuku being more of a tease than Katsuki, who was genuinely offended. Come on, lovebirds, it's late. It's probably past Mr. Boom Boom Boy's bedtime, 𝘕𝘰𝘵 teased, making the blonde shout even louder, insulting the girl. Katsuki, that's enough, Izuku ordered calmly, but his eyes held a menacing glare, and it suddenly went silent. I'm sorry, he mumbled, trying to make himself small. They may have wanted to laugh, but Izuku still held a frown. But like always, Izuku's mood snapped back to cheerful in an instant. Bye guys. Izuku smiled brightly, soon dragging Katsuki away. Don't worry, I still love you, but it's actually late and I'm tired, Izuku said sweetly, looking at his pouting boyfriend. Passing a hand through his hair in irritation, Katsuki looked at the ceiling, the only thing he didn't want to destroy at the moment. He simply hoped Izuku would listen to his warning this time. All this will be worth it, son. He wasn't raised right. We tried saving him from these heroes, but he chose his side. We tried saving him, but some people aren't strong enough to accept help. Shigaraki couldn't handle hearing him any longer. It was invading and he could barely sleep anymore. It was unbearable. It was too far even for him. Somebody help me. No, Izuku answered blankly, making the 𝘤𝘕 hero choke on his own spit, not expecting to be rejected so quickly. I won't be going with him for my internship. The plan we talked about will stay the same. Izuku smiled slightly while tapping his back until he stopped coughing. Why not? He already knows everything about the quirk, he'll be able to. Izuku cut him off. Because I won't go down your path, Izuku exhaled. Don't get me wrong, All Might, you were always my biggest source of inspiration. I won't be able to progress if I take the path of someone I already analyzed thoroughly. Plus, if you weren't able to stop him, then if I followed your path, we probably won't be getting anywhere, he explained calmly, and the blonde teacher frowned in response. What do you mean, young Midoriya? He asked, confused. That he's a lost fanboy who has been following you since we were 3, and that everything about your quirk has been analyzed. He's been talking to voices to learn more about it, Katsuki explained, arriving out of nowhere. What? Young Midoriya? What does he mean by the voices? He questioned, bewildered. The past wielders that you told me about? Izuku answered uncertainly. Already? You haven't even mastered my quirk fully, he stated, shocked compared to Izuku, who seemed to think it was normal. Yeah, though I've only listened to Nana Shimura and the first wielder. The rest speak but aren't facing me yet. It's weird since I can't speak, but at least I got a lot of information, like the origins and all, and Shigaraki's relation with Nana. Izuku mumbled the last part, making Toshinori sigh in compassion as he tapped the smaller teen's shoulder. It's crazy how everything is interrelated, he thought out loud, holding his chin between his index and thumb. Why didn't you speak of it to me? The blonde teacher asked, concerned. Because you were also there. Well, your subconscious was. I just didn't see the need to tell you things you already knew, he explained truthfully. Toshinori wanted to give him a reason why he should have told him, but technically he didn't have to, so he just sighed. You still have resentment against me, don't you? Toshinori asked with a sad smile. I wouldn't say resentment. I simply realized that you were human, like me, and that you make mistakes. So I told myself I should stop treating you as a god. but I will soon be needing your help. I am focusing on activating my quirk in certain parts of my body, but I'll need help with special attacks soon. I believe it's better to learn from you directly than someone who never wielded the quirk, Izuku explained truthfully, and All Might nodded before sighing loudly. I guess I'm worrying too much, he smiled, ruffling Izuku's hair. I'm proud of you, but I'd like, at least, weekly updates on all your progress. That's all I'll ask, and if you need help, I'm always there, he explained, and Izuku smiled brightly. Fine by me. Izuku smiled. We're going to go now, we have to go back to class, he explained happily. Okay, you too, see you in training, he waved at them, watching Izuku drag Katsuki away with a scold. Once in the hallway, Izuku pushed Katsuki against the wall. What did I say about listening to private conversations? Izuku asked, not breaking eye contact, while Katsuki was too scared to look away. Sorry, Deku. You say that every time, yet you still do it. If you want to listen, then tell me in the person. Sometimes it's something that the person might want to keep a secret. I don't think it's morally right to do this, Katsuki, Izuku explained, slightly disappointed, and walked away, leaving the blonde stunned. Everyone noticed how Izuku had been avoiding Katsuki all afternoon. It was strange, especially since Izuku didn't look bothered. He simply went on with his day, though he noticed Katsuki becoming more distressed by it. The blonde feared that Izuku might leave him for being overwhelming. They were all choosing the agencies they'd go and turn in, but of course, Bakugo couldn't focus. Izuku didn't need to find an agency since it was already decided. He tore a piece of paper and tapped on his boyfriend's shoulder. Katsuki almost immediately looked back to meet Izuku's calm emerald eyes. He looked at the piece of paper and took it uncertainly, opening it. I may be mad, but I still love you. We'll talk later, okay? Katsuki shook his head, slightly relieved, turning the paper and writing his own note. Idiot. Katsuki. He gave it back to the greenette, who covered his mouth to try not to laugh. That's how they went back to class with a weight lifted from their shoulders. Izuku had training with Kendo from Class 1B after regular classes and was now finally getting back to the dorms. He sighed as he opened the front door, and to his surprise, he found the common areas calm. A certain blonde was sitting on the couch, scrolling through his phone and tapping his foot on the floor at an inhuman speed. When he heard the door open, he looked quickly, finding Izuku there with a shy smile. Katsuki didn't waste a second to pull him into a tight hug. I'd hate to see how it is if I left for a month, Izuku joked, kissing his cheek, making Katsuki pout. Yeah, well, if you leave mad at me then I'll lose it, Katsuki grumbled, nuzzling into the crook of his neck. Do you understand why I'm mad, though? Izuku asked softly, and Katsuki shrugged. I guess, but why hide if you'll end up telling me anyway? Katsuki questioned, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh shortly. Because maybe one day it'll be something that I'll judge as really confidential, Izuku explained while playing with Katsuki's hair. Like what? If they killed someone? Katsuki asked, looking at Izuku, who was biting the inside of his cheek to avoid laughing. Kaken, seriously? Izuku raised an eyebrow before laughing at how adorable Katsuki was at that moment. Just ask before following, please, Izuku smiled, cupping his cheeks. Fine, he grumbled. Now, tell me where you're interning. Well, I can confirm I'm not in the same agency as you, Izuku started, and that was all Katsuki needed to know before returning to his pouting state. I'm going to be in backup, Izuku mumbled, looking at Katsuki's expression, which turned to one of confusion. What do you mean? Katsuki asked, and Izuku smiled reassuringly before starting to pull him to Katsuki's room, returning the waves of their classmates. Izuku sat on the desk chair while Katsuki went to his bed. Now talk, Katsuki ordered sternly, not liking what Izuku might have meant. No student will be allowed anywhere around Hosu City after the warning I received, he explained calmly, and Katsuki nodded uncertainly. But I'll be a backup weapon if things turn for the worst, if an attack does occur. Whatever happens from now on, I have to be ready no matter when things will explode. Aizawa, Hisashi, Toshinori, and Nizu were in a conference room to have an important meeting concerning a certain freckled student of theirs. He's just a kid. Not a weapon. Izawa almost shouted as he slammed his fists against the table. We understand, but he won't be a first option, only a last resort. If everything is fine, he'll be able to train here the whole week and he'll also be safer, Nizu explained calmly, which only made Izawa more annoyed. Well, you needed our consent, you don't have it, Hisashi stated sternly. Nizu simply sighed in response, looking at the three teachers who didn't seem okay with his plan. But you weren't looking for our approval, you're simply warning us, Izawa mumbled, crossing his arms over his chest in annoyance. I have already obtained Izuku's consent to the plan, Nizu admitted shamelessly, causing the two parents to look at their boss with disappointment. Even Toshinori didn't find it morally acceptable, but then they remembered that Nizu wasn't capable of feeling these types of emotions because of his past. If the plan seemed to have the best outcome, then it was the right one. And with their son's approval, there was nothing more they could do. Since he isn't going anywhere, I'll be interning him. I want him to experience it like his classmates. He'll be tagging along for hero work with me, Izawa stated, leaving no room for opposition. That seems fair to me, Nizu said, jumping off his chair and walking out of the room as if he hadn't just broken the news that their son was now officially starting his duty as a human weapon. And they didn't have a say in it. In the last week, all heroes in training were able to choose their hero names, marking one of the biggest steps toward becoming the new generation of heroes in Japan. Now, the internships had started, and every student went their separate ways for the week. Izuku, being the only one left from the hero course at UA, was mentally prepared to be bored during the day, considering Izawa wasn't a full-time pro hero and worked at nighttime. That was what he thought, at least, until a purple-haired teen joined him in the empty classroom in the morning, still half asleep. Toshi! Izuku almost screamed as he jumped into his brother's arms. You're here, he cheered, jumping around like a child. Seriously, I'm here? I thought I was in Canada, but apparently I was wrong, Shinso said sarcastically. Izuku laughed as he went to sit at the teacher's desk, considering Izawa was out talking with Principal Nizu. Wanna go fight? Izuku asked excitedly. Yeah, but I want to know why you're also here. I thought I was the only one interning with Dad, Shinso said with a questioning gaze. Long story, but I'll be here and on guard duty, Izuku answered, trying to sound mysterious. Problem child, this is serious. Don't joke about that, Eraserhead glared as he entered the room. I take it very seriously, I just don't want to worry anyone, Izuku defended himself, making their dad sigh in discouragement. Unbelievable, Izawa grumbled, pinching the bridge of his nose. That aside, we have stuff to do, so let's go, he ordered, motioning for them to follow. Day 3 of the internships. 20:35 p.m. Katsuki's hairstyle was all over the news, and Izuku laughed about it every night when he called. So far, there were no signs of any major attacks in Hosu City. Shinso and Izuku were staying at home with Shota and Yamada for the week, and they were all watching a comedy show. It was rather sudden. One moment they were laughing and the next, the screen went red. Dads, what's this? Izuku asked worriedly as he read the words blinking on the screen. Emergency broadcast. Present Mike and Eraserhead quickly pulled out their phones, where the same alert was being broadcast. It's starting, Mike said quietly, a stark contrast to his usual loud personality. In Hosu City, today at 20:40 p.m., we announce a state of evacuation in Hosu and surrounding cities. Creatures have been spotted and are attacking civilians and pro-heroes on the scene. Please follow instructions and stay alert for further announcements. The announcement ended, returning to the normal TV where laughter was heard. This is bad, Izuku muttered, slightly shaking. Their parents wanted to reassure them, but they knew, everyone knew, that anything could happen at any moment. Are you sure you want to do this, Izuku? Yamada questioned, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to get ready. In case something happens, Izuku mumbled in response, getting up and leaving for his room, where his new hero suit was secured. Izawa clenched his fists tightly as he watched the TV show that suddenly felt out of place. He took the remote and closed the program, keeping the TV on in case of any updates. Put on the news, maybe it isn't that bad, and they're just being cautious. Yamada snatched the controller and switched to the news program, hoping this was just a precaution. After the emergency broadcast, more than half the city has been evacuated already. Pro-heroes are still on the scene, and more emergency services are there to assist with evacuations and fires. Live videos taken from a helicopter were shown. The city is on fire. The streets are destroyed due to the use of many different quirks. This is a catastrophic event. Hospitals are full. Please avoid any visits unless it's an emergency. Aizawa quickly changed the channel, leaving the three in tense silence. Bad? Yamada sighed. Really bad, Shinso added, looking at the hallway where Izuku emerged in his hero suit. He hadn't heard or seen what was happening on the news, but their worried expressions soon transferred to him as well. That bad, huh? Izuku asked with a nervous laugh. The silence answered for them as Izuku sighed, flopping onto the couch and running his fingers through his hair. He glanced at the coffee table in the middle of the living room, where his phone was constantly buzzing. Answer your angry Pomeranian of a boyfriend before he shows up at our door, Hitoshi joked, trying to lighten the mood. It seemed to work, as Izuku laughed slightly and picked up his phone. Izuku texted, "Hey Kaken, I'm assuming you saw the news?" Katsuki replied, "Yeah. Are you going to join them?" Even Katsuki seemed nervous. He was sitting numbly on one of the couches in the agency room assigned to him during his stay. Izuku responded, "It doesn't look like he's there right now. I'm on standby, but who knows? Maybe he won't show up." Izuku nervously tapped his foot against the floor. Thanks to All Might, they changed the condition to only if Shigaraki was there. Hopefully, he'll stay hidden this time. Katsuki hummed in response, feeling slightly relieved but still extremely tense about the events. "I love you, idiot. If you do have to go, come back home, okay?" Izuku's heart squeezed in pain. He hated worrying his lover, but it seemed to happen anyway. "I promise. But I honestly don't think I'll have to go, so don't worry, okay?" The three others found it oddly sweet. Knowing Katsuki was known for being loud and aggressive, seeing how he treated Izuku was definitely startling, but sweet nonetheless. "Yeah right, let's switch places and see how you react," Katsuki scoffed. "I would be calm and rested," Izuku replied. "Yeah right, you'd be going berserk and probably waiting for me over there." Izuku was about to retort when the screen flashed red again. The call was paused as the announcement was made. In Hosu City, today at 21:15 p.m., we declare a state of emergency. Any pro-hero available must come on scene. The Hero Commission is sending the list of wanted villains spotted in the area to every pro-hero. Please stay alert for any upcoming announcements. Aizawa hurriedly took out his phone, looking through the list of names he had just received. "Katsuki, are you still there?" Izuku asked. "Yeah, Dad is checking the list." "Hey Kaken, I know how you can be, but please, no matter what, stay where you are and listen to what you're told." Izuku pleaded on the phone, noticing Aizawa's expression darken. "No one gets to order me around. Katsuki Bakugo, I need you to promise me. If I know you're there, I won't be able to focus, and you know it." Izuku's firm tone would be enough to make anyone fear him. "We both have promises to keep now. Don't make me regret promising you this." Aizawa nodded at Izuku. He mouthed to his son, "We have to go," trying to follow his son's wishes, but he wanted to force him to stay home. "I promise I'll come back. I have to go now. Love you, I'll call you." "Love you too, nerd." Beep beep beep. "Let's go," Izuku said, a determined spark in his eyes. Standing in an alleyway in Hosu City were two wanted villains facing each other with hate in their eyes. "You idiot. Why are you even doing all this?" the hero killer Stain asked, standing in the alleyway with the pro-hero native behind him, standing on the edge of life and death. "We nicely asked you to join. You refused." "It's a shame, isn't it?" the blue-haired male said with an evil grin. "We gave you your chance, now die." One touch was all it needed, and Stain was turned to ashes. Shigaraki sighed, feeling a presence he wished to avoid. "He's coming. I told him to stay away," he cursed, crouching at the level of the pro-hero and poking his eye. "Dead already?" he smirked. "Pathetic," Shigaraki sighed, gazing at the sky now filled with black smoke. "Today isn't the day we'll face each other, Izuku. I wish things wouldn't end this way." In 𝘉𝘳𝘐 City, the emergency state had been lifted. The monsters had retreated, but the citizens remained on high alert. The cause of the attack was still unknown, and everyone was advised to stay cautious. The return to class was tense for Class 1A. Everyone was on edge after the recent events, and Izuku was no longer in class. He was training intensively with the Hero Commission. Given that he often broke bones due to his quirk, Mei was trying to help him create a support item, a sleeve that would compress his muscles and bones, preventing injuries as long as he didn't overdo it. Aizawa and All Might were spending as much time as possible helping him improve. That was what they told the commission, at least. In reality, they were ensuring that Izuku wouldn't be overworked more than he already was. The students began to question why Izuku was being treated this way. Sure, his program had always been different, but now it seemed too intense. Katsuki was annoyed by this. Were they really going along with the plan to use Izuku as a weapon? Aizawa wasn't okay with it, Yamada wasn't okay with it, heck, even All Might found it inappropriate. But Nizu had said yes, the Hero Commission had said yes, and Izuku had said yes. They were exploiting the fact that Izuku had no regard for himself if it meant he could help others. That idea didn't sit right with Katsuki at all. Izuku lay in bed, exhausted, his muscles aching. The training was draining him mentally and physically. He spent less time with the people he loved, and it only made him feel worse. But he told himself it was for the best. This way, he would be able to stop the man who was his biological father. The thought of his bloodline filled him with anger. How could this man go to such lengths for power? It disgusted him. He was ready to put himself on the line if it meant ending this man's era of terror. Over 100 years. What had he even been doing with Izuku's mother? She had been so happy, but how could she be with a man who had killed so many people without knowing? Something was unclear, something was missing. He would do everything in his power to ensure the truth was known and that no one else would be hurt. And maybe, just maybe, he could help Shigaraki escape this endless cycle. His thoughts were interrupted when his door opened, revealing Katsuki. They didn't spend much time together outside of nighttime, and it pained them both. "Hey," Katsuki greeted, closing the door and walking toward the bed. "Hey, how was your day?" Izuku asked with a smile as he sat up and hugged Katsuki. "Boring without you," Katsuki half teased as. He sat next to him on the bed. Izuku chuckled and placed a gentle kiss on Katsuki's lips. "It's weird not always being with you," he admitted, looking at Katsuki peacefully. Katsuki sighed, brushing his freckled cheek with his hand. "Izuku, you're improving, but you're not yourself anymore," he confessed, and Izuku looked away sadly. "It's for the best, Kaken. This way, if something happens, I'm ready." Izuku forced a smile, the same smile that fooled everyone but annoyed Katsuki. "Wipe that smile off your face. Deku, you've been getting hurt more. You're getting stronger, but at what cost?" Katsuki blurted out suddenly, startling Izuku. The green-haired boy looked at him with a small smile. "I'm okay, don't worry." Katsuki's brows twitched as he stared deep into Izuku's eyes. "You say that all the time, You were almost dead, and yet you said you were okay. When is the line where you're not okay?" His frustration turned into tears. "I'm not okay when I know you guys got hurt because of me. That you're hurt when I could have protected you," Izuku answered truthfully, but that response didn't please Katsuki at all. "Well, you're hurting me right now. You're hurting me so much. But do you not realize that? We're all hurting because we can only watch you sabotage yourself. I'm hurting Izuku." Katsuki's emotions took over as he expressed the weight on his heart, getting up and turning toward the door. "Continue destroying yourself like that, and I'm leaving," he threatened, not daring to look Izuku in the eye, knowing his friend's eyes were filled with tears and pain. Izuku remained silent, which Katsuki took as a sign that Izuku wasn't choosing him after all. Just as Katsuki was about to grab the doorknob, long tendrils wrapped around his wrists. "You promised you wouldn't leave." Izuku's voice was filled with regret and betrayal. "I'm hurting too, Katsuki." He slowly released Katsuki from the grip of his new quirk. "My own blood is a cold-hearted murderer. He arranged to kill my own mother," Izuku stated, clenching his fists until beads of blood appeared. "He could kill anyone, including you. Losing you would be worse than dying." Tears streamed down his face as he looked down. Katsuki watched him with concern, knowing that every word Izuku said was true. "I need you. Please, Kaken. Don't leave me," Izuku pleaded, looking up and making Katsuki aware that tears covered every inch of his face. He was shaking, his lips parted as he let out shaky breaths. Katsuki quickly grabbed Izuku tightly, allowing him to cry on his chest. "I'm sorry, I'll stop the excessive training, but please, don't leave me." Izuku cried desperately, clinging to Katsuki's shirt as if he would vanish at any moment. "Please, Katsuki. I love you. Don't leave me for this," he repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. Katsuki sighed, running his fingers through Izuku's green curls. "So you got a new quirk and didn't tell me?" he asked with a teasing tone. Realization hit Izuku as he pushed himself away from Katsuki, looking at him wide-eyed. "Kaken, I have a new quirk." Izuku exclaimed in shock. "Yeah, I noticed," Katsuki replied with an eye roll, thinking Izuku was simply making an announcement. "You don't understand. I just got a new quirk." Izuku continued. "I didn't have a new quirk before just now. I was told that sometimes it can activate when you experience intense emotions." Izuku's mumbling discouraged Katsuki. "It's great, Deku, but we were talking about something important," Katsuki said firmly, and Izuku nodded sheepishly. "Right," he mumbled, keeping Katsuki's hands in his. "I'll stop the training with the Hero Commission. I promise. I'll stick to the original training program, okay?" Izuku smiled reassuringly, and Katsuki nodded with a sigh of relief. "Good. So you aren't going to leave, right? Please don't leave, I can't lose you." Izuku questioned pleadingly, and Katsuki smirked playfully. "I don't break my promises, Deku," he grinned, and Izuku couldn't hold back a smile as he looked at Katsuki with affection before hugging him tightly, scared to let go. Katsuki was surprised by the organization of the agency, but it was already pushing his buttons. The Ash Blonde had only decided to come here because he was the number 3 hero in Japan. But this was not what he signed up for. "What? Living? What?" Katsuki shouted as he looked at the hair he had been forcefully styled into. He witnessed firsthand how strong 𝘊𝘕𝘕 quirk could be. Now he was stuck with the same hairstyle as the number 3 hero in Japan. "Would you like to know why I took you to intern in my agency, Bakugo?" 𝘊𝘕𝘕 asked, smirking under his overly large clothes. "Because you lack elegance. One of the things about hero work is public appearances. I believe you lack that capacity if you aren't with this boyfriend of yours," he said with a slight mocking tone behind his explanation. Katsuki was almost shouting, slightly offended. He was on the verge of losing his temper. "I hate this," he groaned, looking at his reflection with disgust. "Deku's going to laugh at me till the day we die because of this." Due to recent events, all students from hero courses will have to pass the exam for the hero provisional license, Nizu announced in front of the classes assembled in the UA gymnasium. "It's going to be tomorrow, and for those who are wondering, all parents have already been warned," Aizawa added, slightly annoyed to have been chosen to make the announcement instead of his husband, who loved these types of announcements. Izuku stood in the back along with the teachers. Once again, he would be helping evaluate the students. He had already passed the exam, but he didn't have much of a choice considering the circumstances. He looked down sadly before tapping his blonde dad's shoulder. "What's up, little listener?" Mike asked, looking at his son. "Can I go get some air, please?" Izuku asked quietly, scared to disrupt more people. "Sure, text me if you need anything," Mike grinned, ruffling his hair before watching him walk out. He looked back at his colleagues, unsure of how to feel anymore. "It's too much. He's only 15, he exclaimed in frustration. "We know." Midnight sighed as she watched the door where the Viridian boy had just left. "Want me to go check on him?" she offered. "I'll go, actually." Tashinori smiled at her politely. "He can't continue like this or he'll harm himself," he thought out loud as he passed the group of teachers. Yamada clenched his fists in frustration. He didn't know what to do to protect Izuku, and he felt awful about it. Izuku sat down, running his hand through his hair. "Young Midoriya?" He didn't need to turn to know it was Yagi speaking. "Hi, All Might, is something the matter?" Izuku asked, finally looking up to face the skinny man. Yes, there is actually, Yagi said, smiling nervously as he sat next to his successor. I'm all ears. Izuku grinned, looking at the man sitting to his right. The blonde took a deep breath and exhaled as he watched the leaves fall. We're worried for your safety, he started, looking up at the sky. You may have stopped following the commission's orders, and trust me, we're more than happy about it, but you are still a kid, he explained, looking at Izuku with sympathy. So, don't worry, he isn't showing any signs of escaping soon. You still have time, don't rush it. Izuku nodded slowly, acknowledging his statement. I'm trying. I swear I am. I just can't rest well. Not until this is over, he admitted, fidgeting with his fingers. I can't help but think that it's my fault, you know? He's my biological dad, and here I am, giving him a reason to attack all of you, he explained, not hiding the truth from Yagi. He was clearly not gaining anything by keeping it to himself. Yagi couldn't help but feel bad for him as he watched his expression fill with pain. It really isn't. We all know it isn't your fault, young Midoriya, he reassured, patting his back. Don't think you're alone. I know you'll be able to do it when the time comes. You've already excelled me in strength, young Midoriya. You've learned 100 times quicker than I did, and trust me, that isn't easy to do, he teased, playfully shoving his arm, making Izuku smile fondly. You know, I wonder where I would be if my mom hadn't been killed. Izuku thought out loud. I'm sure we would have met at some point. Sooner or later, destiny has its weird ways of working sometimes, Yagi chuckled, looking back at the sky, convinced that his deceased mentor would also see Izuku Midoriya as worthy of becoming the next symbol of peace. But who would protect the heroes when they needed to be protected? The next day, Izuku looked at Katsuki with a serious frown, hands on his hips in a scolding manner. He ordered, Now repeat the rules. Katsuki rolled his eyes and replied, I will be nice and not yell at anyone. Izuku pinched his upper arm and twisted it, causing Katsuki to wince as he tried to escape the grip of the smaller, yet intimidating, greenette. This is serious. I won't hesitate to tell them you don't deserve that license if you don't pass it right. No special boyfriend treatment. So repeat, Izuku insisted, maintaining a firm grip. I'll bring everyone to safety, and then I'll kick butt, Katsuki blurted out, eager to be released, which happened the moment he finished speaking, much to his relief. Exactly, Izuku smiled, pulling him in for a quick kiss before turning to his brother. Shinso. Before Izuku could give him the same scolding, Shinso cut him off. I'll listen to orders and take the initiative to save as many civilians, he answered immediately, as if it had been rehearsed. Izuku smiled and gave him a proud fist bump. They were still outside the stadium where the exam would take place, and different schools were arriving one after the other. So far, Seijin High School and CI Academy were the only ones present along with UA. Oh look, it looks like Ketsubutsu Academy is here. Kaminari exclaimed, pointing at a bus that was slowly stopping in front of the facility. The group stared as students jumped off the bus. Izuku Midoriya, a black-haired teen, yelled, making Katsuki frown as he watched him run toward Izuku. I'm a huge fan. He smiled as he joined them, grabbing Izuku's hands and keeping a smile plastered on his face, but there was an unsettling gaze in his eyes that Katsuki hated. Izuku blinked in confusion as he watched the overjoyed teen. Hi, he greeted uncertainly. Katsuki glared at the boy and pushed his hand away. Hands off, he growled, positioning Izuku behind him. And you're the guy from the festival, the brown-haired teen said, his bubbly personality shifting to a darker one. The one and only Katsuki Bakugo. Call me Shindo. His handshake was quickly rejected by the blonde. As aggressive as on TV, I see Midoriya still has control over you. He laughed, scratching the back of his neck, but Izuku didn't like his tone. Yo Shindo, 16, quirk, vibrate. Due to the aftereffects of vibrate, your quirk can grant you resistance to vibrations, such as hypersonic attacks. But you're particularly sensitive to that side effect, Izuku stated, playing with his memory. Stop trying to provoke. You saw the weaknesses at the sports festival, but remember that we can access your weaknesses too. Don't even dare say things like that again, because I can tell everyone here every single one of your weaknesses, and trust me, you don't want to do that, especially since you particularly struggle with close-range combat. He whispered the last part. And that's what everyone here has been trained to do. Shindo gave a thumbs up with a wink, hiding the fact that he was actually shaken by the harsh tone of the 𝘰𝘳𝘕. A few meters away, the two teachers, Eraserhead and Ms. Joke, were watching everything unfold. Quite the class you have there, she joked, looking at the tired-looking teacher who shrugged. Mind telling me how he knew so much though? Those aren't available to the public. Don't tell me you're giving him special treatment for being your son, she questioned, raising an eyebrow. He scoffed. He's our final evaluator. He already analyzed every student. He set the field to expose the participants to their personal weaknesses. He already passed the test, he explained blankly, and she couldn't help but chuckle. He's hoping to see teamwork. Nice. She grinned, patting his back harshly. Congrats on you and Mike getting a kid, by the way, she added happily. 2, he corrected, not bothering to look in her direction. What? 2 sons. We have 2 sons, he said, pointing to the purple-haired teen who was holding back laughter as he watched Izuku put Shindo back in his place. Izuku was in the first rows of the stadium with his notebook out, intensely observing everyone's every move on the field. It was now harder to get this license. They couldn't risk putting someone unprepared on the field. So the odds of passing had dropped from 50% to 10%. So, little listener, how is it going so far? Present Mike asked, joining his son's side. Not bad. Class 1A is doing well, and in 1B, I see Shiozaki, Tetsutetsu, Monoma, and Kendo passing, he explained, showing his notes. Even if I didn't like him earlier, Shindo also has the potential to pass along with Tatami Nama game, he added, pointing to different zones of the field. In Shiketsu High School, they are good, but they lack cooperativeness, which is the most important part of this test. He explained truthfully, and Mike nodded in understanding. Well, I thought this Kami Utsushimi girl was good so far, he admitted, and Izuku glared daggers at him. Good, but flirting on the field is not something you should do as a pro, Izuku grumbled, glaring at the girl, which confused the blonde teacher who hadn't noticed. How do you know? He questioned, puzzled. Izuku smiled, showing him a device he was keeping next to him. I placed them on a few students. Hospitality of May, he grinned, showing it off to the teacher. Like that I can also hear. In case they act inappropriately with either other contestants or with the actors. He explained, handing him the device, and the teacher chuckled at the situation. I guess that's why you're the big man today, he exclaimed, making Izuku smile softly. Before the conversation could continue, the device activated, revealing a conversation. Come on. Go out with me, a high-pitched voice pleaded, catching the 𝘰𝘳𝘕's attention as he focused on the location the device was monitoring. It's coming from Kaken again, he scowled, making Yamada tilt his head, trying to understand what made his son look like he was about to explode. Then it clicked. I said to back off. Focus. Katsuki shouted back, trying to continue saving the few civilians left. See? Flirting. Izuku grumbled as he pointed at the brunette on the field. She distracts others and makes her stop functioning correctly. Yamada looked at him skeptically. You aren't basing this on jealousy, right? Izuku shot him a death glare, prompting Yamada to raise his hands in defeat. She lost most of her chances the first time when she was with Todoroki, Izuku explained, annoyance evident in his voice. The alarm announcing the end of the exam resonated throughout the arena, and Izuku closed his notebook after finishing his sentence. Plus, she wasn't paying enough attention to the civilians, he added nonchalantly. I still left all her evaluations written, and I won't be making the final call for her for emotional reasons, he continued with a long sigh, which made the blonde teacher internally laugh. Hisashi thought to himself, amused, that Izuku was clearly jealous. Izuku had finished the evaluations and went to join the other students in the lounge where the results would be announced. Once there, he was ignoring Katsuki, even though it wasn't his fault. Katsuki wrapped his arms around Izuku's waist and asked, Zuku, what's wrong? Izuku pouted, looking away. She was flirting with you, he said. And you didn't tell her you were taken when she did. Katsuki chuckled and kissed the crook of Izuku's neck. "You're jealous?" Katsuki asked with a smirk as he looked back at him. "I am not," Izuku defended, blushing. "Oh, maybe a little," he admitted with a long sigh. Katsuki chuckled and kissed Izuku softly. "Don't be. I'm yours and she wasn't worth my time. That's why I didn't say anything, okay?" he reassured, just above a whisper, as he cupped Izuku's freckled cheek. "Plus, I think she knows by now that I'm taken." He smirked and kissed him again, a little longer this time. They were cut short when two classmates jumped in and joined the hug. Katsuki let go with a twitching brow. "How did we do?" the redhead, who had backed away from Katsuki, asked Izuku. "As your brother, I think I deserve a free pass, no?" Shinso added, making Izuku giggle. "You guys did great, and no, Hitoshi, you just had high expectations from the staff," Izuku laughed, keeping Katsuki's hand in his. "So, you have fewer chances than others to pass," he teased, making the purple-haired teen sweat nervously. "Sheet, I'm doomed," Shinso groaned in desperation, making everyone laugh. Izuku discreetly tried to walk away from the wrath of a certain blonde who was not in the top 10. "Do you?" Katsuki shouted as he ran after his boyfriend, who was now hiding behind Ijiro, the closest person to him. Katsuki took Ijiro's shoulder and pushed him aside, grabbing Izuku's collar. "Mind telling me why I'm second to last?" he questioned, his tone sharp, making Izuku gulp. "They weren't going to let you pass since you kind of screamed after a civilian. I gave them enough reasons to make you pass at least." Izuku defended, making the blonde glare at him, searching for any signs that he was lying. But of course, he wasn't lying. "I placed fourth," Kaminari yelled, hugging everyone and crying. "I love you, Izuku," Katsuki said, and Izuku smiled against his lover's lips, his arms still wrapped around Katsuki's neck. "I love you too, Kaken," he giggled, making Katsuki's heart flutter. The cold breeze hit their skin, but the warmth of each other was enough to keep them warm. It was Saturday night, and they were allowed to go out as long as they stayed together. They went to their spot, where Katsuki had made dinner for them and ensured everything was perfect for their date, which was going great so far. "Thanks, Kaken, for today," Izuku smiled, moving to lay his head on Katsuki's lap. "I can't wait for next week's camp, we'll be able to train a bunch." He smiled, looking up at Katsuki, who bent down to peck his lips. "Yeah, finally a chance to show you I can kick your butt," Katsuki said smugly, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his response. "You already know you can. Just not hand-to-hand combat," Izuku shrugged, making Katsuki raise an eyebrow. "Is that so?" he asked with a smirk, and Izuku nodded confidently. The next thing he knew, Katsuki was towering over him with a mischievous grin. "You asked for it," he whispered playfully next to Izuku's ear before slowly moving his hands down to tickle him. Izuku's eyes shot wide as he started squirming around, laughing uncontrollably. "Kaken," he managed to say between laughs. "Not so tough anymore, huh, nerd?" Katsuki smirked as he continued his playful attack. "Kaken, stop!" Izuku pleaded between laughs, which only encouraged Katsuki to continue. "I'll do anything," he begged, making the blonde smirk as he suddenly stopped, allowing Izuku to breathe. "Anything." Katsuki leaned over Izuku's face, and Izuku blushed, nodding uncertainly. "Then, I want you to give me back my t-shirt you stole," Katsuki said, and Izuku gasped. "No, that's mine," he retorted, making Katsuki smirk as he dropped to lay over Izuku. "I stole it," he said exaggeratedly, pretending to die from suffocation, which made Katsuki chuckle as he turned to lay on his chest. "Not very heroic of you, is it? To steal something that someone nicely lent to you?" he teased, keeping his arms around Izuku's waist. "Well," Izuku began, elongating his answer. "Technically, you're mine, therefore everything you have is also mine," he explained, grinning smugly, making Katsuki burst into laughter. Izuku couldn't help but smile, looking at him with admiration. He loved hearing Katsuki laugh and seeing him smile like that. "Unbelievable," Katsuki said, exhaling loudly, trying to calm down. "Fine then, same goes for you. I can steal your merch whenever I want since you're also mine." Izuku gasped, offended by his audacity. "How dare you?" he said, hiding his face in Katsuki's chest, pouting. Katsuki chuckled, kissing the top of his head. "Come on, babe, you can keep it." "I'm joking," he said calmly, drawing circles on Izuku's back. Izuku huffed before looking up, exposing his flustered expression and puffed-out cheeks. "You're the worst," he muttered before shifting a little to see Katsuki better. "But you love me," Katsuki teased, gently biting his freckled cheek, making Izuku whine. "Kaken." Katsuki chuckled, pecking his cheek. "Hey, Izuku," Katsuki muttered, catching Izuku's attention as he sat them up, not moving Izuku from his lap. "Do you remember what's happening tonight?" he asked, and Izuku shook his head no, wrapping his arms around Katsuki's neck. A small smile graced Katsuki's lips as he looked up at the sky. "There's a meteor shower tonight," he said, and Izuku's eyes lit up as he looked at the sky. "Really?" he questioned, starting to squirm around in excitement, making Katsuki let out a shaky breath. "Izuku, you're moving a lot and that is getting hard," he whispered, watching Izuku's face become flush as he froze in place, making Katsuki chuckle as he cupped his cheeks gently. Sorry, Kaken." Izuku stammered, feeling embarrassed, which made Katsuki smirk before he kissed the tip of his nose. "It's okay, Izuku. I just don't want to make you uncomfortable," Katsuki smiled, pecking his lips. Izuku hummed as he looked at Katsuki hesitantly, unsure if he should ask the question. "What's wrong?" the blonde asked, noticing Izuku's expression shift to one of embarrassment. "Did you mean it? Last time when you told me that," Izuku started trying not to back away and took a deep breath. He blurted out, "You wanted to make love with me?" Katsuki blinked in confusion, not understanding anything. "I didn't understand your question. Can you repeat it slowly?" Katsuki asked with a small chuckle, watching as Izuku became even more flustered. Izuku held tightly onto his shoulders, his eyes closed shut. "Kaken, mean you make love all the way?" Izuku asked. Katsuki stood there, trying to understand what he meant. When it finally clicked, he nodded, trying to hide his own embarrassment. "I meant it, but only when you're ready," Katsuki said softly, forcing Izuku to look at him. "Can we? I really wanted to be with you, and we never know what can happen tomorrow, so can we? I want to make love with Kaken." Izuku questioned with a hint of determination, which made the blonde smile fondly. "Now?" Katsuki asked with a small smirk, causing Izuku to blush even more. I think? I don't know how and all, but whatever came out next was a jumble of words that Katsuki couldn't quite decipher. "Nerd, calm down. Tell me, what do you want?" Katsuki asked, accentuating the word, you. Izuku took a deep breath, playing with Katsuki's shirt as a distraction. "I want us to do it, but I don't know much about how it works. I do know I want it to be special, and this place is very special to me. Since it's technically closed, there's no one else that comes here," Izuku muttered, avoiding Katsuki's crimson eyes. "Then let's do it. I don't have anything though. I don't want to hurt you by doing it dry," Katsuki explained. Izuku tilted his head, confused about what he meant. Katsuki didn't need to respond before Izuku connected the dots himself. "What can we use?" Izuku thought aloud, turning to go through his bag. Katsuki felt a sense of satisfaction seeing that Izuku wasn't kidding and that he also wanted this. "Let's check what your dumbest carries around," the blonde smirked, moving next to him. Soon, he revealed a few items and took out a small tube. "That's good, it's even perfect." He showed Izuku the aloe vera gel that Izuku carried for when his skin got too dry. "Really?" Izuku questioned, slightly excited that he actually had something, which made Katsuki smile slightly, amused. You wouldn't happen to have protection?" Katsuki asked with a smirk, making Izuku blush. Katsuki definitely didn't expect him to grab his bag and open the front pocket. "My dad gave me some for when the time came," Izuku muttered, handing him the item. "This is embarrassing." He hid his face in his hands, but Katsuki was laughing, though slightly embarrassed himself. "So, how does it work?" Izuku asked uncertainly as he watched the blonde pull him back over his lap. "Well, since I clearly know more than you, Katsuki started teasingly, making Izuku chuckle. I'll take the lead, and you tell me if you want me to stop or continue. Okay. Izuku nodded in response, soon feeling a pair of lips on his. I trust you, Izuku muttered against Katsuki's lips. They were finally leaving for the training camp, and everything was perfectly set. No one knew where the camp was, and there would be a few heroes on site at all times. Just minutes away from arriving, the students from Class 1A were more than excited. Izuku mumbled, still laying on his boyfriend's shoulder, I have a bad feeling. Ever since they left, he felt like something was coming, as if they were constantly being watched, and it was an unsettling feeling. Me too, the blonde admitted, giving a small squeeze to Izuku's hand. For him, it wasn't like Izuku, it was simply his gut telling him to stay by Izuku's side. So that's what he did. They soon arrived, and there was nothing except trees surrounding them. It was miles wide, making it easy to get lost without a good sense of direction. They said private and all, but, wow. Kaminari laughed after getting off the bus. This is like the middle of nowhere type of private. He ran towards the edge where the bus was parked, joining other students who were overly excited. Class, stay organized, the class president ordered, trying to maintain order, which proved to be useless. Izuku was in the back with Katsuki, still feeling a lump in his throat. It's not going away, he mumbled, gripping Katsuki's hand. It's getting worse, he muttered, looking around. He nearly had a heart attack when a woman wearing a cat costume appeared. What the heck? Katsuki shouted, annoyed that he had actually gotten startled by that stunt. Soon, 2 other women and a man appeared, striking weird poses and showcasing their cat paws. Hello, fellow students, the first girl, who had brown hair, shouted, expecting a big reaction but was disappointed by the lack of response. Tough crowd, she muttered, disappointed, before picking up her huge grin once again. Well then, hero in training, Class 1A. I'm happy to announce that you will be staying with us for the next 2 weeks, she announced cheerfully. Thank you for welcoming us to your land, ma'am, Ida said loudly, bowing at a 90-degree angle. 𝘤𝘕𝘵 little brother, she squealed, reaching to pinch his cheeks, but was disappointed to find him rigid. Not as amusing as him, but we'll work on getting rid of that stick up your back. She tapped his back hard, making him lose balance for a moment. Everyone held back their laughter as they watched Ida's expression shift between confusion and embarrassment. Before getting an actual reaction, Izuku wrapped a black whip around Katsuki's mouth to keep him from laughing. Kaken, he growled lowly, making the blonde freeze, his face going pale. Oh, and if it isn't Mr. Boom Boom Boy, she grinned, coming closer to evaluate him up close before suddenly turning to the greenette next to him. And Midoriya, Izuku? Happy to have you here with us. You have quite the reputation for causing trouble. She grinned, jumping to ruffle his hair with her paw gloves. And nice to meet you, Miss Mandalay, Izuku said nervously, and she gasped. Guys, did you hear that? He knows me, she shouted in excitement, making Izuku smile nervously. Tell me what you know about me, she ordered, facing him. Your name is Mandalay, your quirk is telepathy, and the distance you can reach is unknown to the public. But according to past recordings, it's at least a 70-mile radius, which means you can easily communicate with everyone in this forest, Izuku explained, watching her jump in joy. You're also the leader of the wild pussycats, and you guys specialize in mountain rescue operations. Oh, me, another woman with blonde hair exclaimed, pushing Mandalay away. Pro Hero Pixie Bob, your quirk is Earth Flow. It's good for long-range combat. You can freely manipulate the Earth for a variety of effects. You're also number 10 on the Pro Hero billboard at the moment, he explained, then looked at a woman with long emerald green hair, who was also wearing a costume with huge cat paws. Pro Hero Ragdoll, your quirk is Search, and you're also number 32 on the billboard. Your quirk allows you to monitor and observe up to 100 people at a time, including knowing their location and weak points. The person being observed is visualized through your quirk as star-like vestiges. I don't know the exact range of your quirk, but I know it can reach miles away from you, he explained, then turned to the only male of the group, who looked very intimidating compared to the other 3 women. Finally, There is Tiger. You're mostly known for your strength, but you also have a great quirk. 𝘰𝘓𝘈𝘵 allows you to flatten or stretch your own body, which means you are known for close combat, he explained, looking at them with a shy smile. I'm happy to meet all of you. He bowed. The three women looked at him in awe, and Tiger clapped his hands slowly. Impressive, kid. You live up to your reputation, he praised, making Izuku smile slightly before bowing and returning to Katsuki's side. Anyways, now that he introduced us, let's start with your training. Ragdoll grinned, pointing to the vast forest. Hope you rested on the bus. We'll meet you all over there, be there by 8 p.m. She smiled, watching the class go pale. But that's 5 hours from now. Kaminari pointed out, panicked. Then you kids better start walking soon. Tiger laughed at them. Once there, you'll have food waiting. He smirked mischievously. Be careful on the road. I set up a few of my friends for you. Pixie Bob grinned proudly, making them all gulp loudly. Hours went by, and Izuku, Todoroki, Ida, and Katsuki were the first to arrive, each close to one another. In sight, there were 2 big cabins and 1 medium one. In front were long tables made out of wood and a small garden next to the cabins. To top it all off, a campfire was installed that could be used later at night to relax. I won't lie, I am hungry, Todoroki admitted monotonously. Me too. Izuku chuckled, hugging Katsuki from behind and peeking under his arm to see the others. Where's the food? Katsuki asked loudly, and Izuku smiled nervously. Guys, hate to break it to you, but we might just have to cook it ourselves. Izuku smiled sheepishly, pointing to the table full of ingredients. The 3 looked at the table he was pointing to, and even Todoroki was letting out an aura filled with annoyance. Food. We need the food. Kaminari cried, falling to the ground face first. It wasn't long before more and more students arrived, only to be disappointed like those before them. Aizawa appeared, clearly enjoying himself as he held a bowl of curry, eating it shamelessly in front of his starving students. If you're hungry, then you better start cooking, he said. Aizawa-sensei. This is pure torture. Mina cried as she flopped down next to Kaminari. Well, at least we already have the ingredients, Kirishima said, trying to stay optimistic. Come on. Katsuki cursed, grabbing Izuku by the shoulder. Kaken? Izuku whined, trying to get free. I'm making sure you aren't cooking. I don't want to end up sick, Katsuki retorted. But I'm not that bad. Izuku protested, hitting Katsuki's back with his fists. Yes, you are that bad, Aizawa added with a blank expression, causing everyone except Izuku to burst into laughter. Standing next to the cabin was a little boy, unsure of what to do. Come on, Kota, go introduce yourself. They're nice people. Mandalay, whose real name was Shino Sosaki, smiled slightly at the boy, hoping he would one day open up to them again. It was all going so well, everyone was having fun. Even though it was tiring, it was a nice challenge, pushing their limits. But then everything changed. The forest was burning down, blue flames engulfing the area. Students were screaming, desperately trying to get everyone to safety. 7 people were missing, and Izuku was one of them. Sort of. He knew where he was, but he couldn't get anyone else close. And he couldn't rest until he knew he was safe. Missing students: Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, 𝘊𝘕𝘵 𝘕𝘕𝘈𝘕, Hitoshi Shinso, Ijiro Kirishima. The students of Class 1A were scattered across the forest in groups of 3, late at night. The goal was to navigate back to a designated location without relying on outside resources. Izuku was grouped with Shoto and Katsuki. It was a strong trio, the strongest of their year, and the teachers were curious to see if they could work well together. Izuku and Todoroki were likely to cooperate effectively, while Bakugo was predicted to focus too much on Izuku and might become upset with Todoroki for speaking to him. It wouldn't be the first time that the loud blonde would throw a tantrum in situations like this. Kaken, please calm down. There could be wild animals out here trying to sleep, Izuku urged the blonde, who clicked his tongue in annoyance. Don't tell me what to do, Deku, Katsuki grumbled, shoving his hands in his pockets. They were all wearing their P uniforms, and Katsuki kept complaining that it was useless and that they should be practicing in their hero gear instead. They carried basic tools like an old-fashioned compass and water, along with red flares for emergencies and orange ones if the team had to forfeit, which would result in an immediate failing grade. Yeah, well, if you weren't yelling at Todoroki for doing what he was asked to do, then we wouldn't be having this conversation, would we? Izuku retorted, giving him a death glare. Katsuki clicked his tongue again and started walking faster and louder, clearly angry. Kaken! Izuku sighed in discouragement, and Shoto couldn't help but crack a smile. He found their dynamic quite adorable, though he had never really had a good example of a healthy couple, considering his parents' unconventional marriage. The camp is east, so according to this, we were put north. Going in a straight line is an option, but then again, Izuku was thinking of a plan when he suddenly felt a presence. Time seemed to slow down as he saw a man with dark hair standing behind a bush, a mischievous grin on his face. Down! Izuku shouted, pushing the two down just as a blue flame passed right over them. The two other classmates didn't have time to process what had happened until they saw the blue flame. Did they add obstacles to the training? Todoroki asked, confused. Izuku grabbed something from his back pocket. Todoroki, open it, he ordered, looking at the flare with urgency. We meet again, huh? I see you didn't take our advice. The attacker grinned, his black hair and burned skin visible. Todoroki, now! Izuku yelled, recognizing the villain immediately. The flare was purple, unlike the others they had been given. Without further explanation, Shoto used the flare gun, aiming for the sky. We warned you. Now people are going to die, the villain smirked, his body melting into a muddy substance. Izuku, what is happening? Katsuki questioned, watching the green net go pale. We don't have time, Kaken. Use your explosions and gain some height. Look for the camp, Izuku ordered. Don't tell me what to do. What the hell is happening? Katsuki shouted back. Katsuki, do it. Izuku shouted, fear evident in his voice. He was terrified. Kaken, do it before we all die, he pleaded, and suddenly a voice resonated in their heads. Midoriya, what's happening? A female voice questioned through her telepathic ability. The League is here. We just faced a replica of 𝘊𝘐𝘵. That's twice quirk, Izuku explained, making the others realize the gravity of the situation. Katsuki immediately took to the air, shocked at the scene unfolding below him. Parts of the forest were starting to burn. But there's fire spreading! Katsuki shouted, and the teachers were now alarmed. Without hesitation, 𝘊𝘕𝘈𝘈 used her quirk, able to communicate with all 20 students. Class A, this is not a drill. We are being attacked. Everyone return to camp. Do not engage in battle. If attacked, use your flare gun. We will be sending help, the pro-hero ordered, and fear spread among the students. Izuku, be particularly careful. You know what to do, Aizawa said as he passed by 𝘊𝘕𝘈𝘈's quirk. Izuku looked at Katsuki and Shoto. You two are going to go back to camp. Don't take any detours, no matter what. If another student is in danger, use the flare gun to let the teachers locate you, he instructed, handing the gun directly to Shoto. Deku, what are you doing? The blonde questioned, his concern evident. Midoriya, aren't you coming? Todoroki asked, worry etched on his face. Izuku smiled at them, a broken smile meant to reassure. I'll be there soon. I have to go to another place for safety. If I bring anyone else, I won't be the only one in danger, he explained. Katsuki understood. It was happening. Deku, you're not ready, he shouted. Kaken, I'm not planning to fight today. Izuku smiled at him, but Shoto, standing behind, looked confused. Izuku was lying. Deku, I'm coming with you, Katsuki stated firmly, but Izuku shook his head. Kaken, don't make it harder, please, Izuku smiled, making Katsuki's frown deepen. No. I'm coming with you whether you like it or not. Katsuki began to protest but slowly dozed off after Izuku injected something into his neck. I love you, Kaken. This is for your own good, Izuku mumbled, catching Katsuki's limp body. Midoriya? Shoto looked at them both with concern. I trust you, Todoroki-kun. Bring him back and follow Aizawa's exact instructions. It's important, Izuku said pleadingly as he placed Katsuki over Todoroki's shoulder. What about you? Shoto questioned, watching Izuku walk away. I have a plan to follow. If it's executed perfectly, then everyone should make it out okay, Izuku explained calmly, flashing him a grin. Be careful, Midoriya, Shoto replied. Without waiting any longer, Izuku ran in the right direction, using Black Whip to accelerate himself. Izuku reached the top of the rocky mountain, gaining a full view of the burning forest. Smoke was everywhere. What are you doing here? Izuku turned and frowned, surprised to see a young boy standing there. Koda, you have to go back to the camp. Didn't you hear what your aunt said? Izuku urged with concern. Frustrated, Koda rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue. It's not like heroes can do much anyway, he shrugged, making Izuku worry. But then his worried expression turned into one of guilt. Your parents. Izuku sat next to Koda, his expression filled with worry. The heroes lost their lives in duty, right? We aren't the same, you know, he whispered, looking away. Despite the sadness in his smile, he continued, but I can still understand. Koda's eyes widened as Izuku sighed. My mom died because of me. Why are you telling me? Do you want me to pity you? Koda replied, irritation evident in his voice. No, I want you to trust me. I want you to be safe because there are really dangerous people here. They are searching to hurt people, heroes specifically. You can hate heroes all you want right now, but you have to listen to me so I can bring you to safety. Izuku tried to explain, but Koda was not listening. Suddenly, Izuku felt a sharp pain travel through his body, and he became hypervigilant. I'm sorry, Koda, Izuku said as he heard footsteps and felt the earth tremble. He quickly grabbed Koda and jumped off the cliff. Come on. Please work, he screamed internally, feeling them stop midair. It worked, he sighed, using a tree to boost himself. Let me down. Koda yelled, trying to escape Izuku's grip. Izuku remained silent as he continued their journey through the air. Almost there, he muttered, noticing they were getting closer to the camp. Once they arrived, he paused midair. I know you hate me right now, Koda, but for everyone to get out alive, tell Aizawa that we're moving to Plan D, okay? He instructed the boy, who was shaking and holding back tears. Everything is going to be okay. Izuku smiled as he placed Koda in front of Mandalay, who was still there using her quirk. With a determined expression, Izuku switched to using Black Whip to travel through the air. He reached the edge of the furthest cliff of the camp and activated the only green flare he had left. Holding it high for everyone to see, green lightning surrounded him as he activated his quirk. The bright light drew everyone's attention, and they focused on him standing tall, his green curls flowing in the wind. I'm here, Shigaraki. Stop hiding already and fight me, he yelled at the top of his lungs, pinpointing the man's location with an instinctive certainty. This is it, brother, Shigaraki smirked, utilizing a newly acquired quirk. The battle to the death begins. Plans had been elaborated for events like this. Plan D. Izuku would attract the villains, and once all surrounding civilians and students were safe, pro-heroes on the scene would assist. Izuku Midoriya would be used as bait. Somewhere in Japan, two different clans stood united in an underground hideout, collaborating on their plans. One of the leaders, however, was not there by choice. He was compelled by his imprisoned master. Tamura Shigaraki greeted the first man, wearing a mask shaped like a crow's beak, his short dark brown hair framing his face. His golden eyes were piercing, instilling fear in those around him. His underlings were fiercely loyal, knowing that betrayal would lead to dire consequences. Kai Chisaki, the blue-haired man replied, his voice raspy and filled with disdain. Despite the League's lack of respect for him, they had to deal with his presence. So, here to discuss this plan of yours? I'll see if you are worth my creations, he said smugly, reclining on the couch. Though it felt like only the two men occupied the room, the League's best subordinates stood silently behind them, ready to act on Shigaraki's orders if necessary. Later, under the night sky, two figures lay together, wrapped in a thin blanket. They were tired but content after a magical experience. It was nice, Izuku murmured, nestled in Katsuki's arms. It really was, Katsuki replied, exhaling slowly. I love you, Izuku, more than anything. He smiled softly, running his fingers through Izuku's green curls. Izuku didn't feel the need to respond. They both understood his feelings. The meteor shower, Kaken? Izuku said, gazing up at the sky in awe. It's starting. Katsuki smiled, admiring the beauty of the moment. You know, before quirks arrived, they called those flying stars. When they saw one, they'd make a wish, he explained, drawing circles on Izuku's shoulder with his thumb. Really? Izuku asked, his smile growing as Katsuki nodded. Then I have a wish to make. Izuku exclaimed quietly, wanting to preserve the peace around them. I already made one. Don't forget to keep it a secret, or it won't come true, Katsuki smirked, referencing the old superstition. Izuku nodded confidently, pondering deeply. His eyes lit up as he realized what he wanted. He wished for him and Kaken to be together forever, and for him to have the strength and power to protect Katsuki. Katsuki's eyes fluttered open after what felt like hours, only to find himself surrounded by 3 students and a villain engaged in a fight. Bakugo is awake, Kirishima shouted, dodging another attack from a girl with messy blonde buns. Deku, Katsuki muttered, slowly recalling what had happened before he fell unconscious. Bakugo, we have to find Shinso, Todoroki said loudly, creating an ice wall around the girl, who kept escaping through a portal. Where's Deku? Katsuki yelled, ignoring Todoroki's statement. Both Kirishima and Shoto's expressions darkened. Bakugo, let's make it out alive, and then we can help Midoriya. If we're dead, there's no way we can help, Shoto said, gritting his teeth in frustration. Come on. I want to have fun, the girl grinned as she reappeared. Katsuki slowly processed everything. Bakugo, move, Kirishima yelled, seeing something thrown in Katsuki's direction. Without thinking, he rolled away just in time to avoid a small marble that missed him by inches. Change of plan, Toga. Boss wants the blonde too. The brat was found, a masked male said, directing his attention to Toga. Bakugo, you have to go back to camp, Todoroki ordered, encircling them with fire. Huh? No way. Katsuki shouted in annoyance. You know very well they're after you to use you against him. You have to stay out of reach, or he could be hurt, or worse, Shoto muttered, making Katsuki frown. I know about Izuku's fate, I overheard it. I'll do everything to change the odds. The pros are on their way. When they arrive, you will listen and follow, he stated firmly, causing Katsuki to grow more irritated. I'm not doing it. I won't let them touch me, he barked, using his quirk to boost himself into the air. But just then, his quirk suddenly deactivated, and a scarf immobilized him. Katsuki Bakugo, this is a warning. Listen to what we say, or I will have to take more measures, their homeroom teacher warned, pulling him behind him. But Deku, that was when Aizawa noticed the tears in Katsuki's eyes. He'll be okay, I'll make sure of it. Right now, we have to follow the plan. That includes you, Aizawa explained, watching the fight unfold. So, Bakugo, you will go back to camp. You have a role to follow, whether you like it or not, Aizawa said firmly. Before he could say anything else, he vanished, leaving the small marble rolling away on the floor. Izuku was sitting on the edge of the cliff, waiting for them to come to him. He asked 𝘈𝘕𝘈 if everyone was back at camp, to which she replied that 5 students were still missing. Izuku sighed as he looked back at the forest, now half on fire, and asked if Katsuki was among them. He smiled sadly, clenching his fists in frustration. 𝘈𝘈𝘈 confirmed that she was waiting for a report from Eraserhead since they had sent a warning flare. She mentioned that they were also missing Kaminari, Kirishima, Shinso, and Todoroki. Izuku hummed in understanding and instructed her to check the first pocket of his bag for his notes on the League, which he knew by heart. He felt a sharp pain travel through his body and announced that Shigaraki was there as he jumped back, using his quirk to gain altitude. Unfortunately, Shigaraki was not alone. He was accompanied by Mr. Compress, Dabi, Spinner, and Kurogiri. Izuku muttered to himself that Toga and Twice were the only ones left out there. Dabi laughed, mocking the heroes for leaving a kid on his own, and surrounded them with blue flames, smirking at Izuku. 𝘕𝘰𝘐𝘕 threw something, catching it between his fingers, and declared that they now had the upper hand. He revealed a marble that could compress people for easy transport. Izuku clenched his fists and teeth, looking at the ground. He called them cowards, surrounded by green lightning, and yelled that they were all cowards as he jumped forward and landed a kick on 𝘕𝘰𝘐𝘕. Izuku was quick to dodge their attacks, focused on getting Bakugo back. He had no confirmation that Bakugo was even there, but the marble seemed to hold someone inside it. The blue-haired villain grinned, urging Izuku to give up and make it easier for everyone. Izuku felt a sense of paranoia. The voice was different, deeper, and darker than he remembered. He demanded to know what they had done to Bakugo. The villain taunted him, saying they had given Izuku his chance and that he should be grateful to his father. Izuku shouted in anger and jumped, using One for All to kick him. It was not a copy, this was Shigaraki's living form, but it was controlled by All for One. Izuku felt overwhelming emotional pain from the corrupted person in front of him. In a moment of instinct, he triggered an attack, causing the compressed version of Bakugo to drop. Behind it stood the usually loud blonde, now silent as he tried to find a way to help without getting in the way. Izuku yelled for them to stop hurting people, especially those on their side. He whispered, One for All. 30%, before aiming higher than his target, missing completely. 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈𝘆 laughed maniacally, mocking Izuku's aim. Izuku smirked, knowing 𝘊𝘁 was about to be buried under rubble. The rest of the league had lost consciousness, except for 𝘊𝘁, who grinned and announced that it was his time to flee. He jumped off the edge of the cliff, declaring that it wasn't over. Suddenly, a whip-like quirk shot out from the rocks. Izuku didn't have time to react as he was pushed out of the way. Everything felt like it was in slow motion, from the beating of their hearts to the last words spoken by Bakugo, who fell from the edge of the cliff. Izuku looked at him, worry etched on his face. He ran as fast as he could, catching Bakugo in his fall and holding him tightly against his chest. He pleaded for Bakugo to wake up, shaking him gently, but nothing happened. Desperate, he confessed his love and begged him to open his eyes. Izuku took out his flare gun and shot an emergency flare into the sky, signaling for immediate help. He continued to plead with Bakugo, insisting he needed him alive and that he wouldn't be mad. He noticed Bakugo's bleeding wound and tore his own shirt to help stop the bleeding. Thankfully, he could still feel a heartbeat, albeit slow. He sobbed, running his hand through Bakugo's blonde hair, wishing he had listened. His gaze turned to the man who had been laughing, his laughter now a haunting echo. Izuku growled, vowing to kill him. Beat his butt, Izuku. I love you, were the last words Izuku heard from the blonde before he fell unconscious. He slowly put Katsuki down, careful not to hurt him further. Not today, Izuku. I have better plans to attend to now, he laughed, evaporating into thin air. I'll kill you. Izuku shouted as he ran to where All for One, or Shigaraki, had been standing just moments before. I won't let anyone else be hurt by you. 1 month later, chaos reigned across Japan. Pro-heroes from all over the world had come to help, as many local heroes had stepped down from their roles. Citizens were furious, rebelling and forming groups with the goal of saving Japan themselves. Secured environments like 𝘤𝘳𝘈𝘈 had been accepting refugees, ensuring everyone's safety and providing essential needs. Students and pro-heroes involved in the first incident at the Camp of the Wild Pussycats were still recovering from their injuries. The information provided by 𝘊𝘁𝘈 from the League of Villains had been confirmed true by the #1 hero, Endeavor, revealing that he was indeed his son, 𝘤𝘳𝘠 Todoroki, who had been thought dead until now. Information was still being withheld from the public, raising the question, can we truly trust the pro-heroes who swore to protect us? The television was abruptly shut off by a tired-looking man who entered the hospital room. Unless it's because you found Deku, you can leave, Katsuki grumbled, not daring to look at his homeroom teacher. Aizawa sighed as he sat next to him calmly. Bakugo, we really are trying, you know? He's my son, and I'd also like to have him back, but it's not our decision to make. Aizawa sighed again, heavily. After the battle, Izuku had turned out to be more injured than initially thought but still made a quick recovery, while Katsuki remained in a coma. It was only when the blonde woke up that he learned Izuku was gone, leaving him with only a letter and his ring as a promise that he would return. Katsuki had been restrained for the first 3 days after waking up, because he had tried to escape. Izuku had taken on more responsibility than necessary, determined not to drag anyone else into this, especially after nearly losing his lover. It's his choice. Yeah, I know, Katsuki grumbled, annoyed as he stared at the torn-up letter next to him. That idiot, he muttered with frustration. He's still alive, that we know. Aizawa tried to reassure him. He left you a new letter if you want it. Aizawa offered, placing it down with the others that remained unopened. Why did he leave? That idiot, Katsuki grumbled, irritated. He got scared. You could have died out there. He thinks it's his fault. Both were surprised to see Present Mike enter the room. We've sent a message across the country that he's missing, and if he shows himself, he should contact us immediately, he explained, and Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. I'm going to kill him when we find him, Katsuki muttered, but he couldn't help the worry he felt inside. Izuku sighed loudly as he rested atop another building, searching for any action. He had a goal that he was hyper-focusing on and wasn't planning on stopping until he fixed things. It hadn't taken long after he began his life as a vigilante for him to unlock all 7 quirks. He had adapted and was now arresting more villains than all the heroes combined, never leaving a trace of his location. He hadn't been sleeping or eating properly, and worst of all, he reeked. He didn't prioritize his hygiene, knowing that if he stayed in one place too long, he could be found, so he was constantly on the move. Day and night he neglected his basic needs. He looked up at the sky with a sad expression, wiping the tears that fell down his face with his sleeve. I hope you're awake now, Kaken, he whispered to the moon with a sad smile. I'm tired and I'm hungry. The second Bakugo was discharged, he was out. The teachers had concluded that they wouldn't stop Bakugo from going after Izuku. All students with provisional licenses had started patrolling and helping evacuate citizens. Now, Katsuki, along with Mirio, Tamaki, Todoroki, Shinso, and Kirishima, had decided to embark on a rescue mission, with the personal promise of not returning without Izuku. Nijire was the only one who couldn't join them since she was needed elsewhere. Kirishima questioned the need for such a plan, expressing his belief that with Bakugo's determination, Izuku would surely return if asked. Todoroki, however, explained that no matter the circumstances, Midoriya wouldn't make it easy for them. He had a reason for leaving and seemed committed to it. Without a plan, they risked Izuku escaping easily. Katsuki grumbled in annoyance, noting that Izuku had gained new quirks and was now even stronger, making a simple request impossible. Kirishima expressed his surprise that Izuku had been given a quirk, recalling a conversation they had with a few selected teachers and students. Shinso sulked, feeling left out as he was Izuku's brother. Todoroki admitted that he wasn't surprised, as Izuku's power was too similar to All Might's to be mere coincidence. The group blinked in disbelief at his theory, prompting Kirishima to ask if he was serious. Todoroki confirmed he was, but before anyone could comment further, a loud explosion echoed on the outskirts of town. Katsuki ordered everyone to move, pairing Kirishima with him while directing Todoroki and Shinso to handle the villain. He smirked, declaring that their operation to bring Deku home had begun as he propelled himself toward the source of the explosion, carrying Kirishima on his back. Upon arriving, they found Izuku finishing up with a man in a full-body coat. Katsuki exhaled, seeing his lover in a worse state than he had imagined. Izuku hadn't noticed them until he looked around for victims and saw them standing there. He mumbled that Katsuki was awake but quickly frowned, telling him he shouldn't be there. Katsuki laughed, pointing out that Izuku shouldn't be there either. He confronted Izuku about exhausting himself before the big fight, claiming it gave their enemies an advantage. Izuku apologized, stating it was for the better, and then released a cloud of smoke that obscured him from view. Shinso yelled out for him as he flew away. Katsuki sighed, realizing they would have to force him back. He created a massive explosion to clear the smoke, ordering his teammates to handle the villain while he pursued Izuku. As Katsuki propelled himself into the air, he thought of the letter Izuku had left him. It began with an apology for not being by his side. Todoroki created an ice wall to force Izuku to stop. Mirio used his quirk to reach Izuku's level, urging him not to make things harder for them. Izuku, however, used one of his quirks to ascend higher. The letter continued with Izuku reflecting on the day he had seen Katsuki get hurt instead of him, feeling immense guilt for allowing it to happen. Tears streamed down his face as he continued his escape. He had promised himself not to return until everything was over, determined not to let anyone else get hurt because of him. Katsuki's voice cut through the air, warning Izuku that if he didn't stop, they would be over. Izuku froze, realizing the weight of those words. He looked down and saw Katsuki holding a support item that Mei had designed for him. Shinso ordered Izuku to come down and stand still, watching as he struggled with his internal battle. Deep down, Izuku knew he didn't want to run from them. Katsuki approached Izuku, embracing him tightly and breaking him out of his trance. He whispered that Izuku was a fool for thinking he could just leave. He gently removed Izuku's mask, noticing the exhaustion etched on his face. Katsuki reassured him that he would never move on from him, stroking his cheeks lovingly. "You're in danger when I'm here, Kaken," Izuku mumbled, feeling ashamed. "I'll always love you," he added in a message. "I don't care, 𝘊𝘕𝘏𝘈. I promised I wouldn't leave your side no matter what." "I won't break that promise," Katsuki whispered. "Risk it," Izuku said, about to move, but Katsuki pressed his lips against his. "That's not your choice to make. We all agreed we aren't going back unless you're there," Katsuki said against his lips. "𝘊𝘕𝘈𝘈's security is at its highest, no one can enter without permission," he added. Still, Izuku's tears couldn't stop falling. "I can't lose you, Kaken. If you get hurt again, I don't think I could ever forgive myself," he cried, holding onto Katsuki's shirt desperately. "You're hurting me by not being there, Izuku," Katsuki admitted with desperation. "Don't you get it? I can't live without you. Not again, please. I never want to live without you again," he pleaded, looking down and trying to hide his tears. "Kaken," Izuku muttered as he tried to figure out what to do. "I would put you in danger, not just you but all the people hiding in 𝘊𝘕𝘈." Izuku tried to reason, cupping Katsuki's cheeks. "I don't care, 𝘊𝘕𝘶. If you really love me, come back. Please," Katsuki pleaded, keeping his eyes closed. "We'll be safe and I know it. We have the upper hand right now. Aizawa will explain everything, but we have a plan now. But for that to work, we need you," Katsuki explained. "We need your brain, and we need you to be able to fight with all your energy." Izuku clenched his fists. "I'm sorry for what happened last time," he mumbled with shame. "You better be," Katsuki chuckled, looking at him. It was silent as both simply looked at each other until Izuku finally broke it. "Let's go home," Izuku whispered with a smile, laying his face on Katsuki's shoulder. It was late at night when they were finally approaching the school, and Izuku was sleeping on Katsuki's back. "What did you guys talk about in there?" Kirishima asked, not hiding his curiosity. "None of your business," Katsuki spat back, careful not to raise his voice too much. "He's coming back. That's all that matters." They smiled as the tall walls of 𝘊𝘕𝘈 came into view. Mirio and Tamaki probably already got there, so it shouldn't be too long before Izuku can come in, Kirishima pointed out, watching the two lovers finally reunited. Being Katsuki's closest friend meant he spent the most time with him, so he had also endured his tough attitude the most. He understood where Katsuki was coming from, especially since Katsuki had felt abandoned by his lover. "Yeah, that idiot really needs a bath," Katsuki grumbled with a frown of disgust. "It's true that Midoriya could use one. If you want, Bakugo, I have a special cream for his face that would help with his eye bags," Todoroki offered, and Katsuki shrugged. "How come you never offered some for me?" Shinso questioned, offended, making Shoto chuckle. "Because your trademark is your eye bags," Katsuki mocked. "Plus, you'd get them back real quick." They heard Izuku groan in his sleep as he nuzzled into Katsuki's neck. "Kaken," he mumbled in his sleep, making Katsuki turn a dark shade of red that could rival Kirishima's hair. "Oh my god, this is too precious," Kirishima exclaimed in awe. "Is the great Katsuki Bakugo blushing?" Shinso teased, watching the flustered blonde. "Shut up, you idiot," Katsuki spat back, making them laugh as he started cursing under his breath. "Kaken." Izuku's eyes slowly opened as he noticed his friends around. "Oh, hey guys." He smiled calmly at them as he became more awake. "Happy to see you stopped resisting, man." Kirishima grinned, making Izuku giggle, still feeling sleepy. "Yeah, for now. We'll see about later," he joked, making them smile nervously, knowing there was truth in his words. "Zuku, you're not leaving, none of us are letting you," Katsuki grumbled, not liking the joke made by his boyfriend. "Right," Izuku mumbled, followed by a long sigh. Everyone was asleep when they arrived, so Katsuki brought Izuku to his room, where he would spend the night. "Come on, Zuku, let's get rid of that." Katsuki smiled softly as he helped Izuku remove the larger parts of his costume. "Kaken, I'm sorry for all the trouble I put you through," Izuku muttered, looking up at his lover, who also looked tired. "Show me you're sorry by making me stop worrying. Take care of yourself, dumbass." Katsuki chuckled before kissing his forehead. "Now come on, we're taking a shower." He grinned, pulling Izuku closer, making the greenette flustered. "Together?" Izuku questioned, and Katsuki's smirk turned into a grin. "You really thought I'd let you out of my sight?" he asked playfully before starting to pull Izuku along. "No way," Katsuki said, bringing him to his bathroom, causing Izuku to blush more. "Don't worry, no funny business. I'm too tired anyway," he teased, and Izuku felt relieved. Not that he didn't want to have NTMT moments with Katsuki, but right now, hugs and kisses would suffice since he was too tired for anything more, now that the adrenaline had finally worn off. Katsuki sighed, realizing that Izuku had zoned out again. "You zoned out again, baby," he whispered, cupping Izuku's cheek and bringing him back to reality. "I'm sorry, Kaken. I'm just really tired now that I'm not on adrenaline," Izuku explained, and Katsuki smiled slowly as he took off his lover's hero costume. "We'll take a bath instead of a shower, okay? I'll wash you so you can rest." "I promise not to do anything else," Katsuki explained, and Izuku nodded. "Though we need to rinse you first because I don't want to bathe in dirty water," he said playfully, making Izuku giggle and nod in agreement. "While you rinse yourself, I'll go grab some clean clothes, okay?" Katsuki said, kissing Izuku's forehead. Katsuki and Izuku had spent over an hour in the bathroom, occupied with cleaning, untangling Izuku's hair, and tending to his wounds. Izuku eventually fell asleep while Katsuki worked on his hair, which didn't bother the blonde. He found it quite soothing. Having his lover in his arms made Katsuki feel like the world was complete. No one could replace Izuku's role in his life, and the past month had proven that. "Now we go to bed, sleepyhead," Katsuki said with a smile as he laid Izuku down on the mattress, on the side closest to the wall. "Don't you have classes tomorrow?" Izuku questioned, half asleep. "Idiot, we're kind of at war here. I think our classes can wait for a while," Katsuki playfully reminded him. "That's true. I kind of forgot. It just feels so weird," Izuku whispered, snuggling closer to Katsuki. "Kinda hard to forget, but we'll talk about it more when we wake up," Katsuki smirked, inhaling Izuku's sweet scent. He never understood how Izuku could always smell so nice, no matter how long he was away from home. That sweet lingering scent made Katsuki feel like he was home. "You won't leave, right?" Izuku asked softly, prompting Katsuki to scoff. "I should be the one asking that, considering you're the one who ran away," he replied, making Izuku smile against his chest. "If the plan you were talking about is good, I won't be going anywhere," Izuku whispered, and Katsuki hummed, pulling him closer. "I love you, idiot. Don't do anything like that again, or I'll kill you," Katsuki threatened playfully. Izuku chuckled silently as he slowly began to drift off to sleep. "Now sleep well, we have a lot to do when we wake up," Katsuki whispered, closing his eyes as he listened to Izuku's soft snores. "Problem child, you're going to be the end of me," Aizawa grumbled as he pulled Izuku in for a rare hug. "Izuku!" Yamada cried, bringing Izuku into a tight embrace. "Don't ever do this to us again," he sniffled, and Izuku finally hugged them back with a sad smile. "I'm sorry for worrying you, dads," he said as he backed away from their embrace. "Good, since we don't trust you, we have put extra measures in place," Yamada said firmly, pushing his glasses up. First off, you aren't allowed even 1 second to be alone. Aizawa cracked a smile under his scarf, and Shinso couldn't help but laugh. But what if I need to go to the bathroom? Izuku asked, hoping to find an exception. Bakugo can go with you. I'm sure he already saw it all, Yamada said firmly, causing everyone, even Aizawa, to turn beet red in embarrassment. Pops, we really didn't want to know that. Shinso cried, covering his ears. Yeah, I really don't think that was necessary, Izuku stuttered, hiding his face in his hands. Idiot, Aizawa grumbled, hitting the back of his husband's head. You don't have to go to the bathroom with him, Bakugo. We'll trust Izuku enough not to create a hole in the wall to escape since there are no windows in the dorm bathroom, in case you forgot. He glared at his husband, who smiled sheepishly. Right, I totally thought of that, Yamada said, taking a few steps back to separate himself from the group. Besides that, I will not be having this conversation, so please stay conscious of the fact that we are on school grounds and have people who are clearly not comfortable with the subject. Including me, Izuku emphasized, looking at Shinso, who appeared disgusted. The fact that you're not denying it makes it 100 times worse, Hitoshi admitted. And Katsuki sighed, hugging Izuku from behind. We took baths together while we were growing up. Nothing more, nothing less. Katsuki lied for the sake of Hitoshi's mental health. Guys, I feel like we're getting beside the point here. Izuku pointed out, his face turning darker shades of red. I really hope you didn't. I kind of feel like Izuku is too innocent for those things, Shinso pouted, and Katsuki tried his best not to respond, hiding his face in Izuku's shoulder. So, Kaken told me you guys had some sort of plan? What's that about? Izuku asked to change the subject, and Aizawa nodded. We have a board meeting tomorrow morning with all pro heroes. Today rest. Also, All Might wanted you to go see him if you could today. He was worried too, it was kind of annoying, he explained, making Izuku chuckle. Yeah, I'll go there right now, Izuku responded with a cheerful smile. You mean we? Katsuki's voice was muffled in Izuku's shoulder. Yeah, Izuku sighed, patting Katsuki's head as the rest of the family laughed. With Katsuki by his side, Izuku headed to All Might's office and was surprised to see so many people inside the school, using the classes and gymnasiums as dorms. Is Auntie also somewhere in all this ruckus? Izuku asked, looking around worriedly. Yeah, the hag and the old man are staying with the other parents. We'll go see them so the hag can have a word with you, Katsuki smirked, wrapping his arms around Izuku's waist. Hey, I don't want to die. Izuku defended, quickly looking back at the blonde. Well, maybe you should think twice next time before running away to be reckless, Katsuki retorted, watching Izuku's face go pale. Don't worry, you deserve it, he grinned smugly, making Izuku sigh in discouragement. And here I thought you loved me, Izuku sulked, crossing his arms over his chest. That's exactly why I'm making sure you never try to leave me again, Katsuki replied before knocking on their teacher's door. Hopefully, you don't do it for a third time now, he muttered to himself, but Izuku heard him. After hearing a come in, they entered the room to find a skinny man. Young Midoriya, young Bakugo. Come in, please, he smiled, motioning for them to enter. Would you like some tea or some water? He asked as he approached a small table next to his desk. Water would be nice, thank you. Izuku smiled as he sat on a couch, with Katsuki settling next to him. The man nodded, serving them each a glass and walking back to them. Here you go, you two, he said, placing the glasses down and sitting in front of them. Happy to have you back, young Midoriya. It has truly been a long time, he said with a small smile as he watched the brunette look down in embarrassment. I'm sorry, Izuku exclaimed loudly, bowing his head. You have been nothing but nice to me, and I've simply put you aside. It was truly disrespectful of him, and he truly apologized. The look of their mentor softened. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I was never mad at you for it, I simply wish you would trust us more. We are all here to help, and I am convinced the past wielders would agree that you don't have to do this on your own, he explained calmly. He noticed the tears falling down Izuku's thighs and how he was clenching his fists. You should be mad. You entrusted me with your power, and now I got reckless and may have made everything worse. I don't deserve this power. Izuku cried desperately, his sobs growing louder. If someone else had gotten it, then maybe we wouldn't be here. Anyone else would have probably made this end at the first try. I couldn't even lay a finger on him. I couldn't, and I almost lost Kaken. I don't deserve this. He sobbed loudly, unable to look up, too ashamed to even try. Young Midoriya, none of what you said is true, All Might spoke softly. I barely made it out alive, and he wasn't in good shape. The one you faced was a young man with a lot of power, you couldn't expect this. He recalled the encounter. You helped us capture almost all the members of the league. It's something not anyone could have done. But I should have, and now Shigaraki is paying because of my mistakes. He was being controlled by my own father. I should have been the one getting hurt, not him. Izuku cried, and Katsuki hit the back of his head, making Izuku freeze in confusion, not really expecting this reaction. Say something like that one more time, and I'll really kill you, Katsuki warned with a fierce glare. First, you'll stop calling that man your father because he doesn't deserve it. He started firmly. Second, it's not your fault. The other idiot could have gotten out of it on his own. You can't save everyone. He continued, holding a firm expression, with All Might listening closely to the two. And finally, wipe those tears away and show off that beautiful smile of yours because that's what we need. If you think we'll win this, then we will think it too, and no one will doubt it. Katsuki smirked as he looked at Izuku, who stared back at him. But if even you don't think we can do it, then don't expect anyone else to believe it. Young Midoriya, he is right. They're expecting someone to rise and take the lead, and we know you are this leader. All Might began, noticing Izuku looking down with more shame. And you should know something. I don't know anyone else that could have taken your place since this power is too strong for anyone with a quirk. Izuku looked up at him, confused. I did research on the past users. Have you noticed that they were all deceased before the age of 40? Toshinori questioned. Except you, you've already passed your 50s, Izuku responded, and Toshinori nodded, saddened by the reminder of his age. Yeah, well, tell me, young Midoriya, what did I have that the other users didn't? He asked once again. More like what you didn't have, Bakugo corrected, keeping a neutral expression, already understanding what he meant. A quirk. You didn't have a quirk, Izuku said more to himself than to the others in the room. With the amounts of quirk one for all has. The body rejects it, and since it doesn't work, they die. He looked at him with worry. It is only a theory, but Midoriya, you might just be the last person who could hold the quirk, All Might admitted, and Izuku's face went pale. There are almost no more quirkless people left. So, I have to. I really can't afford to lose. Izuku mumbled to himself. Katsuki placed his hand on Izuku's thigh to try to reassure him. Deku, he said calmly as he looked at his boyfriend. This just might be your best chance to prove all of us wrong, that Izuku Midoriya can become the best hero. Katsuki smirked. If it's you that I lose first place to, I think I can accept it. He smirked, looking at Izuku, who seemed to gain a boost of confidence. Right. Izuku smiled at the two, swiftly wiping away his tears with his sleeve. I'll do it. I'll make sure to win this. I'll make sure everything can go back to normal. He affirmed, making the two feel a sense of pride. Now rest, young Midoriya. You need all your energy for what's coming. A special conference was being held within the UA walls, and as promised, only specific pro heroes were allowed along with the students. Additionally, Izuku's secret was exposed, revealing his quirk to everyone. Most took it well, but as always, there were a few exceptions. Katsuki was more on edge than anyone, though. He hadn't slept the night before, thinking about everything, and he wouldn't admit it to anyone, but he was scared. Scared that he could lose Izuku on the field, and even if Izuku made it out alive, he would most likely have trauma. What he was being asked to do went against almost all of Izuku's personal values. His ideology of saving everyone was impossible now, and while he might be acting tough, anyone who knew Izuku like Katsuki did also knew that it was a facade. Sadly, no one else did, so his tough act was being praised by everyone, and it was painful for Katsuki to watch. Thanks to Midoriya's help, the active criminal rate has drastically gone down, and we were able to focus on finding the League of Villains' new lair. We are planning on assembling as many pro-heroes as possible and raiding it, the leader of the Heroes Commission explained to the assembly. Izuku continued noting down information, not really paying attention to what was being said because, much to his disappointment, it was a plan with many defects. Whether it was the positions taken by the pro-heroes or the fact that they were, once again, underestimating their power. Midoriya-san, would you have anything to add? The man at the base of the operation asked. Izuku was too absorbed in his task to answer, not because he didn't hear but because he chose to ignore him. Midoriya? Are you listening to me? The man repeated, but the greenette simply raised his hand, signaling him to stop talking. Aizawa and Nizu felt a swell of pride when Izuku stood up. You all seem to be making the same mistake repeatedly, Izuku stated, his expression unreadable. Excuse me? Pro-hero Endeavor questioned, feeling offended since he had significantly contributed to the development of this plan. Yes, for instance, you know they have been hiding for the last few months, with no appearances whatsoever. You should all realize that this gives them ample time to gather reinforcements and enhance their abilities. All for One possesses a power that allows him to absorb others' quirks, which he can either keep or transfer to someone else. As I mentioned, Shigaraki's body has become a vessel for All for One to utilize since his own body is too weak to do anything, Izuku explained, turning his notebook for them to see. Therefore, All for One is most likely not even in this so-called lair. He stated this as if it were obvious, and a few superiors clicked their tongues in annoyance. What if he only wants us to think that? Pro-hero Midnight asked, her worry evident. Izuku smiled at her, knowing he had her support. She was reasonable and could easily become very professional, which was why Izuku admired her so much. That's why having more than one plan is the best option. Think of it like a video game. We are at level 1 at the beginning of this raid. Depending on the outcome, we'll advance to level 2 and so on. The choices we make in our past levels will have repercussions on the next level until we confront All for One, who is our final boss. If we lose, it's game over, Izuku explained, trying to simplify the concept for those present. Well, if you're so smart, why don't you execute the plan? One of the commission members said irritably, prompting Izuku to sigh as he sat back down. And here we are, thinking you should be the adult in this situation. This is why we won't succeed. Instead of listening and discussing a concrete plan, your personal feelings are getting in the way, Izuku stated, feeling increasingly annoyed. You're just a kid, a man exclaimed in disgust. And we all know you're still quirkless. Why should we listen to a child? His disdainful words put him at odds with more than half of the room. This is over, Izuku said with a sharp tone, getting up and gathering his belongings. I'm going on my own, figure out your own issues. He started to leave the room, but Katsuki firmly grasped his wrist and offered him a reassuring smile, signaling him to wait a moment. I thought you looked familiar, Katsuki scoffed as he glared at the man. You're the one who was fired by Principal Nizu. He continued with a smirk. You never learn, do you? You're getting rid of the only one here with the power to defeat All for One. That's a foolish move. He held Izuku close, and no one dared to speak. Deku, give me the plan you have, Katsuki ordered his boyfriend, who smiled slightly as he handed over his notebook. Listen, I don't want to fight with anyone here. To be honest, I wasn't even supposed to be working with anyone. Some of you clearly struggle to set aside your personal beliefs and pride to save lives. Now, if anyone has constructive feedback or questions, now is the time, Izuku stated firmly, watching as the room fell silent. Soon, a hand was raised. It was Tamaki from Class 3A. Is everyone here part of this plan of yours? He asked, using all his willpower to remain in the room. Yes, everyone will be positioned according to where their abilities will be most needed, Izuku answered with a smile. Now, Pro-Hero Hawks raised his hand, surprising everyone with his willingness to cooperate. Now, we only have Dabi, Shigaraki, and All for One left. Are we really expecting more villains to show up, or will we have a lot more people than necessary? He questioned. Izuku nodded confidently, taking out his phone and projecting his screen onto the board. With Nizu, we sent someone to scout the location. She also left some cameras for us to monitor. That's why I'm so certain about this, he said with confidence. If you all want, I can share my plan in detail, or we can follow your plan and give them the advantage. Everyone agreed with the first option. If anyone opposed it, they would have to leave the room. Katsuki was pinning Izuku to the bed, tickling his sides, which sent the 𝘰𝘕𝘤𝘕 into a fit of giggles. "Kaken!" he cried, squirming around, making Katsuki smirk as he slowly stopped, leaving Izuku with a smile and a few tears in the corners of his eyes. "Keep that frown off your face, it doesn't suit you well," he whispered, pecking Izuku's lips. "Plus, the plan is close to flawless, there's only the best now." He smirked, kissing him longer this time. Izuku smiled, moving his arms to wrap around Katsuki's neck to deepen the kiss. "Thank you, Kaken," he said, his voice soft. "Thank you for being there." He exhaled, pausing the kiss, leaving only a string of saliva between them. "I don't know if I could do it without you," he added, happy tears starting to fall as Katsuki wiped them away with his thumb. "I know you could, but I'm happy and honored to be standing by your side," Katsuki replied lovingly, and if it was even possible, Izuku's smile grew wider. "Let's spend the next 3 days together, Kaken. I want us to spend as much time as possible before the raid. That way, if something happens, Katsuki cut him off with his lips on Izuku's. Unconsciously, Izuku had started shaking and crying while he was talking. "Yes, we will, but don't talk like that. We'll both come back, okay?" Katsuki whispered, leaning his forehead against Izuku's. "We'll be back and we'll be happy. So don't talk like that, okay, baby?" Katsuki cupped his cheek. "Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just scared," Izuku admitted, feeling defeated, and Katsuki chuckled softly. "Me too, but we have to be strong, remember? Because we have to believe in each other to give it our all," Katsuki said calmly as he slowly turned them so Izuku lay over his chest. Izuku smiled, snuggling into his chest. "I stand by the fact that I don't know what I would do without you. Now that I think about it, I also think that you wouldn't survive without me," Katsuki teased, and both soon started laughing like idiots, holding each other close. That was what they needed, to feel each other's love, because both knew that whether they liked it or not, people could die. And they could only hope that it wouldn't be them. Their 3 days together were peaceful and filled with affection, but now it was back to reality, a reality they had been wanting to avoid. "Is everyone ready?" Izuku questioned, looking at the group of heroes. Everyone nodded yes, and Izuku smiled brightly at them. "Then, everyone follow the plan, and don't forget to report any problems." Izuku's expression turned firm, his eyebrows furrowed. In no case is someone allowed to be alone, even if it's calm. If you leave your group alone, then you can consider yourself dead. It wasn't clear to them why exactly Izuku was so firm on that rule, but they couldn't do anything but comply. "Phantom Thief, Mockingbird, and Eraserhead, you're with me," Izuku said, pointing to the 3. Everyone was ready, moving to take their positions. Izuku smiled at the students present. He trusted them, but he was still scared of losing any of them. "I believe in you guys," he said, smiling at them all. "Kiri, I trust you to keep Kaken on track." Izuku tapped his shoulder. "Don't worry, Mido. Bakubro is in good hands." The redhead grinned, and Izuku nodded. Izuku then looked at Katsuki with a soothing smile. "I'll see you later," he whispered, pecking his cheek. "Be wise and please follow the plan." Katsuki smirked, ruffling his hair and leaning in to make their foreheads touch. "I promise, nerd, we'll see each other later," he whispered, and after one last hug, everyone separated. Izuku, Monoma, Shinso, and Aizawa were on their way to the top. "You copied Uraraka's quirk, right?" Izuku asked the blonde, who nodded. "Yeah, we have 7 minutes left, so we better be quick," he replied, and everyone nodded in agreement. "Good," Izuku said calmly as he looked at the warehouse where the League was staying. They were entering more discreetly. The main groups were raiding from the front and the sides. As planned, there were many new members of the League, most being there for distraction. The surprise for the enemy gave the heroes an upper hand. Once most were defeated, only a few pro heroes had suffered injuries, and it was time for the second wave. In this wave, the strongest pro heroes were present. The students of hero training were separated into groups of 5, and their role was to search the place. They had different ways of communication in case they faced Shigaraki, Dabi, Toga, or twice. Eraserhead, Mockingbird, you two are first, Izuku said as he looked at Monoma, who nodded, touching the shoulder of both and activating the quirk for zero gravity. Izuku used his float quirk to lead the two to the top of the warehouse before going back down. Your turn, Izuku said to the blonde, who used the quirk on himself and went up with Izuku. Once they were all at the top, they looked at each other and nodded as they continued for Phase 2. You problem children ready? Aizawa asked, and Izuku nodded along with Shinso and Monoma. Can't believe I'm following the orders of my own kid, he smirked, ruffling Izuku's hair, and Izuku chuckled as he brought his mask on. Phantom Thief, don't forget, under no circumstances are you to take my quirk. It's too dangerous, Izuku reminded, and Monoma nodded in understanding. Let's go. Everything was going according to plan. A group was able to find both Toga and Twice together. Everything was going well. Too well. I was wrong, Izuku muttered as he clenched his fists. He's here. We move to Plan B4, all students have to evacuate. Izuku said sternly as he glanced at his team. Their role looked boring but really wasn't. One of the pro heroes in the raid inside the building had an eye quirk that allowed him to share what he saw with someone within a 50 kilometers radius. Using this, Aizawa could use his quirk inside, and since it wasn't a known hero with a known quirk, he wasn't suspected by the villains. That was what made it possible for the heroes to stop the higher-ranked villains. Mockingbird, Phantom Thief, that includes you too. I'm bringing you down, but we have to move quickly, Izuku said firmly as he activated his black whip. Come back home, yeah? Shinso couldn't help but worry for his younger brother. Don't worry, I'll make it as quick as possible, Izuku grinned, showing only confidence even if he was terrified. Now come on. Eraserhead, I'll make the announcement, Izuku said, taking out a small button meant for communication with only Mandalay. He nodded to the two and waited to hear the voice of the pro hero. It only took a few seconds before her voice came through. Deku, what's happening? Izuku still found it strange to be called by his hero name, but he pushed that thought aside for now. Announce that all students must evacuate. We need only the pro heroes selected to stay put, Izuku responded quickly, waving to the duo who had made it down safely and started following the plan. Will do. The pro hero then switched her quirk to speak to all the allies. Plan B4 is in action. All students and pros who weren't asked to stay must leave, Mandalay explained using her quirk. Taking a step forward, Izuku jumped from the building without warning, making Aizawa's eyes go wide as he lost focus on his job. Trust me and leave, Izuku yelled as he headed toward the woods, causing Aizawa to panic. This wasn't part of the plan, and Izuku knew it, but there was something he had to do to increase their odds of winning. The reason was clear to him. It was simple. Shigaraki had most likely gained a new power, one that could bring them all down. He understood this the same way he had known not to give in to 𝘊𝘆𝘆𝘈 back then. It's done for you, I'm immortal now, and we know where you are. Whatever method he used, Shigaraki could still communicate with Izuku directly. It wasn't friendly, it was a threat. But he had to do it. If anyone was to get hurt, it would be him, right? A dozen minutes passed before he finally stopped, realizing he was likely too far to signal for help. So he stood there, knowing it was only a matter of time. What do you mean Deku disappeared? Katsuki shouted, struggling to escape Aizawa's scarf. He left and only told me to trust him. Now I need you to calm down, Bakugo, Aizawa said sternly, surprised at how quickly Katsuki complied. It wasn't long before he let go, and Bakugo immediately ran, knowing using his quirk was useless around Aizawa. He didn't stop even when students and pros tried to stop him. Once out of Aizawa's sight, he activated his quirk, taking to the air to search for any signs of action. He could only see a little smoke, but it was something, so he flew toward it. Effing Deku, not even trying to keep your promise, Katsuki cursed as he got closer and heard yelling. But it wasn't what he expected at all. Just kill me. Izuku was frozen, holding Shigaraki in the air, tears streaming down his face. I can't. I can help you. Izuku cried pleadingly, unconsciously holding tighter onto Shigaraki's body. No. You can't. Kill me before he kills you. Shigaraki screamed, and Katsuki was more than confused. A few minutes earlier, Shigaraki had finally arrived, and Izuku was quick to react to his first attack. It was terrifying, the grin on Shigaraki's face as he landed hit after hit. Izuku was barely keeping up, feeling his body being slammed. He knew he had already broken his arm, but by using Black Whip, he applied pressure to ease the pain and lessen the damage. Finally regaining the upper hand, Izuku slammed Shigaraki against a tree, which immediately decayed. I told you, son, it's useless, the man grinned, and Izuku struggled to keep up with everything. He wasn't sure who Shigaraki was addressing, and it was starting to overwhelm him. It seemed whatever allowed Shigaraki's body to heal so quickly was truly problematic. I'm not letting you win. Let Shigaraki out of your schemes. Izuku barked at him with pure hatred as he threw him to the ground. Well then, son, let me grant you that wish. You're no match for my minion anyway. Shigaraki grinned before his body went limp for a moment, which Izuku used to wrap him tighter. But even when he was fully conscious again, he simply looked at Izuku, showing no sign of aggression. Back to the present. I can't. Izuku shouted, watching Shigaraki closely and noticing all the signs. He had lost a lot of weight. His skin was cracking everywhere. The little part of his sclera that Izuku could see was red. He was barely alive. You can and you will. If you want to end this, then end me, Shigaraki stated, his voice low and raspy. No. Izuku cried desperately, watching his so-called brother smile at him for the first time. Let me go join my family, Izuku, my family that I ended, Shigaraki said calmly. No. You can still live. You can wait for your time. Izuku pleaded as he slowly let go of him. They'll let me rot in prison, you know that. The older male chuckled coldly, with little force. I'm tired, I'm not getting out of this anymore, not alive at least. Listen to me and end me. You can make it quick, I want you to be the one to free me, Shigaraki pleaded silently. Izuku was crying, his breathing becoming frantic. Really want me to? Izuku sighed as he looked at the male who appeared already dead. How? Izuku asked after thinking about it. He didn't know how to do it quickly without causing suffering. The same way he stabbed Bakugo. Your whip quirk, Shigaraki smiled, relieved to see he had a chance to end it. Can I talk to you first? Izuku asked calmly, but the blue-haired male shook his head. You have about 5 minutes. He thinks I'm fighting you right now, but technically, with the drag I took today, my body is slowly being destroyed. If he takes my body again, then he'll heal me again. It's now or I'll have to continue like this, Shigaraki explained, lifting his shirt to reveal something on his abdomen. It was an open wound, clearly infected, with something sticking out of it. Izuku gulped and nodded. It looked like an 𝘊𝘓. That was also the moment Katsuki emerged from the woods, exposing himself to the two. Deku, don't do it, Katsuki warned as he walked toward his boyfriend, who shook his head. You heard him. I can't let him continue like this. Izuku retorted, not too surprised that Katsuki had actually followed him. So you'll kill him? Did you think of how it'll affect you? Katsuki questioned, annoyed, and Izuku nodded quickly. Shigaraki chuckled at the two, and they both turned quickly. You'll take care of him, Bakugo? Make sure that Master doesn't hurt him, he asked. Katsuki frowned and clicked his tongue. You aren't telling me what to do, Krusty, Katsuki retorted, glaring at the villain. But you better know that I'm taking care of that nerd. Shigaraki smiled calmly once again. Then I guess a gunshot interrupted the conversation, snapping them back to reality. The body of Tamura Shigaraki fell to the ground, and Izuku froze in shock as he moved to Shigaraki's body. Dead. Izuku muttered, tears of rage filling his already teary eyes. Green lightning surrounded him as he held the male in his arms. You killed him! Izuku shouted, and in a flash he had brought Shigaraki's limp body to the side. It was no use trying to bring him back now. Izuku wasn't leaving until it was over. He would confront Hisashi Midoriya, the #1 villain known as 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈𝘈 and his own blood. He wasn't leaving without his life. "I'm going to kill you," Izuku muttered with pure hatred for the man in front of him. Katsuki looked at Izuku in shock. Sure, Izuku could be scary sometimes, but now, this was way more than what he was used to. "Katsuki, you go get the pros," Izuku ordered as he threw himself toward 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈, hitting him with a Detroit smash at full force. But Katsuki was done listening. He threw himself in the direction of the villain, who was just laughing like a maniac. However, after one attack he was down. Instead of making Izuku happy, his fury doubled. "Get up!" Izuku shouted as he looked at the unconscious man. "Just fight me!" He yelled again as he used his quirk to try to make him stay up, but still nothing. Izawa, Endeavor, Present Mike, Hawks, and other pro heroes arrived, and they watched as Katsuki tried to hold his boyfriend back. "Izuku, he's dead, calm down," Katsuki shouted as he held him tight. Izawa activated his quirk, deactivating Izuku's powers. "And oh, that 𝘊𝘩𝘈𝘈𝘐𝑡 fight. He killed him," Izuku shouted, choking on his own tears. "Do you?" Katsuki shouted, flipping Izuku to pin him to the ground. Izuku was badly injured, and Katsuki felt bad for using his weakness as an advantage. "He's dead, you can't change anything about it now," Katsuki continued, watching the broken 𝘰𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕 cry. "And no." Izuku sobbed again as he looked at Katsuki in pain. "Izuku, it's okay," Katsuki soothed as he pulled Izuku to sit on his lap and hugged him. Hawks went to check on 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈𝘈, and Present Mike went to Shigaraki. Both were announced dead on the spot. Flashback to 1 month before. After he had been able to stand, Izuku spent his days by Katsuki's side, holding his hand and hoping he would wake up. That early morning, he was no longer in his hospital gown but in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts, feeling comfortable. "Hey Kaken," Izuku mumbled as he sat next to his bedside, placing his backpack beside him. "I'm sorry to bother you so early, but I have to go before anyone gets here." He brought his lover's hand to his lips. "I really hope you wake up soon and that you'll be on your feet in no time." He giggled, looking at him with pure love. "I'm sorry I won't be there though. It's for the best, and I know you wouldn't agree with all this." He continued with a small smile. "I love you, Kaken, but this is for the best. Please wait for me," he whispered, leaving a small peck on his lips. Taking his yellow backpack, he left with one last look at his lover, filled with determination. He wouldn't stop until 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈𝘈 was gone. Back to present time. Izuku saw a lot of black smoke rising from the middle part of the city, prompting him to get up. He jumped, using a mix of black whip, float, and gear shift to reach the scene faster. Upon arrival, he saw a muscular man attacking another person armed with a rifle, but it was clear that no damage was being done. Izuku jumped in, using smokescreen around the area to protect the rebel and put him to safety. "Try evacuating the area. Muscular is an A rank, he's dangerous and shows no mercy. If you want to help, get everyone to a secure place," Izuku ordered. The citizen was furious, distrustful of heroes, especially since they didn't even know who he was. "Be quick unless you want to die," he said flatly before jumping away and launching an attack. With a blank expression, he fought without holding back, not waiting for a response. Muscular couldn't be saved because he didn't want to be saved. He craved destruction without reason. That was the harsh reality Izuku had learned the hard way. It didn't take long for him to wrap Muscular tightly and immobilize him, leaving him barely conscious. "Do you know anything about 𝘊𝘩𝘢𝘈𝘈?" Izuku asked, prompting the man to laugh maniacally. "What? Little hero wants his daddy back?" He laughed, making Izuku tense. "Listen, kid, all I know is we have to bring you in if we find you. We know you're his son." He smirked at the 𝘰𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕𝘕, who looked half dead, devoid of emotions. "Thanks for the info, I guess," Izuku muttered before knocking him out completely. He held the unconscious man for a moment before noticing that the citizens had vanished. "Is peace too much to ask? Do people really have to die?" he asked the empty air as he started heading to the nearest station. Different stations in the city allowed pro heroes to drop off captured villains. That was where he went every time he apprehended a new one. This was his life now, and he wouldn't rest until everyone was safe. He promised himself he wouldn't put anyone else he loved at risk because of him. Izuku had lost consciousness after the incident, cradled in Katsuki's arms. The blonde refused to let go until they reached the hospital, where Izuku needed surgery. Only then did he finally release him and wait outside the room with Izuku's fathers. Once out of surgery, Izuku was placed in a private room since the media had decided to invade, eager for information about the supposed private mission. It was late at night when they finally settled into the room. "I have his things for when he wakes up," Present Mike said, placing bags on the side of the room and taking out a few items. He set them next to Izuku and smiled calmly. "Can't believe he still has his silly plushie," Katsuki smirked, stroking Izuku's hair gently. "He's had it since we were kids." Aizawa and Yamada nodded, relieved that Izuku would be physically okay, but they knew he would face trauma. "The doctor said he should wake up once the anesthesia wears off," Aizawa said with little emotion. "Is he still going to have a quirk?" Katsuki asked, uncertain about the situation. "We don't know, we'll have to wait and see." They all jumped when they saw Yagi enter the room. "I'm sorry for not arriving earlier," he said. Katsuki scoffed and sat next to Izuku. "Whatever," he grumbled. All Might had indirectly put Izuku through so much. He had placed the weight of the world on Izuku, someone who would never say no if it meant he could help. Even if it endangered his life, even if it meant he would destroy himself, he would do it. And the almighty Yagi Toshinori was one of those who took advantage of that. It was over a week later that Shigaraki's burial took place, and it was a private affair. Izuku was initially the only one expected to attend, but Katsuki, Aizawa, Yamada, Toshinori, and Shinso also joined him. Izuku smiled at them, knowing that the past users of One for All were also present, even if he couldn't see them. They all watched as his casket was lowered into the ground, the dirt soon filling the grave. It was silent, not a single tear was shed. They were mostly there to support Izuku. It was only at the end, when he found himself alone, that Izuku spoke. "I hope you're happy with your family, Tamura," Izuku said, looking down at the tombstone. "I wish you could have chosen another path." He muttered with a smile. "I won't forget about you, but I can't hold on either." He sighed, wiping away a tear that had escaped, still managing a smile. "If there is something after life, if you see her, say hi to my mom for me," Izuku mumbled, though he knew that if there was an afterlife, they would be in different places. "Goodbye now. Thank you. Even if you caused a lot of harm, I don't think we could have stopped All for One without you in some way. So yeah." With a small smile, Izuku got up and started walking back to the car where everyone had agreed to wait. "We can go now," he said, smiling at them as he moved next to Katsuki, holding his hand. "Do we have to go back to the dorms?" Izuku asked uncertainly, looking to his parents for guidance. Yamada nodded, a smile plastered on his face, wanting to stay strong for his sons. "But Kogo can also come over," he suggested, looking at the blonde for approval. "Actually, can I take Zuku out?" Katsuki asked, and they looked at him, confused. "Everything got destroyed or is still closed. Where are you going?" Shinso inquired, puzzled. Katsuki shrugged. "Somewhere that I won't tell you," he smirked at the fake gasp Shinso let out. Aizawa shook his head in discouragement at their childish bantering. But they were kids, and they were still allowed to live their lives. They had gone through enough. All he could do was hope that this happiness could last. "Bring him back by 10, Aizawa instructed, and Katsuki smirked in victory, nodding in understanding. "Well then, see ya," Katsuki grinned, pulling Izuku away, making him yelp. Izuku hadn't even been consulted about this decision. Even if he would have accepted, he would have liked to have a word in it. "Wait, Kaken. Where are we going?" Izuku questioned, confused. "Our spot, of course," Katsuki responded with a huge grin, which Izuku soon returned. "Let's go. It feels like forever since we went." Izuku squealed, and Katsuki chuckled as he led him along. It had been about 10 years since the war ended. Izuku's quirk hadn't faded as All Might had predicted. He simply accepted that this was his fate and that he had his family to support him. They were now in their mid-20s. Shinso had married the one and only Denki Kaminari, defying Aizawa's rule about no loud blondes. The two had graduated from UA and were both working as pro heroes. As for Izuku and Katsuki, their bond had only grown stronger, and they had become the number 1 and number 2 heroes. They opened their own hero agency and were now known as the Wonder Duo. They were constantly busy, making it hard for them to find alone time. So, it was moments like these, taking a break together on a rooftop in the middle of the city, that made them feel like a normal couple. "What did you make me for lunch?" Izuku asked with a smile. "Who knows? You'll have to wait for lunch, I guess." Katsuki shrugged, and Izuku gasped, pretending to be offended. "But I'm hungry." Izuku whined, laying his head on Katsuki's shoulder. He hadn't improved much at cooking, which left Katsuki responsible for their meals. At least now, he could handle spicy food. "Babe, it's not even noon yet," Katsuki said, amused as he took off his gauntlets. "We've been on patrol since 5 this morning," Izuku whined, hoping to convince Katsuki. "Well, even so, I didn't bring lunch, it's at the agency," Katsuki shrugged, thinking he had won the debate. Izuku grinned, pulling out bento boxes from his bag, causing Katsuki to laugh. "Good that I came prepared," Izuku said, handing one to Katsuki. "Ground Zero and Deku speaking, we're taking a 30, Katsuki said through an earpiece they were required to wear at all times. "Roger that, lovebirds," came the teasing voice from their friend, but Katsuki cut the communication, exasperated. "Kirishima." Izuku sighed as he took out chopsticks from his bag, handing a pair to Katsuki. "He can't keep his mouth shut for 1 second, Katsuki grumbled, taking his own bento. Izuku giggled and put his hands together, with Katsuki doing the same. "Thank you for the food." They took their first bites in silence, enjoying each other's presence and the flavorful food Katsuki had prepared. "I heard that Shoto started fixing things up with his parents," Izuku said, trying to spark a conversation. "Yeah, it was about time. That old man keeps coming to the agency to talk to him, and it's getting on my nerves," Katsuki stated, munching aggressively on his food. Izuku laughed and, not so discreetly, stole a piece of pork from Katsuki's meal. "Hey!" Katsuki exclaimed, defending his food. "You got your own, eat it." He glared at Izuku, who laughed and pecked his cheek, stealing another piece in the process. "But it's better when it comes from you," Izuku grinned sheepishly, taking a piece from his own bento. "Look, try mine, you'll see what I mean." He opened his mouth, encouraging Katsuki to do the same. When he got the chance, he offered him a piece. Katsuki smirked. Izuku was an adorable piece of work, as Katsuki often called him. "See? It's much better," Izuku smiled, making Katsuki chuckle as he leaned in for another kiss. "I think it's because you're the one who fed me, not just the food," Katsuki smirked, watching Izuku blush. "No. It's the food, I tell you," Izuku argued, flustered. Katsuki smirked, pointing at his own portion and then at his mouth. Izuku received the message, taking another piece of food and feeding it to Katsuki. Katsuki chuckled after swallowing, acknowledging, "Yeah, I'm right. It's because of you that it tastes better." Izuku huffed, eating his food in silence to show he was mad, but this only made Katsuki laugh. "You're such a baby," Katsuki teased, staring at Izuku. Izuku smiled slightly, a blush covering his cheeks as he replied, "You're lucky I love you, or I would have dumped you ages ago." Katsuki smiled back, gulping nervously as he noticed Izuku's almost empty bento box. Izuku continued to enjoy another piece of pork but grew confused when he spotted something at the bottom of the box. Katsuki chuckled, watching Izuku's expression as he looked back and forth at the object. "So?" Katsuki smirked, observing Izuku on the verge of tears. "Don't leave me hanging, it's embarrassing enough." He scratched his neck nervously, admitting to himself that his heart was racing. "So, you're proposing to me? Through a bento?" Izuku asked, still processing the information. "Yeah, it was the most original idea I could come up with. Not gonna lie, I was scared you'd swallow it with the rest of the meal," Katsuki admitted with an uncertain smile. "So, is that a no or a yes?" They both jumped when an explosion was seen in the distance. They got up, ready to leave, but Izuku held Katsuki back, noticing his embarrassment and disappointment. It's a yes, Kaken. We'll beat villains till the day we die, Izuku confirmed, and the smile on Katsuki's face brightened more than ever. Let's start that now, Katsuki said with a smirk, pulling Izuku in for a kiss. Let's kick those villains' butts. It was the middle of the night when Izuku started moving in his sleep. Katsuki, half asleep, looked up to see Izuku with his eyes open. He whispered, "Zuku," before quickly leaning in to kiss him. "Kada-chan." Izuku muttered, his voice raspy and weak. He felt a sense of numbness, unable to fully grasp his pain. "Hey, how are you feeling?" Katsuki asked, gently stroking his cheek. "No." Izuku replied, taking the glass of water that Katsuki offered and drinking it all. "It's okay, your dads are here. Want me to wake them up?" Katsuki asked calmly, but Izuku shook his head in refusal. With Katsuki's help, Izuku sat up. "Do you remember anything?" Katsuki inquired, not wanting to bring up a difficult subject but knowing it was necessary. Izuku nodded, gritting his teeth. "Where are they?" Izuku asked, referring to the two villains they had fought. He hoped it had all been a nightmare. Katsuki sighed, holding on to Izuku's hand as he sat beside him. Aizawa was the first to wake up to the noise but chose to remain silent for now. All for One is long dead. His body wasn't even viable anymore before the fight started, Katsuki explained, watching Izuku nod with a blank expression. "He will be incinerated as soon as possible. Unless you want to give him a proper funeral." Izuku shook his head, not wanting to give the man any attention. Izuku bit his lip, looking down. "And Shigaraki?" he muttered, unable to meet Katsuki's gaze. Katsuki hesitated, knowing how Izuku had reacted before. He was also dead. "It was an instant death, and he's still in the morgue," he explained, moving to hold Izuku's cheek and encouraging him to look up. "We convinced them to let you make the final decision." Izuku nodded, finally meeting Katsuki's eyes. "Thank you," he said, feeling a rush of emotion for the first time. "Thank you," he cried, moving into Katsuki's arms, his cries muffled. Katsuki held him tightly, allowing Izuku to release his emotions. He deserved this moment. "It's okay, Zuku," Katsuki whispered, continuing to comfort him as he rubbed his back. Present Mike had also woken up during this time, silently crying. Aizawa noticed and discreetly held his hand, rubbing circles on the back. They had won the war, but it felt so wrong. Sometimes in life, you have to take a leap of faith. Trust yourself and your abilities. Even if it seems impossible, it's possible. Even if no one is smiling at you, you can smile for yourself. Some may hope you'll fall, lose, or give up, but walk forward. Let them watch your back while they laugh. And when you reach the top, that's when you look back at them. Remember that you walked that path, smiled through it, accepted your defeats, celebrated your victories, and in the end, you can tell them they were wrong. That you could do it. That you can raise your fist with pride. And remember, you were able to prove them wrong. The end.